everything so much.
It's really cool to be a part of it. Always pushing the limits of creativity.
To push the progression here.
I ask myself what the hell I'm still doing. I don't want to just walk away when I'm on top.
It's wild. I've never seen something like it.
There's so much talent within the United States.
Really great style, his composure in the air. Really sets him apart from the other riders.
You know, as we go on with this slopestyle, we're seeing a lot of bigger tricks come in.
He can adapt like no one else.
The most important part is making it past that qualification day.
Honestly, qualifying for it is the hardest part.
Ready for any rotation.
They're pretty top dogs in slope. Their trick list is insane. I'm constantly inspired by them. You can't really know women's snowboarding without knowing Jamie's name.
She's just been killing the game since she got into it and has not stopped yet.
Yeah, 11-time Dew Tour champ. Woo! That's kind of crazy.
The slopestyle event's really anyone's day. It's how you view the course and who's riding it the best, who feels the most comfortable, and I think that's what makes slopestyle so amazing.
It's really quite hard to end up on a podium these days.
Mark McMorris, slopestyle GOAT, I would say.
Mark McMorris is a legend. There's no other way to put it.
I wanted to be Mark when I was younger.
I have the tricks and I just got to put it together.
You kind of never know. It's always a gamble. Everybody's so amazing at snowboarding and just has their own unique style and trick selections.
Once I put headphones in, I kind of just treat it like any other day. Make it look as flowy as possible.
The most important part in a slope run is your flow, top to bottom.
When judges are looking at runs, it's mostly about the flow. I think that if the run can make them want to go snowboard, that's a winning run.
Dew Tour 2021 from Copper Mountain, Colorado, as the sun rises on the Rocky Mountains. We welcome you to day 4. Should be a fantastic day of competition as the world's best athletes have converged on this snowboarding mecca, where today it is all about slopestyle. Hello once again, everyone. Happy holidays alongside the editor of Snowboard Magazine, Mary Walsh, and, of course, snowboarding icon Todd Richards. I'm Todd Harris. Glad to have you with us, Mary. Slopestyle, it's kind of the encompassing of the entire sport. It's the love. It's the love of the sport itself and the riders. What are you looking for most today?
I'm so excited because today is the kickoff for the slopestyle circuit for the season, and we've seen these riders throwing down preseason in Europe, and if they're going to bring that to this course today, that's super, super exciting to me.
Todd, it's great seeing the best athletes out here competing on this fantastic course that Copper's created, but what's on the line specifically as far as points qualifications, the Olympics, all that build-up?
Well, you know, especially for the U.S. riders, this is their first chance to start to build this point work up here of this season to potentially make that team, and oftentimes making that team is harder than actually competing in Beijing, but we have the heaviest of the heavies here. I'm looking at this start list right here. We've got Aniruki Järvi coming out of Finland. She's been in the slopestyle game for quite a while, 31 years old. Right there, Haley Langland, one of the most stylish women competitors in slopestyle of all time. And, you know, we got Jules Marino out there, and can't talk about slopestyle without the crown princess of this portion of competition, Jamie Anderson, looking to add yet another trip to the Olympics and potentially yet another piece of hardware from the Dew Tour.
Two-time Olympic gold medalist. She is the reigning champion. As we take a look at the numbers you need to know about Copper Mountain, only 75 miles from Denver, and there you see the size of it, 24 chairlifts, base elevation, a very hefty 9,700 feet above sea level, summit elevation just over 12,000 feet. So the competition is this. It is women's snowboard slopestyle final. 15 riders are all going to get 3 runs where only the best run counts. It's out of a score of possible 100, and it's overall impression of the judges. That's where it gets a little muddled. The judges, Todd, always looking for something different, but this course is so dialed in.
Yeah, we saw this in the opener where the riders kind of talked about their flow. Well, what is flow? It's basically having a progressive run. You got to go big. You have to stay on your feet. The execution of your difficult tricks need to be perfect. You need to hold those grabs the entire way. You need to make it to the end of those rails. And you can't look like wet cardboard in between the features. You got to be on point.
Let's take a look at the star-studded start list. 15 made the cut, and you can go down here, Mary, just pick out they could win it, they could win it, they could win it, and it's an international field of really the best.
Oh, completely. I mean, like Todd already mentioned, Jamie Anderson, she is the queen of slopestyle. We also have Tess Cody from Australia, who has really been throwing down. We saw her do this really rad wally-to-wally crippler during practice. Annika Morgan, Rira Iwabuchi. We can't discount the Japanese crew. I mean, Haley Langland, Ellie Weiler, she is a local who's in her first competition here. I mean, the talent is all time.
8 U.S. women made the cut of the 15. As we give you more information to get you ready for today's, again, 3 runs. Only the best run counts. It is crisp outside. I think that's the best way to describe it right now. It's an early morning here, Todd. It's crisp. You used to live in Breckenridge. You know what crisp means.
Yeah, you know those days when you walk out your door and your nose hairs instantly freeze. That's the kind of morning we're having right now. And you see me, I've got like a, my hands are all bottled up in here. Yeah, that's a bonus finger. My hands are so cold. But you know what? The snow is running fast. These guys have been kind of pushing slopestyle all week as far as when the competition format starts.
Well, here's a look at the U.S. snowboard team's current Olympic qualification standings, showing athletes who are closest to achieving criteria to be nominated to Team USA for the 2022 Olympic Winter Games. There are multiple pathways to qualify for the Olympic teams this year, including world snowboarding points lists and podium results at tryout events. Todd, a little different than when you qualified for the Olympics in Nagano. Now it's there's a lot of pathways, but there are a lot of pathways, but you just need to pay attention to who's doing well today, and that will give you a good idea of what the Olympics are going to shake out. All right, before we start the competition here at Copper, let's check in with the 4th member of our team. Here is Tina Dixon.
Hey, thanks, Todd. Yes, crisp. That is a very good way to describe it out here. And I got to give props to these women. They were out here hitting these jumps first thing in the morning. To put it into perspective, the majority of the lifts weren't even running when they started practicing. But it is turning out to be a beautiful day for slopestyle. You've got clear skies, the speeds are good, and very little wind, if any, to speak of. Now, I did get a chance to talk to the favorite, Jamie Anderson. She's got her game face on, focused, like many of the women out here. But if you were to ask me who's going to win this, I would not be able to tell you, because there is so much talent in this field as they all battle for those valuable Olympic qualifying points, including the Americans, Julia Marino and Haley Leyland, as they attempt to return for another Olympic appearance, guys.
All right, thank you very much, Tina. I can neither confirm nor deny that Tina has taken up residency 3 weekends in a row here in Colorado. Steamboat and back-to-back weekends at Copper for the Grand Prix. And now the big show before the Christmas break, it is the Dew Tour.
Well, Todd, if you spend more than 3 weeks here, Colorado demands that you get a license here. That's one of the things.
Is that true?
Yeah, you get residency, you get discounts on the college.
Oh, my gosh. So here we go. 15 women getting 3 runs each. Courtney Rummel will start things off out of West Bend, Wisconsin. Now, as we go through these lists and we mention where they're from, what is great about this, Mary, and you know this, is it doesn't matter where you come from. You can move around the country. You can move to Salt Lake, Tahoe, Breckenridge, whatever, and find those slopes. But a lot of these athletes have honed their early skills in Indiana, in Wisconsin, in Minnesota.
Oh, totally. You'll see a lot of Midwestern girls on this lineup today. And, that area is famous for quick runs.
Right.
You can get a lot of park laps in off short chairs, rope toes. It really makes for strong park riders.
Courtney, 18, on course, Todd, doing a nice little full pull top to bottom.
Yeah, and, as we kind of, you go through the first ride, that was great to see a rider come down and stomp it out first run. You can get an idea of what these riders are contending with. There's a rail section up top, and then they go into the 3 banger jumps. The first of those 3 is being called the style jump by the judges. It's basically, the way they're going to judge that is you need to make it look good in the air. They're not going to sit there and, dial down the rotations of how many times you're flipping or spinning. It's really all about putting a decent looking jump or trick down, and that's cool. I think that's a completely different thing that we've seen in the past here at Dew Tour, when it's all just linking up the 1080 to 1080 to 1080 or 1260 whatever.
Putting the style back in slopestyle. Courtney doing a nice job on run number 1. She has to get the judges warmed up as well, so they will set the standard with hers, and then they will build off of that. But Courtney getting a nice opportunity here to be the first one to drop at the Dew Tour 2021 in the women's snowboard slopestyle final.
And this is her first Dew Tour also as a member of the rookie team for the U.S.
And a 71, nice way to start things off. She'll make her way back up as we give you an overhead look at this beautiful slopestyle course. Can't say enough about the good folks here at Copper Mountain. You see the snow guns blowing. Mother Nature hasn't been giving a lot. Big storm came in last week, which gave him some great coverage, Todd. But, man, it has been few and far between as we get a good look at Jade Thurgood.
Yeah, the Woodward Park crew here has been doing an amazing job with, just basically the terrain to ride here if you're a freestyle snowboarder for years. And this year they were challenged. Okay, here we go. Starting her run off, board slide up top here. You get a look at all these different rail features. There's a whole bunch of different choices for these riders to hit. There's the flat down, popping off 180. Half cap board slide, setting her up here for the first big jump. And this is the styler jump. Frontside 540, kind of missing the grab a little bit on that one. And then into the two-banger down here at the bottom. Lean 360 coming up a little bit short. Now, with these temperatures being so cold, it kind of, and at altitude, you get this weird phenomenon that happens. Your board almost becomes staticky. It sticks to the snow. As the day goes on, the temperatures warm up, boards will become faster, and it'll be a lot easier for these riders to clear these jumps. But in the beginning, in these crisp mornings, your board is kind of like Velcro out here in the snow.
So a good look down at the area at the bottom known as the Corral. We go right back up to the top. That score for Jade Thurgood will be a throwaway as a 17.75. Ty Snorbush now out of Monroe, New Jersey. Todd, we talked about this. It doesn't matter where you come from. Nope. You're at the Dew Tour now. She's from New Jersey. Hey, what exit?
Hey. Well, you talk about some of the best riders of all time have come out of Jersey. Look at Danny Cass. Yeah. Half of that Grenade crew, they all came out of Vernon. Riding Mountain Creek.
Oh, yeah. Honestly, Ty's been a local at Big Boulder. She's ridden Creek. She's a strong all-around rider. Again, it's those short park laps on the East Coast as well that allow you to get a lot of hits in. Plus, she spends time in Europe preseason. She spends a lot of time out west. She's a great rider.
That's something to be said too, Mary. We keep talking about these short lift laps. You have these places like Midwest where you just watch these guys on the rope tow all day long. You can get like 700 park laps in about 2 hours, but it's all about repetition. And sometimes when you have these parks at these bigger resorts, it takes so long to get to the park that you're kind of gassed out before you even get a chance to ride. And those little resorts, they just tend to bring like rail masters like no other because of all the time they get to spend actually sliding on boxes as opposed to riding up a lift.
So this course is interesting, Todd. Similar to what we'll see at the Olympics. Usually it's 3 rail sections at the top and then the 3 big jumps as Ty made her way through the rails. This was that kicker.
Yeah, coming up just a little bit short. Now those blue lines are they're for the judges to show how big you go, but they're also for the riders to judge where they are in the air in case we get more of a flat-like situation as the sun sets. But you need to have enough speed to make it to that sweet spot. I can't stress that enough. It's going to hurt.
Ty coming up with a 14.50. That'll be a throwaway, and she is in the running, currently in 4th place on points to make Team USA. So work for her. Tess Cody now out of Melbourne, Australia. Been in the game for some time at 21.
And as Mara was saying, Tess has been working really hard on her riding. A lot of these riders have been over in Europe. Look at that Wally to Crippler, inverted frontside 540, I guess, since we're calling that a frontside bank. There's a little transfer over to board slide to Fakey, coming off backwards. Half cab, 50-50, 180 off. And she's choosing a different line here. Switch backside 540 tail grab, late hip whip to bring that around, keeping her speed up. Slow rotating. Ooh, I thought that was going to be a frontside 3, but she got kind of locked up on her heel edge when she left the lip. So, maybe there are a little bit of speed issues out here this morning, but you're gonna fix that up quick. You're gonna basically go back up, re-rack. There's 3 runs, best of 3 here in this final.
Tess not even waiting around for the score to drop. She's going to head straight back up to the top. This was a smart move strategically. Didn't have it here, Todd, as she comes up short, so she pulls the ripcord. Live to fight another day.
Yeah, I think once she left the lip, she knew that she didn't have enough momentum to clear and just opted out of trying to spin it around the extra 180. There's just turned into a frontside 180.
And you can see her air awareness there for just kind of like pulling that out, as you said, because she's got multiple double corks. She really has that spatial awareness.
Yeah. Next up, a name you may know and love, Jamie Anderson, the 2-time reigning and defending Olympic gold medalist. You heard her say it, 11-time Dew Cup champion out of South Lake Tahoe. I hate to say this, but I remember the day when she burst onto the scene. It's like, who is this young little teenager, Jamie Anderson, out of South Lake? And ever since then, she has just been pushing, as Todd said, pushing the progression of women's snowboarding.
And just watch as she comes through this course. That transfer up, board slide to Fakey off. She has such perfect composure when riding slopestyle. She looks so relaxed. Oh!
Announcer jinx.
The announcer jinx right there. But staying up on her feet, so Jamie, still going through this rail section, coming into this first jump. Let's see how she does here. Slow rotating frontside 540, setting her up. Coming in switch stance. And I guess there's a bit of a speed problem between the first and second jumps. So as we see here, speed is a factor. And I'm hoping that this course, once that sun kind of clears the range over there, it'll start to heat that snow up, and these jumps will be easier to clear.
Yeah, another benefit of that 3-run format we have today. And you know what's interesting too to point out about Jamie is not old at all.
Yeah.
So many of these women that are competing today, we have 7 teenagers who are competing, and they've been watching Jamie throughout their entire upbringings, and now they're competing against her. I mean, that's pretty incredible, that her legacy while she's still at the top.
Todd, is that a case she just came off early or just too toe heavy?
I think she didn't, she popped off of that and didn't get her body squared up on the down portion of that rail. But, it's Jamie Anderson. She'll come back, re-rack it up top, and probably put down the highest scoring run of the day in either the next two goes here.
26.50. That'll definitely be a throwaway for Jamie as she makes her way to the top of this beautiful course. To Todd's point, see the sun now just picking up over the tree line, and when that sun gets out there, it will warm up and things will soften up as Kokomo Murase now on course, part of that Japanese contingent, Todd, both on the men's and the women's side.
Yeah, so strong. Going for the bit of a frontside blunt on that wall ride feature. You want to keep speed up through these rails now. After seeing these first few riders have trouble making the down portion of these jumps, you got to go fast. And here we go. She's of small stature as well, but definitely making this speed count here. There we go. Big frontside 720 clearing the knuckle. No speed problem here. Big backside 7, Kokomo Murase. That was how you get it done. And that was kind of a different, her board was running significantly faster than everybody else's.
Mary, I don't want to bring up age because you're not supposed to do that with a nice young lady, but she is 14 years the younger of Jamie Anderson.
That is wild. And also, she exploded onto the scene.
Yeah.
She's been a mainstay in competition ever since she was 13 or 14 years old. And you can see that with, look at that pretzel out on that rail. That's when you spin the opposite direction of how you come into the rail. She is just a contest killer right now. We watch her at all the big air. She's been doing really great. She won the recent big air in Sure. I mean, she is just a phenomenal snowboarder.
That's 17.
Yeah, check out this big backside 720. So her jump section is super strong. She's going to have the highest score. Now, not the most technical jumps I think that we will see here in this final, but just putting one down.
Yeah,
solid
85.75. Kokomo goes into first as everyone's still kind of feeling out this course, trying to get the board to run a little faster. Kokomo, as Todd said, no problem with speed as she slays an 85.75 to go into first place.
Mr. Harris.
Yes, sir.
Wax is your friend up here today, and the technique is basically when it's running this slow is get all that residual wax off of your board. Just put some structure in that base so you don't get that static cling, when you're going down this course. And that snow, make that snow so it's not quite as grippy. Speaking of grippy, any rookie Yarvi almost just hooked up there on that board slide. Here she comes into the first feature. Let's see how she deals with the speed. Nice front 7 off there, keeping her hands up off the snow. Big backside 540 to set her up for this last jump. Switch 720.
Oh, yeah.
Any rookie Yarvi.
Mary, Todd always says she brings finished precision to the game, and she is the same age as Jamie Anderson, but she just has a certain style about her. Am I right or am I way off course on that?
I completely agree. I mean, Finland is not unlike the East Coast of the United States, I feel. It's an icy, cold kind of arena to hone your edges snowboarding. And so you really have to have precision in order to land on that kind of snow. And I mean, you can tell she's a veteran of the slopestyle circuit, and she's been through so many different kinds of weather and conditions, and she knows how to handle a day like today.
Yeah, and with that age comes wisdom of how you need to switch up your line for it to work on any given condition. If it's slow like this, or if it starts to be windy, and you're only going to get that with a lot of time in the seat. And she's definitely been out here for years putting it down, and Annie just did what she had to do right now. And now I look for her to move into the early lead.
Annie Rukayari, though, the judges like it to the tune of a 77.75, so Kokomo still leading the way with an 85.75, and then it's Annie's 77.75 in second. Courtney, the first rider to go, the American sitting in third, Courtney Rummel with a 71. Everyone else having some issues not getting the full pole. This is Zoe Sadowski-Sinnott from Wanaka, New Zealand. You think of Wanaka, you think of the Welch brothers and the free skiing running. There's some pretty good snowboarders down there as well, by the way.
I think of meat pies, Mr. Harris. I go to New Zealand strictly for the meat pies. There's that little transfer up to board slide off the wall ride feature. And Zoe's been one of the pushers of progression in women's slopestyle for the past few years. Look at that, 270 coming off switch. A little bit of a wash around in the snow, but getting back on her line. Switch backside 540. Trying to stay low and compressed. Big, slow rotating frontside 720 melon into the bottom hit here. You can just see how comfortable she is in the air. Wow. So nice. Big back end off that run. That's what we are talking about, ladies
Mary,
and
you
gentlemen.
look at the landing on her second jump, and it was so smooth, and she just translated all that speed into the third one, and you saw how far she carried it.
She's a really strong rider. I mean, I remember when she kind of exploded on the scene at the 2018 Olympics, I was just like, whoa, who is this? She can hold landing so well. She's just all around. She rides backcountry, she rides rails, she rides slope. I mean, she is just so good at snowboarding.
Yeah, she's one of my favorites to watch. I mean, anytime that we are, commentating competitions like this, I get really excited to watch her come down because I think that she has a very smooth style, and she's not afraid to push the limits. I mean, look at this backside 900, perfectly stomped tail grab. Look at this. Gets the grab, holds onto it, spots it the whole time, opens up, and sets it down like she's just coming out of a backside 180. That was so perfect for her right there. Got to be happy.
Yeah, and Zoe's going to go into first place with an 88.50. So as we said, as the riders warm up, the judges warm up, the scores start to climb. As you see the sun now peeking over the tree line, and now it's the Kiwi on top. Japan sitting in second, and Finland in third. Top place American right now, Courtney Rummel with a 71. In the midst of run number one, we take it back up to the top. Another American, one of the 8 of the 15 that made it. Julia Marino now, originally from Westport, Connecticut. She is a Mountain Dew team rider, and she puts serious style on her runs.
There we go, nose slide, pretzel out. Front side 180 off of that rail there.
Can I be the first to mention the board, Mary? I mean, when did you think that Prada would get involved in snowboarding?
Yes, and what I want to know too, do they give her an off-hill clothing budget? Because that's really key right there.
You're going to see if she has any leftovers.
We're almost the same size.
Yeah. So Julia Marino having issues there on run number one, Todd, as we were talking about her Prada sponsorship. But Julia Marino, when she first burst onto the scene, Todd, remember her back in Boston at the Big Air? I never thought, oh, she's a big air specialist, big air specialist. Not so fast, my friend. She is so good on rails.
Yeah, but I think that came with work and dedication too, because in the beginning of her coming onto the scene, like you said, she was more of a backflip-based rider, but right here you see having a little bit of a problem keeping speed up, and then that backside 540 just goes awry. So Jules Marino will head back up here for runs number 2 and 3. Actually, that was 7.
Was it just the case of not being able to slow the body down? Because it looked like she was still rotating when she landed.
No, she comes in that switch 720 and just a little bit too much rotating of the body. She was still twisting when she tried to set that down, landing on her keel edge. Ultimately, when you do switch 7s like that, you want to land on your toes so you can ride out clean.
Ellie Weiler now out of Highlands Ranch, Colorado, just down the hill, about 70 miles from Copper.
Ellie Weiler is definitely one to watch out for. She's part of the new generation of women coming up in the contest, and she's a killer. She's going to be in freestyle tonight. She can jump. She can hit rails. She's definitely one to watch for.
Mary, as the editor of Snowboard Magazine, and you hear guys like Todd and I talk about women's progression, what does that really mean? When people say, oh, what does that mean, women's progression of snowboarding? How would you categorize what we're trying to get out to the folks watching?
Well, first, right now, it's super exciting, the progression on the women's side of snowboarding. And a lot of times when we think about progression, we talk about jumps. Like, we see the double corks, we see, more off-access spins, and we see different grab variations and what these women are doing, like right there. Just going big. So, but also it's the rail progression is so important. I mean, the girls that are coming up now, they have to be good on both things. It's not one or the other. So that is also incredibly impressive.
Yeah, and slopestyle too is the great exposer of weakness. Not only do you have to be proficient in being able to do the technicality off the jumps and the technicality on the rails, but you have to know how to structure and put together the complete package, the run. What's going to work here to set me up for something else? As we see her right here, little 50-50 off onto the wall ride feature. And there's the back-to-back wall rides, kind of gets up into a little bit of a nose slide right there. Board slide, pop off to fakie on that flat down. And right there we see the switch front board. Comes off. So up top, you know, she's going fast, carried a lot of momentum. There's the little tip to tail. And set her up perfectly, and it was that last, you know, last table with a big inverted move. Look at that, right there.
Oh, Instagram.
The iguana backflip, made famous by Damian Sanders back in about 1987.
That was a great run for Ellie Weiler. A lot of style in there, 58.25, has her in the top 5, and she still has 2 more runs.
That's a great showing for her first ever pro competition.
Yeah, that was great. So not rattled, and I think some of the youngsters get really rattled by the pressure of these comps as well, especially with Dew Tour.
This is 21-year-old Haley Langland from San Clemente, California, and she was a part of that 2018 Olympic team looking to go back for Beijing for a second go-around. The key for her, Todd and Mary, I think, is if she is healthy, she's a threat.
And, you know, Haley's got one of the best styles, I think, in women's slopestyle.
I agree. Completely.
Look at that. Over to backside lip slide on the flat down. Lip slide fakie, setting herself up here for the jumps. Switch backside 180. Now it's all about tucking into these bottom 2 features that are starting to run significantly faster. Frontside 720. Look how easily and smoothly she lands. Slow roll. So I was going to say slow rotated backside 540, but coming up just a little bit short.
So Haley Langland looking very good, but checks up on the backside on that last run. And Todd, that surprised me because that second one she ran it so smoothly, so that should have had translation of all that speed in there, and she is feeling it right now.
Ouch. Anyone that's competed in slopestyle or, you know, ridden jumps in the park knows the feeling that she's going through right now.
Getting that grab in on that transfer to the backside while...
That right there was so sick. Up into the frontside disaster, stalls it out on the wall ride.
She just, like you said, Todd, she has impeccable style. Look at that back lip. That is a textbook back lip.
Yeah, it's, you know, it's the grace of these moves and the finesse when she's on the rails. But then she gets in the air, and Haley's just as capable. Switch backside 180.
Totally, and she's been bringing it to the backcountry the past couple seasons as well, in between, still kind of rolling on the contest circuit.
Right there. Ouch. And that's, you know, one of those butt checks that hurts, especially this early in the morning. That snow is very solid.
Yeah, that is a brick right there.
Yeah.
This is a great view.
We call that one the other cup of coffee. You know, the first run when you butt check like that, that'll wake you up.
This one,
Look right there. That is none other than Red Gerard giving words of encouragement. He will be competing later on today in the men's slopestyle.
Is he wearing your jacket?
Yeah, it's hot with the kids.
It looks, yeah.
I'm there. Is this fire?
Yeah,
like a friend center.
Right, cool.
That's what they call the drip, I believe.
Oh,
Isabella Gomez now, originally from Minnesota, now residing in Salt Lake City. She was a late add as Anna Gasser pulled out just before the start of competition. So you get the call, and Izzy was ready to go.
Isabella is a favorite of the women's snowboarding scene. She's really awesome. She's on the come up right now, balancing college and snowboarding out in Salt Lake City. And she's another all-around rider. She's won bank slaloms. She rides slope. She's going to be in the rail jam also tonight. Very good board control overall.
So that switch backside 180 coming up just a tad bit short.
I was going to say she's going to have to pull off.
But the rail section up top, like you were saying, Mayor, she's, you know, spending time in Salt Lake City. You have access to a lot of rail riding, either, you know, at Park City or at Woodward or
just urban.
Or just the urban. So you can always tell these people that come out of Salt Lake City, they are very proficient on the metal.
So Izzy Gomez will look to runs 2 and 3. Get a good feel for the course. And now she'll have to put it together. It's only one run of the 3 that counts. So you've got some play, some give there, but I've seen so many competitions, Todd, where if you go out and put something down on your first run, it becomes a lot easier to build off that with the momentum.
Building a house.
There you go.
You know, you want to have a strong foundation so you can kind of let loose, let your hair down on run number 3.
Annika Morgan now out of Germany. Saw her recently at both Big Air in Steamboat and then Grand Prix here at Copper.
It's riding very strong. Coming off a little bit early on that board slide to 270 out. Kind of popping up and over the flat down. Backside 270 onto the down bar right there. Technical move. Takes a lot of precision to make sure that board ends up between your feet. Front side rodeo flip. Dropping that shoulder. Coming in switch. And this one. Oh my gosh.
Wow, she's got the knuckle tricks.
Yeah. So she came up a little bit short on that first jump, Todd, and I thought she might pull the ripcord and say, I just don't have the speed, and she went for it.
That's called, was that an on-purpose
I don't know, but it was something.
I think she has that in her back pocket. She does that for fun. You can see it on her Instagram account, but I feel like that was not fully planned, but it was
I'd give her points. I'd give her the points for the improvisation.
Wow.
The come up short, pull the ejection, that was insane.
She is incredible. She has so much pop, and okay, this is wild.
Switch 180.
Oh yeah, I think
too late. Fronty off of the knuckle. That was heavy.
That takes some serious jam to pull that off this early at Copper Mountain. Look at this.
Look at 180. Boing.
Oh my gosh. You know her brother, pro snowboarder Ethan Morgan, is watching from home and very excited about seeing his sister do that.
All right.
Okay,
this
here we go.
Redonkuloid. Land on the lip.
Flip
straight,
it out.
tuck it over. That was, you're just thinking in the moment. Okay. That was cool.
I stand corrected. She was not coming. That was all by design.
This is what I want in slopestyle, and we're getting it. I want crazy I can't say improvisational moves. My lips are cold.
That's the third cup of coffee.
Annika Morgan, wow, just coming out, showing us her personality.
No decaf.
You know what?
No decaf.
Everyone's going to pay attention to the second run. I guarantee that.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay, so we're down to the last two competitors. It'll be Raira Iwabuchi of Japan and then Lori Bluin of Canada will have the final say here in run number 1 of the women's snowboard slopestyle final at Dew Tour.
Here comes Raira, one of the riders to watch out here to potentially take the win. 270 off. Not able to get that full rotation around so she can ride out of that clean.
So this is a training run again.
Yeah, 50-50 to front side lip slide. 270 off of that board slide there.
So clean.
Yeah, very clean. And she's one of the riders that has the doubles in her bag of tricks. She has the double rodeo 1260. Hopefully we'll be able to see that later on here in competition.
So Raira, after an issue on rail number 1, will just pull off, save herself. She's got 2 and 3 still to go. Similar kind of rider to Haley Langland. She's diminutive, a little smaller, doesn't carry a lot of physics coming down the hill, so she has to maximize what speed she gets on that first jump.
Yeah, that can really make a big difference. I mean, it's just, for everyone watching at home, the weight that you actually have can really, turn it either way on jumps into different conditions.
So Lori Bluin now, the last athlete to go. As you take a look at the current standings, Zoe Sadowski-Sanat has the highest score with an 88.50. Enoruka Yarvi in third, and Coco Moras in second with the 85.75.
There comes Lori. Now, if you're up in the start gate at this point, you have to start to take into consideration how these other riders are clearing these jumps and maybe put together a quicker rail line. A little less technical, a little more momentum through the upper section to make sure that you can clear these jumps. You see it right there, the 50-50, nothing super technical, just able to keep a line into this first jump. Nice. Under flip 540 into the first jump. Big backside 720 melon grab with that front hand behind the front binding. And front side 900 attempt. I don't think she needed that. All she needed to do was land that 7, and she would have been looking good.
It looked like she had plenty of speed though, Todd, especially the way she came off that second jump and landed it so cleanly.
Yeah, look up top. As we were saying, Mara, you got to adjust your strategy, basically just to clear that first jump.
Totally. I mean, all of these competitors, they have 2 7s on, 2 7s out of the rails, and we are seeing them having to dial it back a tiny bit, just like you said, to keep that flow high, keep that speed.
Yeah, and it's all about your personal interpretation of this slopestyle course, but you have to make it technical enough for the judges to reward you. And you need to be able to make it to the landings, and that's becoming a problem for a lot of these riders here this morning.
And Mary, this isn't a hardcore alpine event over in Europe. The athletes are talking to each other. They're sharing information, saying how watch out for run number 2, jump number 2. They share. They're kind.
Totally. Vibes are high in the athlete tent at the top, I'm sure.
Vibes are high. Quote of the day. Thank you very much for that. It is Zoe Sadowski-Sanat who leads the way with an 88.50. Kokomo Rossi of Japan sits in second place, and Eniruka Järvi sitting in third. That's one run of 3. Jamie Anderson, when we come back, takes another crack at this beautiful course at Copper Mountain. You're watching Dew Tour 2021. Dew Tour is brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the Dew. Toyota. Let's go places.
The competition,
Really high highs and low lows.
it's insane. That will to win that I had, you have to go huge, you have to land perfect. I just love the competition.
I'm playing to win. I would say my advantage is knowing how to deal with that pressure.
Don't have an opportunity to really think about what's coming at you.
I tried so hard, but I knew deep down I had it in me.
It takes a lot to fight back.
I just remember thinking, okay, well, this is some fuel to the fire. I'm here to stay.
I think everybody handles it differently, but your headspace at the top of a contest is...
I think the hardest part is doing it the first time, and then once you do it once you get your teeth dug in, everything starts to come a little bit easier.
1, 2, 3, get that job done.
I try to not get too amped up. I think you can overamp really easy, take too much speed into the first hit or something like that. To really know what you're about to do takes quite a bit of focus. Really visualize your tricks before you do them.
You don't think, you just react. When you get up there, you just do what you do and it just clicks and you just go with it.
I need to focus and really put some runs down to make the team. People forget, you start seeing ads on TV that here's your hopefuls for the Olympics. We're hopefuls, obviously. we gotta make the team. So here it is, the Dew Tour, its third qualifying event for the Olympics. Using that momentum and that fuel and pressure, I think it's really gonna motivate me right at the end.
Mental strength, certainly something that makes a champion. Coming up tomorrow, you will see the men's snowboard super pipe final. Today, though, it's all about the women's snowboard slopestyle final on a beautiful, crisp morning here. Day number 4 of Dew Tour 2021. Todd Harris, Todd Richards, and of course, Mary Walsh joining me on the call. There are the current standings after one run. Kiwis on top, 88.50. Zoe Sadowski-Sanat laid that down on run number 1. Kokomo sits in second, Eniruka Järvi sitting in third as we check in with Tina Dixon.
Yeah, Todd, just a quick recap after that first run. Jamie Anderson admitted that she messed up on the landing of that first jump, and it just threw her off for the rest of her run. The speeds. Now, Annie Rukiarvi actually said that it was faster earlier in practice. It's been kind of weird, so they're going to have to make the right adjustments moving on to the next 2 runs. But Zoe Sadowski-Sanat came down, and she just had the biggest smile on her face. And why not? Because she does have that high score as the rest of the field tries to catch her.
All right, thank you, Tina. Todd, you touched on it just a little bit. Wax Techs earning their money today.
Yeah, absolutely. And, this is one of those things that can really mess with you, and we talk about the mind state of riders in the start gate. When speeds are a problem, that can mess with you more than watching somebody else's run that's better than you, because really it all comes down to, will my board perform for me?
Yep.
And never mind what you do, what you can do in the air, but will my equipment actually make it over this jump? And that's weighs a lot on these riders.
Courtney Rummel now set to drop in West Bend, Wisconsin, native at 18. Started the competition off, and the temperatures were really cold. Well, they're still cold, but we were really cold when she went, and she had to warm the judges up. Remember, she started things off with a 71, Marion. That is not bad for your opening run at a Dew Tour.
No, that's really great considering, she's only 18 years old. This is her first time competing at Dew Tour or any pro competition. There she goes upside down.
Yes.
And, it's her along with a couple other girls from the U.S. right now that are here really bringing in the next generation. It's really exciting.
And I'll say right now, Courtney rides really strong, and she's just, her composure on the rails up top and how she just interpreted the upper rail course, super strong rider. Yep. Super strong rider. The future is very bright. Like we say, Jamie Anderson is the veteran out here, but as far as what's going to happen in snowboarding over the next 5 or 6 years, just looking how these riders are approaching, just the rails and the jumps, the sky's the limit at this point.
Also, I'm so impressed that she's just wearing what looks like a very thin sweatshirt.
I was going to say.
It's not warm today, so, she's got that nerves of steel.
Right here, she comes up a little bit short, has to revert around, and definitely she doesn't have the speed to clear that, so she wisely pulls off to the side. So Courtney will have one more run to try to improve upon her first run score of 71, and she is still smiling, back to business. Jay Thurgood now out of Salt Lake City.
Another rookie on the U.S. team right here, coming up with Courtney, really dipping her toes into the pro level circuit right now and doing so with aplomb.
They've got that training facility, Woodward at Park City, that has all the ingredients, and it's another, like Mary was saying earlier, it's getting those laps in, short lip with a whole bunch of features. You can definitely up your bag of tricks for sure.
Aren't you an ambassador there or something like that? Or
yeah, I may or may not be talking about this
key or something.
540 off the first hit to set the pace into the bottom 2 bigger jumps. Big backside 360 coming up just a smidge short. And that will do it for her. Look, now you can see right there.
Yeah, the distance.
The distance you need to clear, that is no joke. You do not want to be coming into that second guessing if you're going to make it to that knuckle.
And people don't want to, why are they pulling off the course? They could have done that. It's like, no, they know exactly the speed they need.
You know what's great, Todd? Walking down the stairs during the holidays. And you may not be able to do that if you decide to try to clear a jump without the right amount of speed. It's taking consideration of what's to come for the holidays.
It's the little things that you like to focus on.
The big picture.
Yeah. So she wanted to be able to walk down the stairs on Christmas morning, and she said, you know what, I just don't have the speed, so let's save it.
Yeah, see here the backside 360 comes up a little bit short on the knuckle. The momentum isn't there, opting out, and you're looking at a 60-foot tabletop, at least 60 feet to the sweet spot.
Ty Schnorbush now will give it a go out of Monroe, New Jersey. Had issues on run number 1. It's all good. 3 runs, only the best run counts, so treat this as that first one was a training run. Now this one, you can make it stick, and if you have problems here, you still have the 3rd run, but then you back yourself in the corner, and then we start talking about headspace and mental stability and all that, so just go ahead, Ty, and throw this one down.
Coming in 2 feet. Here we go, Ty, board slide, pop off the first feature. Transferring over the flat down, little board slide, fakie there. And the switch board slide, carrying a lot of momentum into this first jump. Good line for speed right there. Little bit of a jack-in-the-box 180. That means you get kind of popped straight up in the air off the jump. Switch 540, landing up high, but able to keep that momentum. We shall see.
Ooh, you heard the call of the wild in the air.
never good when you hear a shriek in the air.
Is that a case of Mary, she's up there and she knows what she's carrying, and I don't think I'm going to make it past that first blue line?
Oh, definitely. For these riders, they hit jumps this size so frequently that they can tell from the moment they go off the lip if it's going to go well.
Yeah, and the bigger the jump, the longer time you have in the air to really sit there and think about what's coming.
Yes.
That second cup of coffee.
You know, those cameramen have a great position on the knuckle up there. I've stood in that position many times, and you hear a lot of yelling, both positive and negative, from riders in the air.
Yeah, and it really is a window into a rider's personality if you're talking to yourself in the air. I would do that all the time, just be yapping at myself. Oh my gosh.
Ty's resilient, though. She grew up on the hard, icy East Coast, so
those are 19-year-old knees, no problem.
This is the softest landing that you'll see in New Jersey.
Exactly.
On the knuckle right there.
So Ty will have one more crack at this course here at Copper Mountain to do towards she can right the ship on the third and final one. Tess Coady out of Australia, where it is, I don't know, around June around there, equal our time, late spring, early summer.
Well, you know what's interesting, too, is she's actually a sleeper local. She spent a couple years looking and riding out of Copper.
Yeah, a lot of riders come here and they just post up for months.
Didn't you come to Breck for a while and you just never left for a long time,
Yeah,
right?
I just didn't have any money to leave.
Made it to Colorado from the East Coast and stopped.
That's it. That's plenty.
Okay, carrying momentum into the first jump. Switch backside 5.
Clean.
Very clean. Carrying momentum into the second. Frontside 720. Landing on the knuckle. And opting out. What a bummer, because that upper rail section with the Wally to Crippler, and then she had the switch 180 to 180 off on the flat down. She had everything, all the ingredients were there. The switch backside 5 was smooth.
Nice transfer.
I love this, Mary. You were talking about it earlier. This is one of my favorite interpretations of that obstacle.
And she was saying this was inspired by men's slopestyle competitor Reni Renikangas, who is from Finland, and very, very creative. Really cool to see that being thrown into the run.
And there's that switch 180, 50-50, backside 180 off, putting the combos in.
And one thing, sorry, Todd.
Oh, no, go ahead.
One thing right now to keep in mind is that on a very sunny, cold day, conditions could be changing in between every run too. So it's just so hard to tell for the riders.
And that's the big mind screwer when you're up there in the start gate. You just don't know what's going to happen.
Totally.
Jamie Anderson giving out a pre-run squawk, and she's sitting on a score of 26.50. I cannot remember Jamie Anderson having scores like that. And usually they disappear pretty quickly. She's got the music going. She's got a little dance going. And now the two-time reigning, defending Olympic gold medalist is on course.
There's that cannon pop off into board slide to fakie.
Much cleaner this time.
Way cleaner. This is where she had problems the first time. And she opts not even to hit the down portion of the rail, to pop up and over the whole thing. Board slide, fakie coming off.
Past the Toyota Tundra jump, and Jamie making it look clean. Does she have the speed?
Backside rodeo. Wow. Switch 5. That line was setting itself up.
So,
ouch.
Even for the two-time reigning defending Olympic gold medalist, she is down to her third and final run. Todd, we've seen this story play out before, and Jamie usually comes out on top on that third and final run.
I mean, but even for someone like Jamie Anderson, who's done so many events over the years, this weighs on her, because I think at this point, you know, she conquered the rail section up top. Everything was smooth. She kind of switched her line up here, popping out 270 instead of trying to catch a trick on the down portion of that. Backside rodeo flip, 540. And then straight here, unfortunately coming up just a little bit short.
And to your point, Todd, I think she was backing it down just a little bit strategically to lay down a smooth run. Let's find out what she was thinking. Jamie Anderson standing by with Tina Dixon.
Oh, Jamie. Oh, what's going on up there with these speeds?
Honestly, the speed's kind of good. You just have to be really on point. So every little mistake makes a huge impact. I didn't quite get my rodeo good, and almost hooked heels, so clearly wasn't going to have the speed. But it's there. You just got to be on point. It's really, really cold today, so the snow's a little chalky, kind of like dry smoke. But gosh, it's beautiful. Wish I could have landed a run. Next one.
Hey, that's why we have 3 runs. Best of luck, Jamie.
Jamie Anderson, always with the positivity. And Todd, you talked about it earlier. You mentioned it as Velcro. She called it more chalky.
Yeah, well, it's the same thing. It's just, the snow is just grippy.
Yep.
And it really kind of, alludes to that you have to have a strategy, and you need to be able to make sure that you're landing flat base and able to pump between the features, especially from that last rail feature into the first jump, because that's going to set your momentum for the rest of your run. So you need to be precise and on point on everything.
One young rider who has been on point, this is Kokomo Murase of Japan. She has the second best score so far, 85.75. Mary, I gotta ask you, is someone like Kokomo or Eddie, are they seeing Jamie Anderson struggling, thinking, today might be my day to strike? Jamie's not on point. Today might be my day.
I bet it's a mix up there because all the competitors really are friends. They train and ride together so much throughout the year. But I'm sure Jamie, as we said, she is the queen of competition, and she's the one to beat always.
Wow. Kokomo's looking really smooth here. Backside 9, coming up a little bit short. Ouch.
It's a ragdoll treatment coming down the hill that pops right back up. Todd, again, we talked about the physics. She's more of a diminutive rider. It looked like she had the speed on that third one. He even gave an extra pop off the lip, but just didn't carry enough distance.
And if you're landing towards where the rollover is, the knuckle on that second jump, you need to be landing a little bit further down to have a little bit more downhill momentum going into that third and final jump. You can't make any mistakes here. Jamie Anderson alluded to it in her interview with Tina. You've got to be on point. Everything has to be lined up to set the pace for the next feature.
Exactly. With chalky snow that's going to be a little grippy like that, there's just no room for error.
Yeah, there's no wiggle room at all. You can't land on top like that and expect that you're going to have the momentum to clear it. Almost did, though. Yeah. Almost had the momentum to get her over on the backside 900.
Nowhere to hide on these bottom 3 jumps. If you don't have the speed, you will be exposed, as Kokomo just found out. But she has a good score so far to fall back on. That's something that Jamie Anderson does not have. So Jamie will have that third and final run, basically a one-run contest for Jamie Anderson, where Kokomo is sitting on a pretty solid score that has her on the podium right now. Annie Urukijärvi. Annie's got a nice score as well. 77.75, has her currently in the third and final position on the podium.
And he's always one to watch. She's very smooth. There's that precision with that 2.7 off right there on the front board. Her rail game is just always been on point.
Yeah, and she was one of the riders to really kind of usher in that new era of women's slopestyle, when it went from a couple backside 360s in a run would win. She started to bring the 7s, the 900s, and change the game. Look at that big backside 5, super clean. Annie Urukijärvi getting her hand on her board this run. Cab 720, nose grab.
You can see, too, she's great under pressure. Nothing really phases her. I mean, she has 2 Olympic medals also from 2014, 2018, and a litany of, competition podiums. She just knows what to do.
So how does she find the line? How does she find the speed, Mary, that the others aren't? Because her landings were so spot on.
Honestly, I think growing up in Finland probably has really helped. One, it's like Todd said earlier, the experience. She's been doing this for quite some time. She's a veteran on the contest circuit. But also, riding park in Finland, I'm sure, she learned how to ride every aspect of the mountain there.
Just burning laps over and over through the rail garden. And here she is. So here are the jumps as she finished up tight. Comes off cleanly, translates that right into speed on that first hit.
And also having that awareness that you need to let your board run. You can't be on your edges at all. You need to let that flat base do its job and get you the momentum you need. Look at this. Right over the cameraman. Kind of a drifting 720 there.
How bad do you want to see his angle? How bad do you want to see? Here we go. Right into your front room.
There you go. Straight over his head. Was that actually a tap? Did we get a tap?
That was a cameraman bunk.
That was sick. Board tap on the head of Jim Wetlake up there.
Jim.
Oh, wow.
I went before the run, and he said, so I'm going to come down on the final one. I'm going to tap your camera. And I'm going, don't worry, trust me. And it's a 90.75 for Annie Urukijärvi out of Finland, and she goes into first place. So now, really warmed up. And you got to give Jimmy some of that score, too. So well done, Annie Urukijärvi.
if she wins, hopefully he'll be benefiting from the 10% rule.
He'll be able to know.
I'm just going to play through here, okay?
Annie Rukajärvi, the first one to go into the 90s.
Check this out. I think we're going to get some audio on the tap. So there's the big back 5 to set it up.
Coming at you.
And the drifting hook.
Oh my gosh! That's a nightmare for me. Like,
so
I've stood in that position, and that is the scariest thing.
Take a bow, Jimmy!
Just tap it in over there into the landing.
Oh, that was amazing!
Wow!
And he held his position.
Did the cameraman have to wear helmets?
I don't think Jimmy did, but man, that is a baller move right there. He held his ground. Camera stayed up,
and that she ran it out.
Yeah. That could have been very bad.
Wow.
Zoe Sadowski-Sanat now out of Wanaka, New Zealand.
So far today in freestyle riding, we've seen the come up short front flip and the cameraman tap.
Oh my gosh.
You know that's going to be called the wetland. Or the Jimmy.
Yeah. Jimmy tap.
The Jimmy tap. Zoe was in first, now in second.
Switch board slide popped out into over the flat down. 270 on. Carrying that speed. Zoe. The switch backside, 540. Pulling that tucky up and above her. Let's see it here. Front 7. Carry that speed. Will this be another big, beautiful backside 900? Even cleaner than run number 1. Her strategy's playing off.
Back-to-back stellar runs from the women. You got to wonder if the course is softening up just a little bit, Mary. The boards are running a little bit better.
And two, I just think that Zoe can ride anything.
Yeah, she's a damn good rider.
Yeah, we saw her get in the backcountry last year in competition in natural selection, and she won the first stop. I mean, right here, she can adapt. She adapts, and she's very, very strong.
Board slide, half cap board slide on, pop out 270 over the flat down. Look at this, switch backside 540, pulling it up above her head.
You really see that style. The judges love that.
Yeah, it's how you interpret these tricks in your own way. Everyone can do basically all the moves that are necessary. It's how you make them look good. Like that backside 9 tail grab. Super good run.
So waiting for the score to drop. Zoe, yes, first place, 95. So back-to-back scores that go into the 90s on the women's side of competition here at the Slopestyle final, and the game is on.
Wow, Zoe's got to be stoked. She can put on her Sunday Reds for run 3.
Wow. We get a camera tap, and then we get a 95. Unbelievable showing by the women in this finals. We check in with Tina.
That second run. What a score for you. First of all, how are you finding the line out here?
It's a pretty good day out here at Copper. I'm stoked to be back at G-Tour. The speed's a little bit of a challenge. Like, you have to go completely straight into every jump, but I'm having heaps of fun, so stoked.
What's your take on that second run?
I'm just so stoked to put that down. I accidentally did a revert in the middle of my last run, and yeah, I'm just stoked that I landed that, so now I can build on it.
Yeah, absolutely. Build on that and that already fantastic score. Thanks so much, Zoe.
How great is the Kiwi accent, by the way? Just while we're talking accents, Mary. I mean, I like yours.
Have you heard the Boston accent?
Oh, don't even.
It's equal. It's not greater than.
When Todd Richards starts talking about a wicked hot birch hitting him in the shins, it's classic.
Yeah, any day you go up the hill there, you take a birch across the shins.
It's wicked sick out there.
All right, we get distracted momentarily. We're back to the competition. Julia Marino out of Westport, Connecticut, 24. Had issues on run number 1, but she has the skills, no question, to vault herself up onto the podium. But the scores, Mary, this is crazy. Back-to-back scores in the 90s.
Yeah, it's really heating up right now. So I know that Julia's going to want to get on that 90 train right this run.
Look at that big 360 out of that 50-50. Jules is really upping her rail game right now.
And we know what she can do in the air. 2 more hits to make it all good.
This is where that mindset really comes in. You have these seasoned competitors like Julia, like Jamie, who they can really turn it on when it counts.
And Jules really is right here. Opening up on a double.
Was she going to double? Halfway through, it looked like Todd, she just knew that she didn't have the pop.
But that run up until that point was perfect. She had a 900 in there, beautiful frontside 720, setting herself up for the switch double underflip 900. But man, oh man.
We're going to be talking about that third jump for a while.
And her rail section was great.
Wow.
Pop off from that half cab to 50-50 to 360 off. Board slide 270 out. Yeah, everything was going great. There's that 900 that sets her up here for the final move. Off the heels. Goes for the double, but that's just good air awareness as well, as that Jules knew where she was, and I need to open up right here because this isn't going to happen.
Yeah.
She's so smart.
That could have been a lot worse. If she had committed to that second dump of the shoulder, things could be a different story right now.
So Julia Marino, same boat as Jamie Anderson. She will look to the third and final run as Ellie Weiler gets ready to roll. Fans made the short drive 70 miles up from Highlands Ranch to watch her perform here at the Dew Tour, her first showing.
And again, I think this is just the precursor of what's to come for her. First showing ever at a pro level contest, and every time I've seen her ride in person, she's been a head turner. She's got the skills.
See that board slide come off. Really get a good look of it here. Follow cam into this first jump. Switch backside 180 tip to tail, or tail to tip. Now into the bottom two jumps. Backside 360 carrying speed. What's Ellie got for the last one? Big underflip 5, coming up just a little bit short, but putting herself inverted on the last jump. So solid showing on run number 2. She needs to clean a couple things up, but she's got one more to get the job done.
You talk about, Mary, the young up-and-coming riders, and Ellie Weiler obviously on your list. Is there a scouting report? Is it all part of the Rev Tour? Where do you find these young kids, and where do you find out who is a legit threat?
Well, the women's snowboarding community is very, very tight-knit. I mean, the entire snowboarding community is. You know, I hate to say it, but a lot of it is Instagram. We all follow each other. We're checking out what everyone's doing. And then periodically through the year, there's events where all the women come together for, you know, things like Miss Super Park, where everyone gets to ride, and you really watch
it. Wow, that person can ride. You had a little event like that. Was it yesterday here?
Yes, yeah. We had a women's ride day with Beyond the Boundaries. We had a bunch of the competitors who came out to ride with women from all over the area.
How cool was it?
It was so cool. Both awesome and chilly.
There's that switch backside 180, tail grab to tip grab. And you're going to see here on jump number 3, there's a backside 360. Drops the shoulder on the inverted 540, but comes up just a little bit short. A little more momentum would have carried her into the sweet spot of the jump.
The difference between the landing, Todd, if it's on that first blue line and 5 feet further, is night and day.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
All right, Haley Langland now, trying to make it good, sitting on a 33.75, mark to beat 95.25.
Look at that right there, up that cannon feature into the wall ride, little indie air, and then the front blunt. On the corresponding feature on the other side.
Oh, love that back lip.
Yeah, that's
so proper.
sick. She has like one of the best backside lip slides in the business when you gap out to it like that. Perfect balance on it. Very statuesque on the rail.
Definitely.
Switch backside 180, landing up top. Trying to get the momentum here for jump number 2. Front side 7 a little bit short, so Hales is going to have to look for run number 3.
Yep. Pride of San Clemente, California, a great surf town, as she's trying to get the speed that she needs. And it looks like, Todd, it starts on that first hit. She's got to find a way to either change up her line or do something that's going to give her more speed.
I think actually, you know, it really comes down to that final rail feature. How you come off of that and letting your board run into that first feature of the jumps is really the defining factor.
Isabella Gomez now. Izzy had some issues on run number 1, but run 2.
She killed the rail at the top. This first, you know, the back-to-back little wall ride features up top are so cool, and Dew Tour does a really good job of creating interesting obstacles for these riders. They've always done that.
Yeah.
Watching Izzy ride, she is part of this contingent of up-and-coming women, especially we're seeing on the American side today. Nice method kick out right there. That, you know, are showing us, kind of giving us a glimpse of what's going to be happening over the next couple of years in competition snowboarding.
Oh, going for the front side 9 after the, you know, the little backside air method grab. Got the tweak out, I should say. And then down there on the bottom jump, unable to have the speed, but her rail section up top is really strong.
Shout out to those pants, too. That's actually one of my favorite new pants Roxy came out with this year. Very cool track pants.
What's up with this weird new style where, like, you're expecting a flood? It went from, like, thugged out pants. You know, Grenier and I have had conversations about that a lot. It's all about
Todd
fit.
is the Mr. Blackwell of snowboarding fashion.
That track pant look, cinch it up, bring it up the boots a little bit higher, very in right now.
Yeah.
Not so much for backcountry deep powder, though.
No.
All right, Todd, let's talk not about the fashion, but of the style of one Izzy
look
Gomez.
at that. Off that cannon feature, popping up into lip slide, coming off fakie. There's that method. Tweaking it out there, landing up top to carry that momentum in. I thought she was just going to go for a front 7 here, but actually you watch the hip width on the last rotation.
Oh,
well, maybe she, no, you know what? I think she just over-rotated a front side 7. I thought she was going for a 900 right there.
Down to the final 3 competitors in run number 2 here at the Women's Snowboard Slopestyle Final Dew Tour 2021. Annika Morgan, if you remember, she did the bounce, pop, and drop. I don't know if it was a fire drill or what, but we'll see if she does it here. The young German on course.
There you go, 270 off. That first rail feature. Oh, kind of pretzeling it around, a frontside board on the down flat.
Here we go, the main event.
Yeah, it happened on jump number 2. I don't know if she's going to bring it. Ooh. Maybe she will again. Oh my gosh, please.
Nope.
Okay, thank you. And we want to say that was on purpose, but I really don't think it was. I think it was all about air awareness of where she was and what was going to happen when she made that impact.
Yeah, she just as a creative rider, she's able to find those lines.
So Annika will try to set us up for something special on the 3rd and final run. That becomes a throwaway for her. Just did not have the speed, smartly pulled off, not wanting to risk those knees coming up short. Ryra Iwabuchi, 20-year-old from Higashiyama, sitting on a score that she would like to get away with, a 9.75. She is quite a ways away from the top score of a 95.25.
But she does have a pretty solid double cork 1080 in her bag of tricks. If she can carry the speed all the way through to the bottom jump, we may just see it, and that would bump her way up into the upper standings.
Strong start on the rails right now.
Very strong.
And here's where she really shines.
Into the first jump, big front 5, carrying a lot of momentum. But you don't like to see that snow chuff up from the edges. It means that they're losing speed. 540, what has she got on the bottom jump? Looking to pump every ounce of speed out of it. Big back 7. She's going to jump way up to the standings. Is it going to take the top spot? I do not think so.
But this is going to be a top 5.
Probably maybe even the top 3 right now.
I was thinking that as well.
Yeah, because the rail section up top was really strong.
Yeah. So to get in the top 3, she's going to need better than 85.75.
The 2.7 out of that board slide on that first rail.
Oh, dude. Really solid.
Into the switch up. And then she comes in here and another 2.7 out. I mean, that's very technical and also very stylish.
Yeah, gap out into that board slide to 270 out and then straight into the speed pump. Front 540 off this first hit. See here on hit number 2, switch 540, landing a little bit tight to the top of the knuckle. I didn't know if she's going to have enough speed, but she somehow pumped it in. Backside 720 stalefish to end off that run. You can see here, watch her trailing hand grabs there behind the
Look at the difference.
binding.
Look at the difference from the blue line and 5 feet further down.
Yeah, you stand up.
You don't
right away
bounce.
standing up.
Rywa will check in with an 81.50, so just off the podium into 4th place. Final athlete to go here in the women's 2nd run of the Slopestyle Final Dew Tour 2021. Folks of all ages turning out. Red Gerard here to support as well.
He'll be coming up shortly later on this afternoon for the men's slopestyle final.
Yeah, the Gerard family has their compound just down the road.
Yeah, just down in Silverthorne, just down the road, about 5-10 miles. Lori Bluen out of Canada now. 39.75, so that's got to be a throwaway for her if she wants a shot at the podium here at Dew Tour. Blown out of Stoneham, Quebec, Canada. She's used to icy conditions, but that is not the case here on the second run, guys. It is starting to warm up. We'll get more from Tina Dixon on the snow conditions, but maybe that chalky's gone away.
A little bit of a mistake on that first feature. 50-50 out to front board.
Todd, can you tell when people come out that they are either a rail specialist or a big air specialist?
Yeah, and I can tell because I was one of those guys who just wanted to get the rails over with. I just want to get
just give me the jumps.
Get me into the air as much as I can. But, you know, it just depends on where your comfortability level is. But this is looking way smoother than run number 1. Oh!
Save it. Oh.
And the lines are blurring so much more. I mean, like I said, we talk about jump progression a lot, and it's totally there, but the rail progression is huge lately. I mean, the technicality of tricks is really jumping forward.
Yeah, and they're very subtle, too. Like the subtle technicalities of like gapping out into or over into, and, you know, doing tricks in and out of the rail features. That's where things get a little bit more, you know, crazy technical with these riders, and you can really differentiate yourself from the rest of the pack by just bumping up a couple more points on your rail section. You may have the same jumps, but if your rail section is that much stronger, you're going to get those scores.
Totally.
All right, 2 runs complete, 1 to go. Zoe Sadowski-Sanat of New Zealand has the lead with a 95. I don't know if anyone's going to catch that today. Any rookie out of Finland sits in second. Coco Morase sits in third, 85.75. And remember, the Americans, look at that. A lot of American flags mired down in 10 through 14. They are looking for points. They are looking for podiums to try to punch their ticket to make it onto Team USA and make the trip over to Beijing and Secret Garden. Courtney Rommel will start things off. One of the first Americans, 8 of the 15 women in this field from the US of A. Todd, you talked about Courtney's got a nice line. She's got some nice tricks. She's just got to clean them up.
There's that 360 off of the 50-50 on the first feature. Great style, a lot of finesse, not a lot of crazy body movement going on between the features. She knows how to ride a snowboard and use her edges. Carrying her speed into the run, into the first hit. Under flip 540. Much more momentum going for her on this third and final run. Big back 7, staying up on her feet. Will she stomp out the front 7? And she does. What a great rookie run for her on the third and final go-through of the women's slope.
Wow, and this is exciting to see this happen because we're really wondering who is going to ascend to that third and fourth position for the U.S. team to the Olympics.
I'm thinking that she has a very strong potential here to make that Olympic team by virtue of runs like this. Strong rail section, a lot of style, way in control. Look at that, putting a little individual flair on it, really upside down on that underflip 540. Backside 720 into the front side 7. Stays up on her feet the whole time. This is going to bump her up significantly. I don't know if she had her hands on some of those grabs as long as I would have liked, but definitely got the job done.
So she needs better than 85.75 to get onto the podium, but for Courtney, it's not going to be that big of a jump because she's already sitting on a 71. So her day is done as she takes in the sunshine that's starting to wash across all of Copper. And look at this, an 83.50. So Courtney into 4th place.
I'll be back down. I'm going to go grab mine.
And this is a big deal for an American trying to make Team USA. Guys, we talk about it as we take a look at the U.S. snowboard team's current Olympic qualification standings, showing the athletes who are the closest to achieving the criteria to be nominated to Team USA. And that's important, nominated to Team USA for those 2022 Olympic Games. And there are multiple pathways to qualify. There you see Courtney Wright currently in 5th place, and those are the events. That's where you get it. Haley Langland, U.S. Snowboarding Grand Prix in Aspen last year. No podium for anyone at Steamboat a few weeks ago. And then it's the Dew Tour, and then wrapping things up, Todd, at Mammoth.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure, especially if you don't have that result early on. You start to get the super tension of, am I going to pull it off? And you see it every year. Nerves can consume the best of riders.
So Jade Thurgood, also Team USA, trying to get some podium, trying to get those points. And she's got a slow burn uphill. Start off with a 17, followed up with a 25. And to Jamie Anderson's point when she spoke with Tina Dixon, you've just got to be spot on. Really, you got to look at this as 6 parts of a run. 3 rail, 3 jumps, and each one has got to be near perfect.
Yeah, like you said, like a recipe up here. You have to have the perfect ingredients to get a big score from the judges. All your rails, they need to be strategically, your tricks need to be strategically placed so you can carry momentum, especially on a day like today when the speeds are slow. So Mara, when you look at a run like this and you see a rider, maybe not do the most technical tricks and kind of sacrifice it for the jumps. I mean, what do you think that says about the state of like slopestyle and the way the courses are kind of built? As far as like making sure that flow, not only the riders have to have flow, but the courses need to really integrate that flow as well.
Totally. I mean, I've been watching Jade, and she is a very technical rail rider. She does a lot of switch tricks, switch forward sides, switch front sides. These are very challenging jib tricks. And so I think it's probably a little bit about conditions as well as the flow of the course. And just, it's time in the water, as they say, I've heard in surfing. It's, just the experience of coming to this being the first competitive event at this level.
Ty Schnorbusch now out of Monroe, New Jersey, currently sitting 4th on the U.S. snowboard team, Olympic qualification points. And right now she just wants to vault herself up. Points, podiums, whatever it takes to get her better standing for Team USA to make that top 4 that'll be going to Beijing.
And we've got a 4-pack of this tidal wave of young American riders coming up right now. 3 in a row right here with Courtney and Jade, and they're very close in point standings to make the U.S. team, as we saw. So it's really anyone's game right now.
And I think that when you look at the overall of all the different disciplines of snowboarding going into the Olympics, slopestyle is the one where I think there's that. I don't know, I guess you could, the mix-up, like with the new generation is really making a push. You don't see it as much in pipe. It's still kind of the same old faces, but in women's slopestyle in particular, you're starting to see that push.
Completely.
Well, the current standings, you see that the Americans have not had the best day, especially early on, but that could all go away with one run. 3-run format, only the best run counts. And right now, it's Courtney Rommel who is the top-placed American in the field as Tess Cody now drops in.
So Tess looking to clean this up for run number 3. The final 3 runs here. A little pop into that wall ride, into the Wally Crippler. Using that wall ride feature as basically a jump. Pop over off of the cannon feature into a board slide fakie. Switch 180, 50-50, 180 out. And in here, switch backside 540 tail grab, landing up high, trying to carry that momentum into the first jump. Front 720 tail grab, landing high again, a lot of momentum. Final jump, there's the windup, snaps into a back 7, and butt checks off of the knuckle, almost there, almost there.
And we're talking, 2 or 3 feet, and she's into the sweet spot.
Yeah, that's such a bummer, and you can really tell that some of these riders maybe needed another buffing of their boards just to carry the speed.
There's just so little room for error today, as Jamie was saying. Any nuanced weight that you're putting on your toe or heel edge between the jumps is really going to affect your speed for the next kicker.
There you can see the gap over board slide to fakie. There's the switch 180, 50-50, backside 180 off. That is a very technical move. You're 180ing in, 180ing off. Switch backside 540 tail grab, lands up high. I thought she had it. I really thought that the momentum was there for her. And then she comes around here on the backside 720, just a little bit short. And that compression, you just can't take that. Your knees can't handle that kind of an impact. And you just get washed out.
So the day is done for Tess Cody, and she will sit on the 3rd and final run score of a 48.75, which will slot her into 7th place for the time being. So Jamie Anderson currently sitting in 11th. Did she make a wardrobe change?
She did.
Okay. Todd's got me thinking fashion all day now, so Jamie's going to try the jacket change and see if that makes the difference. 2-time Olympic gold medalist in slopestyle, looking to get back onto Team USA, possibly for a 3rd go-around.
Ooh, there we go. Now we're talking the 180 into front board off there. Board slide 270 out. Now Jamie coming in, switching up this line a little bit. Frontside 720, stay up on her feet. Backside 540 now. Landing a little tight to the top. Does she have the momentum for the double? Oh, she does not. Ouch.
But she went for it. I just thought that's so impressive. That last jump, Todd, I think she could have probably backed it down difficulty-wise, landed cleanly, and probably gotten a top 5 score.
Yeah. You know, Jamie just wants it, you know?
Totally admirable to see her pushing the progression like that on that last jump.
You see Jamie right there. You know, just after that double 900, it takes a lot of commitment to that jump, especially, you know, when you know that you might not have enough speed to fully commit and just, you know, put your faith in what's going to happen. But you can see that gap out to board slide up on top of the wall ride feature. Her rails were impeccable up top. So good.
Yeah.
Switch 180 to board slide. Pop up and over. The switch up there to front board.
Classic Jamie Anderson style with the switch up on the flat down.
The 270 pop off there, carrying a lot more momentum than she had been on the first couple runs. Switched her lineup as well. There's a frontside 720. She was doing that backside rodeo run number 1 and 2. And then commits to the double.
Right here.
Double 900. Doesn't have enough rotation, just not enough airtime basically to get that done. You see here the commitment, the second head drop. And she saw that she wasn't going to make it right there. And just that impact, you can just see the crater that she made with the nose overboard.
But you don't become the best in the world without taking risks like that, and that's why Jamie Anderson is in the position that she's in.
This music is very dramatic.
Yes, it is.
Just the mental anguish as she wanted that so badly. 99% of the time, Mary, we've seen her enough compete, she lays that down.
Oh, totally. If there's anyone that can be in a challenging position going into the last run and make it to the top, it's Jamie.
So you see the frustration on her face, so Jamie Anderson will not make it into the top 3. She does move up with a 50.25. That is very un-Jamie Anderson-esque.
But she does still have a large point lead when it comes to the WSTL
She leads the way with 934, and the next closest athlete on that list for the Americans is Haley Lang with a 655.
Starting off with a wall ride.
Coco Morase on course right now. Does that little front blunt attempt there on the wall ride.
Kokomo currently sitting in third on the podium, 85.75.
So decent rail section up top. Yeah, now 270 off into the first. Switch backside 180. Sets this up here, big frontside 720 lean grab. Lot of momentum into the final jump. Back 9. Little bit of a bounce. I want to see that again from a different angle because it kind of looks like she hit hard right there. But still, decent run. I don't think her rail section was as strong as Zoe's was. Here we go off that cannon rail, gapping over onto the wall ride. Slows down, tries to do a little front blunt right there. Board slide to fakie.
Actually, would you say Kokomo's more adept at the rails or the airs?
Usually I would consider her to be like a really good jump rider.
I agree.
I thought she had it, Mary. I thought that she had enough momentum to get the job done.
I thought so too. She looked so smooth going into that final jump.
But we're going to have to take a look at it here once again. That front side 720, that was about as good as you could possibly do one. Landed that thing down with no drama at all. And then backside 900. Ooh. What hit right there? Was that her hands or
her head?
Let's see right here. Gets her mitten on it for a split second.
Oh, just a little toe.
A little bit of a touch, but that was more of an impact touch. She wasn't using her hand to balance herself on the landing. Here's another look at it right here. Yeah, does put it down. So that's going to be a decent score.
So Kokomo already sitting in a podium position with that 85.75, and she gets an 87.75. So it is an improvement by about 2 points. So she now sits firmly ensconced in third with the 87.75 for Coco Morase. And Aruki Yarvi now sitting in second with a 90.75. She's 5 points away from overtaking the lead, held down right now by Zoe Sadowski.
That's a solid spread.
Yeah, 5
points is a lot to make up in a run, especially if you feel like you've already done the best you can possibly. Gets bucked right there on the first feature. So Any is going to rely on that score that she has up right now and has her in second place.
97.5 is the best she will do, and that is so disappointing. First feature of 6, and she just gets tossed.
Yeah, you could see her weight was a little off on that first feature, but she's happy with today. I'm sure, coming in second right now and hoping that she can hold on to that. She's got a good chance of getting on the podium.
Oh boy.
She's looking for Jimmy Wetleg again.
Switch 900. She does have a bit of a drift from right to left on that jump at the bottom. But that's one of the hardest things to stomach when you fall on the first feature, because you have a lot of real estate to cover now, and with everyone's eyes on you after you just fell on your butt on feature number 1.
Right.
I've been there quite a few times. Getting bucked off there, you can see her heel just slid out on rails. You need to keep that board and that base flat. But look at this backside 180. That is a thing of beauty.
It really is.
And switch 900. Gets that nose grab, comes around. Yeah, Annie is she's going to be one to watch once again here in Beijing. I mean, she's a sleeper weapon when it comes to putting down slopestyle runs.
Current leader in the women's slopestyle final competition is Zoe Sadowski-Sinat of New Zealand. A 95 is what she threw down on run number 2. Does she up the ante here, or feel like, Jamie Anderson's not going to overtake me, and Rukiarvi can't overtake me, maybe back it down?
Yeah, that's a really interesting take on things. I mean, she could easily, she's got the doubles, she's got the 1080s. Does she do one just to throw the stoke out, or does she save it because she knows she's got a long season coming?
Well, and she's still got Haley coming up, Rira.
Oh! Switchback 9 on the first hit, straight into the front 7.
So much for backing it down.
She's my favorite woman snowboarder. Backside 9. We are talking like a 98 or 99 for a score. That switchback 9 on the first hit was insane. I think I'm lucky if I did 2 of those that look like that in my career. Holy macaroni.
Zoe Sadowski-Sinat already on a 95 with a large lead, and comes up with this third run. Forget the backing off. It is all about progression in women's snowboarding, and that's exactly how you do it.
Zoe sends. There's no other way to say it. She just sends.
Such perfect style as well. There's that gap up and over. Really sending a message here to everyone that, like, hey, guess what? There's a new sheriff in town. Pop out 270. But it really was, for me, all about this switch backside 9. I love switch backside 9s. Probably because I never really was that good at them.
Well, that's a really hard trick.
And it was huge. Giant as well. Switch backside 9. Comes around, opens up early, able to spot that, and just greases the landing straight into the front 7. Mellon lands that one about as good as you could do it, and then straight into the backside 9. Look at that. Look at how perfect these landings are. Zoe is a champ.
Yeah, she is that rare snowboarder that comes along and literally can just handle anything. It looks like she was born to be on a snowboard.
Man, oh man. Talk about smooth landings, technicality, and looking stylish while in the air. Zoe's at the top of that list. Another look at, what do we got here? Watch the landing. When you open up early like that, and you can just spot it between your feet and just know you have it.
Man, that was smooth.
Wow.
New Zealand talent. I'm telling you, there are some really talented snowboarders that are from New Zealand over the years, and Zoe is just the latest of the greatest.
Wow. 97.75. So as if the 95 wasn't enough, she ups the ante. Todd, you almost called it as a 98.
I almost think
97.75.
I almost think that's a low score for what we just saw. That was so good. Considering the conditions today, that was incredible.
So now the gap is 7 points between her and Annie Rukiarvi, Coco Morase. Wow, what a performance. As Zoe just sent it. Julia Marino now with an opportunity, sitting on a 42.75. Remember, 3-run format, only your best run counts.
Yeah, Zoe just put the pressure on, but you don't want to count Julia out. I mean, she also is another one that has, nerves of steel and can pull it out in clutch situation.
Yeah, the question's going to be, like, if Jules can nail this double 900 underflip. I still don't think it's there as far as technicality because, I mean, technically, the double underflip's probably easier than the run that Zoe did. And you can't win a competition on one trick. But she's going for it, though.
Yep.
Tries a backside 9 setup for the double underflip 900 on the bottom jump. That's what you got to do. You got to bring it.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting. That's something that's coming into play with progression on both the men's and women's side right now, is how you do that double, what axis you're on, can really affect actually how difficult the trick is.
Yeah, exactly. So when you talk about Jules and the way that she does her double underflip 900, it's more gymnastics, more backflip based. And technically, that is easier to do than maybe even, the switch backside 900 that Zoe did. Even though it looks more spectacular, it's technically easier to do because you're rotating on that different axis that makes it easier for you to flip over and kind of cheat some of that rotation.
Exactly. A flat spin can be more challenging.
Ellie Weiler now will try to pick up where the Americans have just unable to lay anything down to put them in the top 3. Top placed American right now, Courtney Rummel, with an 83.50. She sits in 4th.
There's that cannon rail to wall ride transfer. A little bit of a board slide fakie, kind of losing a little bit momentum, but she's got a chance to make it back up here in the lower section of the rails. 180 on pop over the flat down. And then that switch frontside board slide. And then coming in here to the first jump. You keep seeing it all day long. That switch backside 180, tail to tip. Back 360 stalefish, had her hand on there for a split second, and then into the giant frontside underflip. But, kind of came out of that last portion of the rotation a little bit loose, kind of let go a little bit early.
Yeah, that's going to get a little bit of knockdown from the judges, of course. But I think the story with Ellie is that, she is here and she's going to keep progressing more. We're going to see her. She's going to be a name in these competitions in the seasons to come. Yeah,
it's baby steps for some of these riders. You don't get to a position where Zoe or Jamie Anderson are on your first go-through. It takes a little bit, I'm sure that she has days when she can nail everything that she tries, but you throw the nerves of a contest and the nerves of the Olympics and all this crazy pressure, it kind of stunts your bag of tricks sometimes.
Totally, and she was actually mentioning before the contest that for her, she's just stoked because she's riding against women that she's been looking up to the entire time she's been snowboarding. That's pretty wild.
It is wild. So Ellie will stay with that first run score. We go back to the top. It is Haley Langland's turn now as we give you an update on those current standings. Top placed American, Courtney Rummel sitting in 4th, Ellie Weiler in 6th, Jamie Anderson in an unfamiliar 7th.
So here we go. Haley Langland really needs to bring some spark here on run number 3. There's that little transfer over the wall ride. Front D up on top. Frontside disaster. If you're going to do that trick, you need to commit to it and get up on top of the feature. Gap over to backside lip slide. Hale's looking strong so far. Setting her up here. Switch into the first jump. Switch backside 180, landing up top. Needs to get that speed going. Frontside 9 comes up short once again. This will not be Haley Langland's day.
So Langland will have to stay on the 33.75. And again, Todd, to your point, coming out of that last rail, you have to have enough momentum. And then by the Toyota Tundra jump, you've got to keep it going because those last 2 kickers, they're just not to be trifled with if you don't have the speed.
No, and it's unfortunate, too, because her rail section up top was so strong.
Oh, it's so good. I mean, I think we can't underline that enough, is that Haley's style on rails, and just in general, is so phenomenal. She's a textbook.
Isabella Gomez now will drop in. She took the spot of Anna Gasser, who dropped out just before the start of the competition. She represents the final 4 competitors to go here in the women's slopestyle final.
Really good look at it here from the cable cam of the flow of this course. Up top there, you have these 2 opposing wall ride features. There's that cannon feature gap into the flat down. And then that gap to down bar over the Ducan. Method air there over the first table. Here we go. Oh, that frontside 720 attempt. I thought she had it. But unfortunately for her, goes down. So speed being the ultimate competitor here today, and there's really only been a handful of riders that have defeated that hardest of competitions.
You can see it in terms of the riders that have experience in these situations. That really helps them a lot in terms of judging what they need to do to adjust.
Look at these score spreads right here.
Zoe Sadowski-Synnott, 97.75. And that is the last American to go, is Isabella Gomez. So no American will be on the podium today at the Dew Tour in the women's slopestyle final. Hard to say that as you look at the names up there with the Haley Langlands, the Julia Marinos, the Jamie Andersons. It just wasn't their day, Todd. We've seen enough snowboarding competitions where sometimes you just aren't in tune with the course.
Yeah, you're just not on it for whatever reason that may be. But, you know, it's just somebody else's day, and that's exactly how you have to look at it, because there are a few more competitions yet to go to qualify for that U.S. Olympic team spot.
Anna Corrigan now. We will see what she will do at the bottom. Everyone waiting to see what she does in the jumps. Remember, we'll flash back as she did a off the jump, came up short, popped, bounced up and over. It was like a fire drill, stop, drop, and roll. Still deciding whether it was intentional or not.
Well, it was definitely intentional, but I don't think she wanted to come up short.
Yeah, that's a mid-air landing adjustment, I think.
Much better here on this third of final run on the first two jumps.
And straight air to knee crusher. Ow.
And you can tell, you know, there's just such a difference between her and Zoe, just about how their boards are running on this course. And it really does come down to how well you buffed out your board, how well that thing can run in between the features.
Yeah, it's the nuances today. The small details.
Yeah, but they carry big consequences. You see right there, Zoe is a very comfortable leader. 97.75. I mean, that is just such a gigantic score, but she did a pair of really good tricks there on the bottom jumps. But there's a couple more people left that could possibly shake this.
7 points clear of second place, Enu Yurukiyarvi, who's gone already. And that takes us down to the final two competitors. Raira Iwabuchi will be followed by Lori Bluin, and then it will be set. So the worst case scenario is Zoe Sadowski-Synnott ends up in third. But that would mean that Raira Iwabuchi and Lori Bluin do better than a 97.75 on a course that everyone struggled with.
Let's talk about what could possibly bump that score up, and it's going to happen on the bottom jump if everything goes right. She has the double cork 1080. Actually, I think she has the double cork 1260 as well. If she could possibly put that trick down as an exclamation point to a perfect upper run, could potentially see it, but this has got to be perfect. 270 out and that gap over the Mountain Dew can feature. Remember, that was a switchback. She's not going to have it. She's not going to have it.
Not enough speed.
So unfortunately for her, I don't know if she needs to even hit this hit. Backside 360 almost comes up short there in the end. So once again, a bullet dodge for Zoe. I just don't really see anyone bringing Zoe.
No, not a 97.75 on this course today, as Raira Iwabuchi so talented, and she struggles on speed and finding the speed. So it all comes down to the final competitor in the women's slopestyle final. It will be Lori Bluin from Stone in Quebec, Canada. The 25-year-old will have the final say. It'll either be herself or it'll be Zoe Sadowski-Synnott of New Zealand and the 97.
Like we said, like, what is a 97? Well, apparently it's a pair of 900s that are done perfectly. A super technical upper rail section. So you would think we got to see a 1080 here to get bumped into the upper 90s.
To get a 98, you're going to have to throw something huge.
And you can't count Lori out. I mean, she was silver medalist at the 2018 Olympics. She's got the tricks. She has the doubles. But can she put it down right now?
You know, I don't even know if a double would do it. But right there, that little switch up on the flat down, adding the technicality to the rails up top, just getting those little incremental points to possibly put you in contention.
She's going to be better than 87.75 just to get on the podium.
Doesn't look like she has enough speed to clear this, but somehow stays up on her feet. Will this be a double here on the bottom? Ooh, nope. Just not enough momentum. So
that has been the theme of the day, speed and where you can find it on course. And that means that Zoe Sadowski-Synnott, the 20-year-old from Wanaka, New Zealand, will take the top honors here. What a performance, Todd. She upped it from a 95 to a 97. Her score line is so impressive. She has the three highest scores of the entire competition. 88.5, 95, 97.
I'm not lying when I say that she's one of my favorite people to watch ride slopestyle on both the men's and women's side of things, just because I love women's slope these days and women's big air because I'm seeing the progression happen at every single event. Men's, yeah, you know what you're going to get.
Right.
But with the women's, it's like you're seeing it just jump up by leaps and bounds every event.
What a performance by the young Kiwi, and she's standing by with Tina Dixon.
Oh, yeah, what a day, Zoe, including that beautiful switchback side 900. What does it mean, though, to finally be able to add a Dew Tour win to your already big list of accomplishments?
Yeah, I'm pretty stoked. Dew Tour was the first invited competition I ever got invited to, and to come back and do well for once, I'm super stoked. And yeah, I had a pretty weird build up into the season. I fractured my tibial plateau at the end of the New Zealand season, so I wasn't sure if I'd be back for now, and so I'm just so stoked to be back. Yeah.
You just kept building throughout the day. How much were you testing combinations of your tricks?
Yeah, training went pretty well. We had a really weird kind of build up during training just because of the weather at the start of the week, but yeah, the speed was there this morning, and I managed to do what I wanted to do, and yeah, it came and flowed through into the top run pretty well.
And then this is a really big year. Beijing is less than 2 months away. How important was it for you to get this big result so early on?
Honestly, I was just stoked to be back competing. It's been like 9 months, and just to see the girls again and see how well they're riding and be amongst it is pretty sick.
What a performance. It was so great. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Tina, for your efforts down in the corral today for the women's snowboard slopestyle final. Once again, it's Zoe Sadowski-Synot, 97.75. What a performance, Todd. It started from the very first run when everyone was struggling on a very cold morning to find speed. She comes out and throws down, a casual 88.
Yeah, and I mean, it was just, her style is so on point. The technicality of her tricks is perfect. How she composes herself in between the features is great. And just being smart and letting that board run and doing what she needed to. I mean, Mare, this was like unbelievable textbook competition riding.
Oh yeah, Zoe is just such a good snowboarder. I feel like every time that she enters a competition, she just gets better. It's amazing watching her ride.
Kokomo Morase of Japan will finish in third place. Not a bad day of riding for her. Her best score in 87.75.
You know, and then also any rookie Harvey with the helmet tap.
Still the play of the day.
Switch 720, unreal. And then Zoe here with a pair of gorgeous 900s in her last run. Powerful riding, start to finish, smart. Everything was perfect, and these guys just came out here. These women today just dominated a challenging field. You know, the conditions were a little bit weird, but they got the job done.
It's not always going to be 40 degrees in bluebird sky with a soft landing for everyone, but they powered through, and Zoe Sadowski-Synot of New Zealand was the best, no question about it. 97.75, the winning score for her, so she takes home the Dew title for the women's snowboard slopestyle final. What a performance by all the athletes under challenging conditions, especially those first runs where it was just so cold. Courtney Romo, though, top 4, not a bad performance.
Oh yeah, Courtney's going to be adding to that WSPL point list for herself. I mean, this is a good start to the Olympic qualifying process.
Todd, not the day the Americans were hoping for after they got 8 into the field of 15. So now what do? You regroup, you go back, and you look to Mammoth.
Yeah, you've got Mammoth coming up, and I think that, you know, in the case of like the Jamie Anderson, the odds-on favorite to go and win yet another gold medal, I think that it's, you know, she just basically has to bring her mental game back into play. You saw her just in a little ball after trying that double. Sometimes, you know, it's just not your day from the time you wake up or whatever it was. And I know Jamie is very, very much a person that's in tune with the vibe that she has going on that particular day. And sometimes, you know, you have to force through it and just make things happen. And if it doesn't flow, you know, for a person like Jamie, doesn't flow, let it go. That is a decent way to look at things.
Todd Harris, Todd Richards, Mary Walsh with you. Mary, it was a great showing, but it was kind of disconcerting to see Jamie just could not. Even when she talked to Tina, she said you have to be on point on everything, and she just could not seem, as Todd said, to find that flow.
Oh, totally. Today was about the details. I mean, any weight imbalance that you had coming off of any of those jumps would affect the rest of the jump line. You had to be completely on point and smooth between every jump to like make the entire line work.
Todd, as far as technical course goes, how do you think this ranks? I mean, we've seen some crazy courses in Sochi and Pyeongchang. How do you think this is going to rank what you'll see at Secret Garden in Beijing?
Well, I think, you know, once you get towards the Olympics, there is a formula to it of how many rails, how many jumps. But I do, you know, I just wanted to add on to what Mara was saying about really putting faith in letting your board run. And we're moving on to the men's competition here. It's the same set of circumstances. You have to let your board run. You have to let your snowboard do some of the work for you.
Well, Courtney Rummel was a top-placed American in the field of 15 today in this final, and she is standing by with Tina.
Yeah, and it's a battle in the battle for those valuable Olympic qualifying points, and the top American, Courtney, finishing 4th. What can you say about this result for you?
I honestly have no words. I'm so excited about it. This is the best run I've ever put down in slopestyle. Like, I'm so excited. It's amazing.
To get a result like this at this point of the season so early on, I mean, how special is it and important for you, moving forward to the rest of the slopestyle events?
Super important. I mean, it gives me that extra confidence boost for the next Grand Prix coming up in Mammoth, so I can hopefully do good, and I don't know, it just is a lot for me.
Yeah, and finish it. As you should be, finishing in the top 5. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, Todd.
Thank you so much. Courtney finishing in 4th place. Mary, it is always difficult. She had to be the first one to go, the guinea pig to go out there, and it was an impressive performance by her. Right now it's time for the awards, and we kick it down to DC.
Introduce to you a very special guest, our awards presenter, Christian Thomas. Thank you, Christian, for being with us. Christian is the Dew Tour Partnerships Director. So thanks, Christian, for presenting the awards out here. Appreciate you. And now for your podium out here. Congrats again to all the women, but your top 3 holding it together in 3rd place, representing Japan. Let's hear it for Kokomo Murase. And omedetou gozaimasu. Congratulations, 3rd place finisher, Kokomo Murase. Well done, Coco. And in 2nd place, representing Finland, let's make some noise for Eni Rukkajärvi. Let's hear it again for your 2nd place finisher, Eni Rukkajärvi. And your champion, representing New Zealand. This is her first Dew Tour podium and doing it with style, getting up on the top spot. Let's get loud and proud for Zoe Sadowski. Sit it! One more time, make some noise for your champion, her first Dew Tour podium and doing it on the top spot. Zoe Sadowski, sit it from New Zealand, and your podium for women's snowboard slopestyle. Congratulations, ladies.
So the women putting on a great show here at the slopestyle final. Congratulations to Zoe, doing a fantastic job. Coming off the injury, telling Tina Dixon, wow, what a performance for her, Todd and Mary. It was a great day of snowboarding. The progression was there. The tricks were there. Some people were feeling the flow. Some people were not. But again, for the Americans, it's on to the next event, which will be coming up in January, and that's in Mammoth.
I think what was so exciting today is right now in women's slopestyle, it's kind of anyone's game. There's so many good riders that anyone can rise to the occasion on a given day.
Todd, are we seeing a changing of the guard in women's slopestyle?
Well, on any given day when Jamie Anderson decides that she wants it, she can take it home. But Zoe is not going to make it easy for her. There is definitely obstacles on the way to the podium. But you know what? All in all, it's all contributing to progression in women's slopestyle and women's snowboarding in general, and that is a great thing for this activity that we love to do, sliding around on a stand-up sleigh.
Anna Gasser will be back from Austria. Jamie Anderson will look to the next day, but what a great competition. Again, the women's snowboard slopestyle final goes down, and it is Zoe Sadowski-Synnott who gets it done. Her score, a monster, 97.75 to claim top honors. Team USA put 8 women into the final. No one placed higher, though, than Courtney Rummel. She finishes in 4th place. We had a camera tap in midair. We had a little bit of everything here at Dew Tour 2021 and beautiful blue skies at Copper Mount. So congratulations once again, Zoe from New Zealand, getting it done. 97.75, the winning score as we put a wrap on the women's slopestyle competition. So So, as we get ready for the men's competition coming up a little later on, we want to remind you still to come here from Dew Tour Live. It'll be Todd Richards leading an Olympic roundtable. Interesting conversation, even more interesting guests that will join him here on the desk. So, for Todd Richards and the editor of Snowboard Magazine, Mary Walsh, I'm Todd Harris saying so long for now. The Kiwi reigns supreme. Dew Tour is brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the do. Circle K. Take it easy.
U.S. team right now, I don't think has looked better.
Chase, looking good here.
Being able to go to the Olympics and represent Team USA is an amazing opportunity.
all the kids on the team have such individual styles.
Here at Dew Tour this year, it's the second Olympic qualifier of the year, so a lot's at stake. The younger generation, we're more hungry. We're trying to get our names out there. We're trying to make a name for ourselves.
We don't pick our team until right before the games. So everyone you see up there, they're fighting for their spot. The margin for error is so small. You have to be on your A game every day and always be very focused. What I think impresses the judges the most is amplitude. Flow is everything. You have to have the big tricks. You can't be afraid to go huge.
Honestly, qualifying for it is the hardest part.
The Olympics has this really crazy aura around it and this like very stressful event vibe because it's just so gigantic.
Everyone's really kind of stepped up their game. A lot of girls are pushing it and wanting to just get better and go bigger.
I think being able to hold your composure at the Olympics when it's only every 4 years shows a lot of mental strength.
If you're not on top of your game, you're pretty much not going to the Olympics.
Welcome to the halftime show. This is Dew Tour Live. How's it going, everybody? I'm Todd Richards, sitting here next to JJ Thomas and Chris Grenier, and we are going to talk about, well, basically, the Olympics. What is the Olympics? And what does it mean to snowboarding? And we've got a couple, I've been, JJ's been, Grenier, I know that you pay attention to Olympics, just hockey mainly, snowboarding on a sidebar, but let's just jump right into it. We got a lot of stuff going down for this year for these riders. And JJ, you and I have had this conversation a bunch of times about how much the pressure just decimates what you think you have for runs and your plan going into a season.
Sure. I think it's safe to say that these Olympic qualifiers for the Americans have just as much weight and pressure on them as these guys are going to feel when they get to the Olympics. Mm-hmm. It's the same type of pressure because it's a huge country. We got a lot of talent. It's hard to make. So it's pretty much these guys are going to have the same nerves they're having right now as they're going to have at the Olympics.
Yeah, and yesterday Trish Burns sent me over this Instagram video of when I had to qualify for the Olympics in '98. And I don't know what it was about that, but all of a sudden I got that crazy sense of butterflies and I have to poop feeling because it was so gnarly. And I didn't like who I was when that was happening. And in hindsight, I'm like, wow, I went at that completely crazy. As an outsider's point of view, Granny, you've got your whole bomb hole empire, and you're looking in at this Olympic thing, growing up on the East Coast and seeing snowboarding being shown on that stage. What was your thoughts about that and what these guys are going through?
I'm just a fan of sports in general. So when it comes down to the Olympics, it's the top tier of competitive sports. It's the highest bar there is. So from just a competitive standpoint, when you're watching hockey, when you're watching snowboarding, it's all exciting, and that always it gets into a fun conversation about speculation. Who's going to be the favorite? Who's going to do good? We get the conversations going. Right. So let's talk Team USA. Who are the ringers for Team USA? Who you got, JJ?
There's that one kid.
Well, where do you guys want to start? Half pipe or slope?
Let's start half pipe. That's your.
You guys are a couple of U-ditchers. Let's get the U-ditch guys.
Well, you have to start at the top. I think right now our team's looking pretty strong with Shaun White, Taylor Gold, Chase Josie. Those three have shown that they're making the finals and they're getting in there. So I think those are our top guys. And then with Shaun, this is his 5th Olympics. This is huge for him. He wants to do this and do it right. And he went on camera the other day saying this is it, which was big coming from him.
I would be saying that too if I had to deal with Raibu and Yuto and Ayumu, especially after watching Ayumu the other day basically just phone in a winning run of a couple back-to-back 14s and with no drama at all on his face or in his riding. The level is bonkers right now.
The thing with Shaun, though, you got to remember is that he has that ability to crank it up to 11 and just go 10 feet higher than everybody if he needs to. He's got that incredible competitive will that we love to watch. We've been watching it forever.
Yeah, and you've been firsthand with this as a U.S. team coach now and as Shaun's kind of private coach during the Pyeongchang Olympics. What do you say? Do you just slap him on the butt as he goes out the gate? What do you tell a person like that basically has the weight of competitive weight of competition on their shoulders at the biggest event of their lives?
It's one step at a time. When the day starts, it's get the boots on. Let's get out the door. and then let's get the bib on, because when there's pressure, it's not fun.
Do you feel like having a child has helped you coach these guys?
I feel like
first
coaching,
you put the shoes on and you have your cereal.
I think coaching has helped me with my parenting, if anything, but they definitely correlate. But it's one step at a time. Get the people out the door, get them to the half pipe, because they don't want to go. There's a bunch of pressure. It's not fun. But if you can just get them doing their thing, once they loosen up and they start breaking off tricks, they're like, oh, I'm ready now. But that doesn't come till game time, like really right before they go. Otherwise, they're just not happy people, which I understand.
And then as far as Americans go, two people we got to talk about is Chase Josie and Taylor Gold.
Yeah.
Those guys have really elevated into a league of their own in these past couple contests.
And I feel like, too, is like I'm such a fan of bucking the trends of what is considered to be like the compulsory moves in pipe, because we've seen the back-to-back 1080s. Even the 14s now are like, it's kind of like, well, you need this in your run. I like to watch a guy like Taylor Gold come in. I like to see this back in the day with like like the Teeters when they would come in and do something different, or like Otterstrom when he kind of like started doing the switch backside 900 spins in the pipe, to kind of chuck the game on its head. And I think that Taylor Gold has a completely different run at what it takes to win. Like he's got that double chuck backside 1080, potentially into a switch McTwist, which is just like, okay, well, here's the formula that everyone else is using. I'm going to go this way and see what happens with the judges. Like, so when you're in the position to coach these guys, I mean, are you encouraging like what the judges are looking for versus like what you want to do?
It's a combo, right? It's really up to the guys. And the thing I love about Taylor and Chase is that they're not following what the other guys are doing. They're just doing what they want to do. They've been in this a long time, and they're not going to chase a trend right now. They're not doing it. They know what they want. They know how they want to look, and that's it. And I just respect that, and I love it.
Yeah. And Grandies, listen, you got your finger on the pulse of snowboarding now with the bomb hole, and I mean, you're getting the inner workings, in the sock drawers of everyone that's in snowboarding. What does the core, what does the dust box think of Olympic snowboarding? That's really what I want to know.
Be honest.
To be honest, it's not for everybody. There's some people, it can be divisive. Some of the little compartmentalized sections of snowboarding aren't watching the Olympics, but that doesn't mean that it's not a great thing for snowboarding. It's not a great thing for getting people into it, appealing to a broader audience. The progression's been out of control. One thing I'm curious about, JJ, is going back to early season, a lot of these guys have been putting out footage doing triple corks in the half pipe. Do you think, are we going to see triple corks in the Olympics
tomorrow?
Today?
Are we going to see them tomorrow? That's what I want to know.
Here's the truth about triple corks. You need speed, a lot of speed and a lot of height. So it's really weather dependent and half pipe dependent. So there's cold temps right now. You saw in that slope competition, people were coming up short. That's because there's cold snow. There's nothing you can do about that. If temperatures heat up tomorrow and this pipe's running fast and guys are on, you could see a triple go down. I think so, but it's all speed. It's all speed.
How many people have that finishing move at this point?
4.
4 dudes have it.
I saw 4 people in Switzerland land a triple cork. Ayumu, Yuto, Ruka, and Raibu.
Wow. Okay, so you've got that. How many people did you see not like almost make the triple cork?
2.
That's the more interesting topic. It's like, I've almost got it, but now I can't walk.
Yeah, no, they did fine. This kid from China did one pretty close, and Scotty got really close as well. They each did one, and then they were like, all right, we're going to chill.
And just kind of jumping back to the topic that you were saying, just competitive snowboarding isn't for everyone. But if you do want to follow that track, I mean, the Olympics is the pinnacle, sort of. I mean, snowboarding is not going to change either way. If Shaun White wins the gold, it doesn't affect your experience in snowboarding, whether you're like the super gnarly dust box dudes, or you're one of these guys that's hiking in the backcountry, Jeremy Jones. It doesn't affect the actual sport of snowboarding. But what it does do, and I think it's kind of cool, it opens a window into perseverance, and basically, like, if you want something bad enough, you can go out and get it. So, basically I'm just trying to relate this to people like yourself that were in the streets for so many years. You've got a video part, you have the pressure of look, I got to fill 2 minutes. I've got this song picked out. I don't want the abbreviated version of the song. I want the full song. So coming into like mid-season and knowing you're sitting on 2 shots and you've got a rolled ankle, maybe your wrist is maybe broken and you've got to fill the rest of this video part with footage. Like the pressure's kind of the same.
Totally. There's some comparisons as far as mainly the pressure you put on yourself, probably the same with the athletes competing in the Olympics. You always want to do your best. And going back to what you said earlier, there's room for everything. There's room for split boarding. There's room for street snowboarding. There's room for half pipe. It's all incredible. And the thing that I think people don't realize, if you look at, take people in the street snowboarding world, right? Maybe there's comments about spinning to win, too much spinning, it's crazy. But the thing that's wild is if you come here and you watch practice and you watch Mark McMorris do a backside 5 nose grab, it is beautiful.
Yeah.
And just because people are doing triple corks, they're doing 1440s, they're doing giant rotations, you watch these guys and girls do any warm-up 900 and it is a thing of beauty.
Yeah, these are weekend tricks.
Yeah, yes,
okay.
exactly.
The triple cork is a weekend trick. You're not doing that every day. You don't want to go out and throw the triple cork on in the slopes, triple back 16. You're not doing that on a Tuesday. That trick starts to happen on Thursday. Maybe you do it Friday. Saturday for sure you're doing it if you make the final. So it's 3 days a week you get to do that trick. It's very much like a job, really. You're only working 3 days a week, but you're trying to pull down. So let's talk about a little bit more of like Olympic smorgasbord here. We've got, skateboarding joining the Olympics, surfing joining the Olympics. Let's get some personal thoughts on that. Jage, I know like you and I live kind of close to each other down in Encinitas. We're in a very, very tight surf skate community because that's where the hub is. What do you think about these sports kind of joining in?
I loved it. Personally, I loved watching them, and I really like watching the whole community get behind it. Because we're snow guys, and we've been in it for a long time now, but it's been fun watching it branch out to the surf and skate communities and see some of the pushback and some of the acceptance, and just kind of watch the whole thing unravel. And it's funny, too, because snowboarding is probably the youngest board sport, but we've been in the Olympics the longest, so in a sense we were kind of the old wise ones here. So it was
We've
fun
done
to,
some Goonie stuff, though.
Sure. Oh, of course. I'm not saying we're not kooks, but it was fun kind of leading the charge on this one and then watching these guys and the whole industry respond to it. But I thought they did great, and I was a huge fan of it. That surfing actually really surprised me too, because it looked like garbage when we were looking at the webcam. We're like, how are they going to do this? And they put on a show.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. Okay, so you're a betting man. I know that you're deep in the bets. Who are your picks right now? I want to hear some picks for slopestyle today.
Well, I'd like to say allegedly for legal purposes to start that off. Picks for slopestyle, I mean, Rene Congas has been looking really strong. Red Gerard always shows up. When it comes to slopestyle, I'm a huge Dusty Hendrickson fan.
Yeah,
his style, he looks like he got shot in the tranquilizer with a tranquilizer dart to the neck. He is asleep at the wheel, doing double corks, just looking phenomenal out there. So those guys, but really when you look down the start list, it's scary if you're one of these competitors because anybody can show up. Mark Mick is always lights out.
And for pipe tomorrow, JJ, and I know you're Team USA, but let's just strip that away and let's just look at this. Who are you looking at?
Let's be honest, it's going to be hard to keep Japan from sweeping. If those guys are on and they're landing, they're top 3 right now. I think everyone kind of knows that. If one of our guys can step up, now we know Sean has the ammo, but he's kind of getting back into the swing of things. But if he has a good practice day, he could crack that top 3 for sure. And like Taylor, Chase, a lot of guys could, but we have to be clear. Those guys are pretty locked up right now. They're sharp.
Look, I want to see Sean play to his strengths. I want to see him do a 25-foot high method air to start his run. And then we can just see where the cards land. Well, thanks, guys, for coming out here and hanging out with me. We got much more to come. We got slopestyle for the men coming up. A whole bunch of dudes. We got 2 runs, best of 2 format. All the stars are here. Stick around. A lot more action here at Dew Tour.
Dew Tour is brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the Dew. Safeway. Fresh foods, local flavors.
The way things are going right now is pretty insane.
Slopestyle is progressing so much.
It's really cool to be a part of it.
Always pushing the limits of creativity.
To push the progression here.
I ask myself what the hell I'm still doing. I don't want to just walk away when I'm on top.
Wild. I've never seen something like it.
There's so much talent within the United States.
Really great style. His composure in the air really sets him apart from the other riders.
You know, as we go on with this slopestyle, we're seeing a lot of bigger tricks come in.
He can adapt like no one else.
The most important part is making it past that qualification day.
Honestly, qualifying for it is the hardest part.
Ready for any rotation.
They're pretty top dogs in slope. Their trick list is insane. I'm constantly inspired by them. You can't really know women's snowboarding without knowing Jamie's name.
She's just been killing the game since she got into it and has not stopped yet.
Yeah, 11-time Dew Tour champ. Whoop! That's kind of crazy.
The slopestyle event's really anyone's day. It's how you view the course and who's riding it the best, who feels the most comfortable, and I think that's what makes slopestyle so amazing.
It's really quite hard to end up on a podium these days.
Mark McMorris, slopestyle GOAT, I would say.
Mark McMorris is a legend. There's no other way to put it.
I wanted to be Mark when I was younger.
I have the tricks and I just got to put it together.
You kind of never know. It's always a gamble. Everybody's so amazing at snowboarding and just has their own unique style and trick selections.
Once I put headphones in, I kind of just treat it like any other day. Make it look as flowy as possible.
The most important part in a slope run is your flow, top to bottom.
When judges are looking at runs, it's mostly about the flow. I think that if the run can make them want to go snowboard, that's a winning run.
The stakes are high here at the Winter Dew Tour. The world's best snowboarders have gathered today in Copper Mountain, Colorado to compete in the slopestyle event with U.S. Olympic qualifying on the line. Strong group of young Americans are on a quest for the podium and valuable U.S. ranking points if they hope to get to the Winter Games. To come out on top, they must take on an elite group of riders on a challenging slopestyle course that takes tons of style and nerves of steel to conquer. Hello everyone, I'm Todd Harris alongside snowboarding icon Todd Richards and Tina Dixon. Todd, what are these snowboarders up against here at Dew 2021?
Well, we've got a technical rail section up top. We got 3 big jumps. The best of the best are here to play. We got your Mark McMorrises, your Red Gerards, your international field, Marcus Cleveland coming out of Norway, and I've got my job cut out for me because I got to count spins, and that is the hardest thing for a commentator to do right now in men's slopestyle because the tricks are up to 1800s and 1980s.
It's a different format as we're going to see today. The field is large, and I mean large, 25 making this final cut, but they're going to move it to 2 runs.
Right.
Because of the qualifiers, because of some weather situations. So Todd, how does that change your strategy? Instead of having 3 runs best run count, it's 2 runs.
Yeah, and not only is it 2 runs, so you don't have as much chances, but there's a lot of time waiting between runs. So you need to keep yourself warm. So here we go, the competition format, 25 riders, 2 runs, best run counts, and you're scoring this out of a possible 100. The judges are scoring you on overall impression, what your interpretation of this slopestyle course is. You need to be technical, you need to go huge, you need to have a variety, a continuation of your line, and your tricks need to be hard, and you got to stomp everything.
Well, Team USA is well represented. As you take a look at the U.S. snowboard team's current Olympic qualification standings showing athletes who are closest to achieving criteria to nominate to the U.S. team for 2022. And Todd, there are a slew of talented Americans that could win this competition.
Yeah, there are. You know, you got guys like this kid right here coming out of Silverthorne, Red Gerard. He is the one to beat out here, the defending gold medalist. And there, Brock Crouch, this new crop of up-and-coming riders. Brock did really well at the last Dew Tour that we had here in Copper 2 years ago. And those are the favorites right now. Also, Dusty Hendrickson, the dude that looks like he's asleep at the wheel when he's snowboarding in the best possible way. Judd Henkes out today with an ankle injury. Yep. You know, and then we see the rest of the competitors here, but you know, it's really going to be all about, you know, those top guys trying to make the spots.
And there are multiple pathways to qualify for the Olympic teams this year, including World Snowboarding Points List and podium results. at tryout events. So let's take a look at the start list. It's a big one, 25. And Todd, it's fair to say this is quite possibly the best of the best. This is a preview of what you'll probably see at the Olympic Games.
Yeah, and these are the who's who of technical park riding. Mons Roisland is going to kick us off. We saw him, really throw down a couple weeks ago over at Steamboat, the first big air competition that we've seen in the United States in a few years. Absolutely mangling it with a frontside 1800 to take that. So that just gives you an idea of what we're talking about for spins. They're going to be huge. The rails are going to be technical. It's going to be a fun day.
All right, fun indeed. As we look at the blue sky out there, for more on the course and the conditions and the athletes, we check in with the third member of our team. Here's Tina Dixon.
Yeah, what a heavy field we have out here, with only 2 runs as well. Strategy is really going to play a big part out here, but the good news, conditions are turning out to be ideal for a slopestyle. You said it, Todd. Clear skies. There is no wind to speak of right now. Now, in the earlier women's competition, speed was an issue, but I've been watching practice, and the riders seem to be figuring that out and adjusting. But what's interesting, the Olympic gold medalist Red Gerard was down here in the viewing area the entire women's competition. He's a smart competitor, so I'm sure he was gauging to see what the course was doing, because today you're going to need talent and some strategy, guys.
All right, thank you very much, Tina. Red Gerard, the reigning Olympic gold medalist in slopestyle from just down the road, quite literally 15 miles from Copper Mountain. He's used to these conditions. He's been at this park a lot. He's very, very involved with Copper Mountain and what they're doing with Red's backyard. We'll get in more to that, but today it is all about slopestyle. A unique situation. Normally we have 10 to 12 finalists and they get 3 runs. We are now at 25 finalists and they will get 2 runs. Best run counts. So strategy, Todd, a big deal, not as much of a leeway. You can't go out there, get a test run in, maybe build on that a second one and leave it to the third and final run.
Yeah, you have to have eye of a tiger from the beginning of this event.
We just called the women's competition a little bit earlier, and Tina alluded to it. Snow grippiness was a factor. They figured out in the end. Zoe Sadowski-Sanat and Uruki Yarvi did not seem to have a problem with it, though. 30 seconds. So Mons Roisland will kick things off. The 24-year-old from Oslo, Norway. Todd, he has been around this game for quite some time. He has talent. And let's not forget, if you were on your country's slopestyle team for the Olympics, you were also participating in big air.
Yeah, that's right. And Mons is a powerhouse rider in slopestyle. The amount of technicality, and you talk about control in the air. Once this guy leaves the lip, the grab starts early and it holds through the entire rotation. The style is there. Talked about him on the rails. We're going to see some crazy technical tricks. Now, Mons is going to set the table here for everyone with the scoring from the judges, and will also give us a chance to show you, the viewer, what's going on with this course. 2 back-to-back wall ride features straight off the top, multiple lines in and out of those. Mons right there with the pop out, cork flip out of that. You just see he's coming out the box swinging early. A bunch of different rail features up top. Then into the first jump of 3. This style feature, as Mons just clacks into a 1260. And tries to back that up right there. So you're going to see riders trying to keep their speed up between the first jump and the second. There's been, some problems with speed here in practice this morning, just because by virtue of how chilly and how cold it is. But geez, Mons is really getting started off. That is a Caballero up to disaster, then kind of opening up on a wall ride into a crippler flip, and then right this 270 pops up and over into a cork 450 out of that rail, back 270 onto this rail, pop out 270 as well. So Mons Roisland, throwaway run for him, but man, they are coming out swinging this morning.
21.75 will be a throwaway, as you mentioned. He will look to run number 2. Ruki Tabita is 22 Kawaguchi on his first run. Todd, I don't know what has happened over the last 5 years, but Team Japan has certainly been the team on the rise.
Yeah, they very much have been. Look at that. Look, alley-oop into that wall ride feature. Lip slide to fakie out of the opposing wall. Sets him up here into the second. Now there's a little feature here. Flat down bar as he comes off of that 270. Switch back 270. It's coming in switch into this first hit. Coming off the heels hard. Into a switch 1080 off of the first jump. into the switch backside 9. Carrying, you see the squat there to hold onto it, and somehow sneaking out a 16.20 on the bottom jump. So basically, you know, you're really fighting for that speed there coming into the bottom 2 kickers. You got to land that top one and set your line and let that board run. Let your base do its job and keep your momentum through. And here we go through the replays. The flat down rail up top. A lot of rail features, but the riders are really choosing to stay over to, I guess it would be riders, lookers left as you're coming down the course. Okay. I think that's the fastest line in. Let's switch backside off the first hit. Snapping up into the backside 16.20. Coming up just a little bit short. You see getting that final rotation coming around. Staying up on his feet.
Send it. First American to be dropping in here at this slopestyle final with 25 athletes is Lucas Ferry, 17 out of Pennington, New Jersey. The great thing about slopestyle, Todd, it really doesn't matter. You don't have to come from a resort town to excel in the sport. And sometimes you might be better off being at a smaller hill where you just focus on the rails. Yeah, you get a lot of reps in, as they say, if you have a small feature-filled rope tow accessed terrain. And Lucas making quick work of that rail section. Yeah, quick being the operative word as he comes into the first jump and just goes awry on the switch backside 900 off of that top feature. And then he goes into the front flip there. So this will be a throwaway for him. But in this format today, this adjusted format due to the qualification process, these guys only get 2. So there's a lot of pressure on him coming into run number 2. So Lucas down to his final run number 2. Looked good through the rail sections. Yeah, and he carried a lot of momentum. And I think that's going to be really important here today, is after that final rail feature, you need to have a lot of momentum coming into this first jump. There's the switch backside 900. He puts that down, but unfortunately just wasn't as clean as he needed it to be, and he washes out. Beautiful look at the course here at Copper Mountain on a picture-perfect day for Dew Tour 2021. And what a way to start things off. Mark McMorris out of Saskatchewan, Canada. Really, a lot of people refer to him as the GOAT when it comes to slopestyle, Todd. His experience, his backcountry riding, he is a snowboarder. Yeah, Mark is the complete package as far as, you know, being able to compete, put video parts together, and keep a good head on his shoulders. Here we go, McMorris. Backside 450 into the wall ride, straight into the cork 540. Mark is a tactician when it comes to putting together runs in slopestyle courses. We've had these conversations before, Todd. Some guys favor the rail section, some guys favor the big air. McMorris can do them both equally. Here we go, Mark snapping into switch backside off of the first hit. Now, a lot of the riders have been having problems keeping speed up. Double cork front 1080 into the triple 1440 off of the bottom jump. So we saw switch back 12 and then into front 10. I mean, that was a clean run. So McMorris lays down a very clean first run. Remember, it's just a 2-run format, best run counts. Look at that. Backside 50-50, 450 into the wall ride, straight up into a wally, which is basically a wall ride where you're jamming off the top of it, keeping your momentum up into a cork 540. Mark's upper section of the rails was pretty much perfect. Switch, pop on, gaps over into the backside lip slide, comes off switch, and then coming in here into the first jump. Switch backside spin, sets him up perfectly. Double cork frontside 1080 into the triple cork backside 1440. Now this is just getting one on the books for McMorris. And the landing just picture perfect. Yeah, check it out right here. Wind up, snap, 1, 2, 3 corks. Stomps that out. Mark's been having a little, kind of a rough go at it here for the first event of the season. He tried to put one down at that big air that was in Chur, Switzerland. Tried to put one down again in Steamboat, but was kind of finding problems, getting that run under his feet. But
no problems here today for McMorris.
He is talented indeed, to the tune of a 90.
There
So
we
Mark
go.
McMorris setting the bar early and high. Takeru Atsuka dropping in for Japan. One of the nations that Todd and I have talked about, certainly a threat to both the Americans and the Canadians for snowboarding dominance when it comes to the Olympic Games.
Yeah, and just their air awareness and the way that they've approached slopestyle, they're the ones with the big 1800s, you know, the 1980s off of the jumps. I don't think we're going to see any of that here today. Perhaps we could see an 1800 off the bottom jump, but the run up top will have to be perfect. But over the past few years, the Japanese have really come on strong as far as technical riding goes. Here we go, starting things off. Switch backside 900, double the dip on the shoulder. Triple 1440 off the first. And then a smooth backside 1620 off of the bottom jump. So that was a actually, maybe that was a backside 1260. It would look so smooth.
Wow, Takeru with a great opening run. Remember, because it's just a 2-run format, only your best run counts. This first one is so key, it really can't be a throwaway.
It really needs to be perfect. There's that Wally crippler. I'm going to have to take a look at that bottom, because now we're going to compare what McMorris's run was. He sets the pace with that 90 into what Takeru has offered here on his jump. Switch backside 900. Dipping that shoulder up and over. And then down here off the jumps, holding on to it. Starting that thing off, and then here we go. 1, 2, 3 dips of the shoulder, front side 1440. Then another wind up. Backside 1260 on that bottom jump. There's the 7. There's the 10. And the one more rotation, 1260.
And when you hit that sweet spot on the landing, it looks so much better. The judges love that landing, certainly part of it. An 86 for Takeru, so he goes into second place behind Canadian Mark McMorris.
It's so hard these days to look at these spins and envision in your head what you're actually seeing, because it happens too fast to even count.
Finn Bullock-Womble out of Mebane, North Carolina. One of the youngest competitors in the field at 16. When you think about North Carolina, you think about basketball, you think about Michael Jordan. Snowboarding not on the top of that list, but here he is at the Dew Tour.
That's changing up, though. There's a lot of really powerful riders coming out of that zone over the past few years. It's those small mountains where these riders can get multiple reps in a day, these little rope toes, these little chairlifts with just feature-packed slopes. Here we go, coming into that first jump. They were calling this the style jump, you know, when they kind of unveiled it to the riders. It's a smaller jump, so basically what does that mean? You're not going to get as many rotations in, but you have to make it look good.
Wow, Finn unfortunately gets into the back seat on that last big kicker, the biggest of the 3, so he will have to look to his second run, his final run here in the final.
Yeah, unfortunately for him on that bottom jump, coming up just a little bit short on the rotation, but up top looked really strong.
Americans have brought a large field, a contingent heavy with talent. Hunter Goulet out of Park City, Utah will be the next athlete to drop in here, trying to get himself a spot on Team USA. And Todd, we've had this conversation before in years past. Just making it on the Team USA is 90% of the battle.
It's really a battle. I mean, just making it to the point where you can say that I'm going on an airplane to the Olympics is really rough. There's that Wally crippler off, using the wall ride as a jump to propel him upside down. Popping 270 off of that flat down rail. Ooh, little switch up there. Coming back pretzel, board slide pretzel out the opposite way. Coming in, switch backside. And then into the 2 bigger jumps. Staying on his feet, trying to carry as much momentum as he can into the final jump. Remember, trying to take down McMorris, who's right now is sitting on a powerful 90. And that, to have that as being one of the very early competitors to come down, that's no joke.
Well, it's scary as you look up at the leaderboard and you say, okay, what's the mark to beat? 90. Who put it up? Mark McMorris. Oh, my.
Yeah, but then again, you look at this roster of riders that have yet to come. You know, this may be a very smooth run. I don't think it's going to be putting up the huge scores as we see the the switch backside 900 off that top jump. And then the snap, a little pencil-y on the initial portion of that rotation, but getting that grab going towards the end there. And this is the final jump. You see it right there. A little bit of a guy in the sky angle. Smooth run from top to bottom, but we are going to have to wait and see how that pans out. Look at that drift from right to left.
Our cameraman Jimmy Wetleg doing excellent work up there, no fear. So Hunter looking for his score to drop in. It's a solid 50, which has him currently in 4th place. Canada's Liam Brearley. Gravenhurst out on the eastern part of that great nation in Ontario. Canada brings talent. Japan brings talent. The Americans are bringing a lot of talent. Then you have a smattering of Europeans.
Oh, unfortunately goes down on his move right there, the Wally into the cork 540. I did like the way that he approached that very first wall ride feature, though. So the rest of this run will be a throwaway. It's 2 runs, best of 2, and by virtue of who we have in this roster, you have to be perfect.
We have not seen yet the Sebastian Teutons, the Kyle Max, the Sven Thorgrens, of course, Red Gerard, Chris Corning also still to come. I mean, this is a heavy field, and a lot of these guys have upped their game because some of them are basically big air specialists who've now gone out and mastered rails. Ryoma Kamada now out of a beautiful part of Japan, Aichi.
Once again, another Japanese rider who has everything that it takes. And you know, Todd, if you kind of associate Japan with riding the deep powder of in Hokkaido out of Sapporo, but if you go to the main island of Japan, there's a lot of those ski areas that are like heavy repetition, rail riding, park riding, and that is contributing to how strong these riders are.
Well, we saw that last summer at the Tokyo Games, the skateboarding scene in Tokyo, and that entire nation is amazing.
They just really embrace it. It's on all facets of action sports. They're very progressive and at the forefront of what is possible on a snowboard, on both the men's and the women's side of things. So here we go into the first jump that sets the pace here into the bottom 2. Now it'll be between this right here and the final jump. That is where all your speed gets siphoned away into the front side triple that I did not think was going to happen. He kind of got that late dip of the shoulder done after he had cleared the knuckle.
And this may be a podium position early on in the competition for Kamada, but nonetheless, that was a great opening run.
You see that? The switch 180 up on top. To backside 360 off into the landing there. Very unique line. We haven't seen too many people approach it like that. And there's the gap over. Nose slide. Pops out. Lands switch into the first jump here. Gets a 1080 done up top, frontside 1080. 1080. You can tell by the angle they're showing me here. And then stomps out the second jump and then winds up here into the triple. This was a late dip of the shoulder on the final rotation of that.
Yeah, that last one. Look how close this is as he's coming back towards Earth.
He just gets the clutch on the slob grab, that front hand grabbing right behind the front foot and holding it the entire rotation. So he's up there.
67.25 for Kamada of Japan. Current standings in the men's snowboard slopestyle final. It's Canadian Mark McMorris leading the way as he laid down a 90 on his first run. A smattering of top-placed Americans still to come as they try to work their way onto Team USA going to Beijing. This name also is one you probably need to know. Brock Crouch from Carlsbad, California, just 22. He is so talented for how young he is, Todd. Currently sitting third on the Team USA standings. You need to be in the top 4. Those top 4 positions will be going to Beijing.
Yeah, Brock is super talented. He's one of these new all-terrain vehicles of action sports. As well on a surfboard, he rips on a skateboard, and he just knows how to kind of flow and put it together. He's one of these guys who definitely, is all about what music he's into on his run to set the flow for him. He's all about flowing. That probably comes from his heavy surf background. He wants to make sure everything kind of flows together.
That'll work.
Yeah, switch backside 1080 on the first hit. Straight into the cab 1260 nose grab, and then winds up and puts down. Brock Crouch right there. That is a solid way to start off your campaign to make it to the Olympics. I mean, that was such a powerful run from top to bottom. And when he lands, I mean, Brock just absolutely stomps it out. There's the 50-50 to alley-oop into the wall ride, into the front side 50-50, back revert off. Back tail slide 270 out. And that caballero will gap out to back lip slide, setting himself up for the switch backside 1080 off the first hit. And that set him up switch into this next one. 1260 nose grab, and then winds up really hard. Comes around on a 1440 on the bottom jump. 1, 2 spins, 3, and then the 4th right there. So Brock Crouch ending that run off very strong. He's going to jump up on the podium for sure right now for the time being.
One of the top runs we've seen so far early in this 2-run format, normally 3, and Brock Crouch, the American, goes into second place with an 88.50. So Brock Crouch out of Carlsbad, California, moves into second place here on run number 1. Mark McMorris leads the way. Crouch sits in second, and Atsuka of Japan is sitting in third. 12 Americans made this 25-man heat final. They're all getting 2 runs where only the best run counts. Good look at the start as Kunitake Hiroki get his opportunity to drop in as well.
Here he goes. Another one of these talented young Japanese riders who can spin like a top when it comes to these bigger jumps. Backside 360 off of the wall ride feature up top. You can see the combos that you need to put together on these rails. Some of these rails are just like shifted a little bit next to each other, so you have to gap from one side of the rail to the other. You need to make sure that your runs are absolutely perfect up top, not only for the judges, but so that you can keep speed up for these 2 bigger features at the bottom. Very important here today. Speed has been an issue all morning, and you see it play out right there. Coming up short on that rotation.
Hiroki now looked good, especially on that second to last jump, the penultimate jump. It was so smooth on the landing. Thought he might be able to translate that speed, but he comes up short, hitting the knuckle, and not into the sweet spot. Team USA has 12 athletes into the final in this 2-run format with 25 athletes, where Mark McMorris of Canada leads the way right now with a 90. Brock Crouch, top-placed American, sitting on an 88.50. Todd, we talk about Canada, we talk about the USA, we talk about Japan. They're dominating the leaderboard right now. But there is a nation that you always have to consider, the Viking power, the Norwegians. They come to play.
And Marcus Cleveland will be the next one to take out this slopestyle course. One of the people that I consider, and many riders consider, to be the most technical slopestyle rider that has ever graced the sport. Is this a sport? Is this a lifestyle? I don't know. But the way that Marcus Cleveland attacks is incredible.
Ranked number 1 in world rankings, the Norwegian Marcus Cleveland, now on course.
Technical off the first hit, switchback 270 on, 270 off. Cleveland is a tactician when it comes to putting together rail lines. He's got his own ski area in his backyard in Norway, so he definitely gets those reps up. McMorris put down a flawless run. Cleveland, oh my gosh, running out of speed on that, but just absolutely going crazy. 16:20 on that jump to set up for the bottom.
You made the analogy before, similar to Olympic diving. If you see a puff of snow like water splashing up, it means the landing was not what they were looking for.
No, you want to have that clean transfer of your board into the snow. You don't want to see the snow chuff up. What that means is you've scrubbed off a little bit of speed. And especially on a day like today where speed is either your friend or your worst enemy. Look at that, Cleveland popping out 270 out of that switchboard slide. Comes in here on these first hits. You see him reach down, tighten his bindings up because now comes the jumps.
This landing coming up right here.
Watch this wind up. Snaps up into it. Holy cow. Back 16, I think that was?
Look at this.
They just spin so fast. There's the 7. There's the 10. There's the 14. 16, 20.
Heavy onto the heels.
Unfortunately for him, not able to land smooth enough and clean enough to set him up for that next jump. So Cleveland will have to bring it on run number 2. They only get 2 in this competition. 1 is a throwaway.
Happy birthday, brother. One of the 12 Americans to make the final here at Dew Tour 2021, Luke Winkleman out of Blowing Rock, North Carolina, the western part of the Tar Heel State.
It is his birthday today, so happy birthday to Luke Winkleman. You know, it's a great present. And, you know, I get it. Like, my birthday is in December, too. We get the shaft, okay? We get the shaft having Christmas-oriented birthdays. But, you know, it would be a great present. Start off the holidays for yourself if you celebrate Christmas with a perfect run here for Winkleman to find himself on the podium.
Currently sitting in 7th place in the U.S. Snowboard Team Olympic qualification on 582 points. Top place is Red Gerard with 913 to give you a little bit of context.
Winkleman looking good so far up top in the rails. Really clean. Now he just needs to bring it into these jumps. Make sure he carries enough speed. Casual switch 720 on the quote-unquote style jump. Into the switch backside 1260. Trying to carry enough speed here. And just comes up a little bit short. So it comes down to carrying maximum momentum into that first jump to find you into that sweet spot to be able to propel your momentum into jumps 2 and 3.
I liked his line though, Todd, especially coming off the rails.
Yeah, he had a very unique line up top. Little late pop off there in the 270 out. And Winkleman's another one of those riders that has a small ski area that he gets to access and can put a lot of runs in. And just, you know, it's like when you're skating, you get a chance to go out and do a trick over and over and over again. With a snowboard, you got to wait to go up the lift, so maybe you lose kind of that eye of the tiger when it comes to learning new tricks. But when you have those small ski areas and you can have multiple tries at it in very rapid succession, you get people like Winkleman who come out and just absolutely destroy rails.
Shout out to Banner Elk, North Carolina, a fine little ski resort in the western part of that state. And Winkleman, with that score, will go into 7th place and look to run number 2. Start house here at Copper Mountain for Dew Tour 2021. That is Sven Thordren out of Stockholm, Sweden. Been around the game for quite some time, 10 years plus competitively snowboarding, and he has certainly been part of the progression of slopestyle on the men's side.
And a ripping skateboarder as well. Sven Thordren is an absolute crusher on a wooden 4 wheels. And when he comes here into slopestyle, Sven is so good too. He has kind of some unique rotations off of the jumps that other people don't even mess with. Here we go, that 270 onto that flat bar. Here we go, Sven Thordren. Double Michael Chuck to start things off, setting him up switch. Casual switch 900, being smart to try to carry enough speed. Triple cork 1440.
He had it.
Front side, he almost had it there.
Yep. So you know exactly what he's looking for, Todd. He cleans up the landing on that last hit, and he's probably looking at a top 3 position.
Yeah, and he played it smart, too. I mean, there was that 900 in the middle, which by today's slopestyle standards is low on the math scale. But it doesn't matter. If you can put it down and really bring it on that bottom jump, you know, you can bump your score up. And remember, a lot of these international athletes, too, they're all trying to qualify for their respective teams. So any jumping up in the points in the position definitely makes a difference.
Sven Thordren with a nice run through this middle section. It was the landing on the final hit that gave him problems.
So Sven here just gets that 900 around and then sets himself up for the frontside triple cork 1440. See those shoulders dipping 3 times to kind of get that whipping momentum to get the rotation around. That's 4 times around. And if you drop that shoulder down, it kind of can make it happen a little bit easier, but just juicing out on the tail a little bit on that landing.
51.75 for Sven Thordren of Sweden. Kyle Mack now, 24 out of West Bloomfield, Michigan. dropping in on his first run of 2, part of that American contingent looking to make their way to Beijing.
So there's 2 rails up top. They're 2 opposing wall rides with features into them. You see Kyle Mack coming in here. Change up right there, popping it over to front board on the way in on that rail. 270 on, 270 off.
Todd, do you think Kyle's strength is in the rails or in the big air?
Well, Kyle, you know, he's one of those riders that really could bring it with the quad cork, the 4 dips of the shoulders. But that's a one-off trick that you really only see in big air events. And Kyle did medal in big air. Unfortunately for him, going down hard on jump number 2. So pressure is on for the American for run number 2 here. Feature number 2 has been claiming some people here all day long. But you see right here, Kyle, that nose press, popping it out pretzel style into the wall ride. There's 2 features up top to set your momentum. Board slide, change up. And then unfortunately for him, that bail cost him there on the second hit where he went down. Everything was looking good up top. But unfortunately for him, not able to put down that trick where he needed it there, coming up just a smidge short on the rotation. Will send Kyle into the flats, and depending on run number 2 to put up a score to find him on the podium.
Dew Tour 2021, this is the men's slopestyle final. 12 Americans made the cut in the top 25 where they get 2 runs, not the normal 3-run best run count, so a little added pressure there. And right now it's Canadian Mark McMorris leading the way with a 90. This is Sebastian Toutot, fellow Canadian coming from the eastern part out of Montreal and Quebec, Canada. This guy has so much style, Todd. He has been around the video parts, the backcountry. He can do it all.
He can, and not to mention he's the reigning gold medalist in big air from Pyeongchang, so he carries some heat and some momentum into this. He's won the X Games multiple times. Whoa, Wally backside rodeo 720 up top. Very unique approach. So far, Sebastian's really setting himself apart in this run. Backside 270 on the hard way onto that down bar. Here we go. Double cork 9 to start off his run into the jumps. Switch double 1080 into the bottom one, and he doesn't have enough speed, which is unfortunate because the top portion of that run was so sick.
So for Seb Toots, it's cleaning up the landing on jump number 2 before he got to that big kicker. Smart enough to know that he did not have the speed. You do not want to come up short. It's a 65-foot gap, and it is completely flat, hard-packed snow.
Watch the way that he lands his tricks. Wally, backside rodeo out of that first wall ride feature. And he just, Sebastian Toutot just stomps. That's like what his trademark is when he lands, he actually puts all four bolts of each binding firmly into the ground. But unfortunately for him, on jump number 2, just a little bit of a mistake. It wasn't even that big of a mistake. Switch 1080, technically he landed it, but just kind of washed out on his toes and didn't set him up perfectly for that bigger jump at the bottom.
That's experience right there. Sebastian Toutot, the 27, becomes a throwaway for him. Dew Tour 2021 men's slopestyle final. Canadian Mark McMorris leads the way, the only athlete to get into the 90s. He's got a 90 even right now. This is Rene Rinnakangas out of Finland. Todd, you talk about this oftentimes. Finnish precision. They just ride the course differently.
I'm going to say with Rene, though, it's Finnish precision mixed with this crazy artistic spontaneity. That is why Rene Rinnakangas is the rider's favorite rider. He's so fun to watch. 360 into a big Wally 450 out.
Oh, what a transfer that is.
Yeah, Rene Rinnakangas has a unique approach to a lot of rails. Unfortunately, scrubbing a little bit of speed there. That's going to cost him that one mistake.
So now we'll try to recover first at the Toyota Tundra jump. Now the big setup for the final kicker.
And there's a frontside 1440 spinning it flat. And a 1620 up the bottom jump. So you can see what Rene has got in the bag, but he did scrub a little bit up top coming off of one of those rails. But Rene He's so fun to watch just because, you know, he brings these unique interpretations.
He sees the course differently.
He really does. There's that Wally, grabs slob, kind of opens it up on that 450 out of that, basically turning it into a cork 540 off of that first jump, using the wall ride as a jump. 270 on, 450 off. Unfortunately, washes. There's the 270, pops off 450, puts his hands down. Now, usually if it's a hand down because of compression, they don't count it. That was a tripod. He was keeping himself up.
And in this field, Todd, a touchdown like that is just going to take you out of the top 3.
No, but it just kind of gives you an idea of where Rene is going to go with this.
Yeah. So start thinking about if this run had not the touch on the landings.
1440 into a 1620 off the bottom jump. That's great, though, for Rene. He's got different style of spinning. He's not dipping his shoulder like a lot of the other riders. He can spin these tricks flat, which is more difficult in the eyes of the judges these days.
So 74.75 for Finland's Rene Kangas.
With a hand touch, you can clean that up. He will bump up.
Mark McMorris continues to lead. Brock Krauts, American, sitting in second place with an 88.50, and then it's Takeru Otsuka of Japan. So that is the top 3. Hunter Goulet sitting down there in 8th position. Certainly an icon in the world of freestyle snowboarding, Ståle Sandbäck, coming to us by way of Oslo and pretty much every resort around the world.
Yeah, Ståle just dropped a heavy movie the other day, very much a subject of gimbal gods, one of the undisputed champions of POV follow cam with the GoPro. Ståle Sandbäck pop out. You'll notice with his style, everything is done with precision and stomped landings, putting both his feet into the snow very firmly when he lands. Ståle coming into these jumps, he's a master spinner. He spins a lot of his jumps flat, which means that he doesn't drop his axis into his shoulder. You can see right there.
He stays more upright.
He stays more upright, but unfortunately for him right there, coming up just a little bit short, scrubbing. Big fan of camouflage, I will add as well.
He's not wasting any space there. Is the dip in the shoulder more of a regional thing? Is it more of a North American thing?
What it does really is you can cheat the spin by tripping your axis to have you go end over end more. It creates momentum. You think about when you throw a Frisbee, think about how hard it is to throw a Frisbee flat. It's a lot easier for the average person to whip a Frisbee on its side.
And watch it tumble.
Right, so you think about that in terms of just being relatable. Once you drop that shoulder, it kind of speeds up your momentum. It's a lot harder to spin a trick flat.
And Ståle looks so good through the rails sections.
He did. So here we go. This is that precision that we see from Ståle Sandbäck, but unfortunately coming up a little bit short on that landing. That may be the first time I've ever used a Frisbee analogy in snowboarding. Whammo. That little come up short, but then he does a little knuckle method off the bottom jump here to keep people like me happy. Snap. Boing. Oh. Wow, look at that. That was way better than the average method
yes,
to be done
is.
off of a knuckle.
As your throwaway for Ståle Sandbäck. Working our way through the first runs of the men's slopestyle final. Dave Retzlaff now nearby Vail, just up I-70 from Copper Mountain.
Just over the pass, as we like to say.
Down the hill.
Here he goes, doing a little switch 180 into the wall ride. Oh, and getting just bucked out onto his chest off of the second wall ride feature.
A term you like to use a lot. He just got spit out.
Yeah, he got spit. And that happens when you load your board up into something, and all that flex pattern of the board comes back at you and spits you onto your face. Not good.
So Dave will just use this as a training run, get an opportunity to get these hits one more time.
Whoa, that was a crazy whip of the hips there. And big penciled out nollie front flip off the final kicker.
I see him.
Dave will look to that second run of 2 where only the best run counts here in the men's slopestyle final.
Send it.
This is American Storm Rowe representing Jamaica, Vermont.
Jamaica, Vermont, which is close to Mount Snow
Yes, it
and
is.
also Stratton Mountain, Vermont. If you drove up to Stratton from Worcester, Massachusetts every day like I used to do, you would travel through Jamaica, Vermont on the way there.
On your way stopping for a Fribble at Friendly's?
I could stop for a Fribble at Friendly's, but talk about these young riders that are coming out of the East Coast. And what does the East Coast do for you as a young rider coming into slopestyle? Well, this is the softest day you would ever get on the East Coast unless it's March. No stranger to hard conditions, but it lets you be a little bit more risky because you know that you can take a hit. Big front double 1080 off the bottom hit.
Nice way for Storm to open things up as he slides into the corral.
But knowing that a 1440 is the minimum amount that you need to be rotating now to bump yourself up into that top three. But for the Americans, it's all about that positioning of yourself in that point lead to make it onto that Olympic squad. You see right there the 270 spin of the board onto the rail, popping off. Coming in switch. Switch 900. Actually switch 1080, that late hip whip. Here's another look at it up top on that first jump. And then into the second. Getting there, switch 900. And then into the final kicker. Just a nice 1080, nice clean 1080. Puts it down on the tail. So he needs to clean up a couple things in there, but still the ingredients are there for a good score.
Mark McMorris of Canada continues to lead out of Saskatchewan. He's got a 90, the only man to crack into the 90s. Brock Crouch in the American City in second place as Storm Rowe now is slotted into seventh. Large contingent of Americans making the final as it has expanded to 25 athletes, 12 Americans in the field of 25. Sean Fitzsimons out of Hood River, Oregon. West Coast in the great state of Oregon now on course.
And a ripper on a skateboard as well. He's got such good skills when it comes to riding concrete and, you know, actually skating vert, which is something that doesn't really happen anymore. You see right there, he's very well at home on these rails. Coming in here, rookie on the U.S. team. Able to throw down, switch backside 900 off the first hit. Spent a lot of time this fall over in Europe. Basically lands that, and the compression bounced him off of his line.
So Sean Fitzsimons, who has Mount Hood as his backyard, will have to look to run number 2 and make it all come together. Rail section, not a problem.
Not a problem for him at all, and this is one of these kids that can actually just really gain momentum in the air as soon as he leaves. If it doesn't look like he's going to get the rotation around, his smaller stature, and he's compact and strong. He can kind of create rotation in the air where others maybe couldn't.
One more.
So pressure is on.
Beautiful day at Copper Mountain, Colorado, Dew Tour 2021. Before the competition started, we talked to these athletes about this course. Here's a little taste of what they had to say.
I think the most important part in a slope run is your flow, top to bottom.
The course starts out with the first rail features, which they're more like wall rides.
I always think as a judge's perspective, if you're hitting a different feature than everyone else, it's probably going to get scored a little bit higher.
I don't really think about the judges.
I put a lot of emphasis on style in snowboarding because I just love how unique you can get with it, and I don't really try to plan too much or do too much because then I just overthink about it. Just try to flow.
My approach to rails is just to try to make it look as fun as it was when I was 7 years old riding Big Bear.
I don't really love rails. I like jumps. I think jumps are my stronger area on a slope course.
Because the first jump is smaller, you're going to see a lot of style tricks, a lot of 540s to 900s, and then heading into the 2 jumps, a lot of 1260s to 1620s if I had to guess.
Coming into the 3-pack, it's just kind of, you're thinking about what the judges want to see in a sense. Like they want to see all 4 rotations and a lot of them. So you're kind of trying to fit as much as you can in as different many ways as you can in your own way.
I kind of just think like what's going to feel good for me on my snowboard and just landing and going big and having like flow top to bottom.
Beautiful day at Copper Mountain for Dew Tour 2021. 12 Americans have made the 25-man final, where it is a 2-run format. Only the best run counts. Mark McMorris leads the way right now with a 90. Next up, it'll be American Dusty Hendrickson out of Mammoth Lakes, California, just 18. And just to get him to this point, it's a lot of work, a lot of hard effort out on the snow, but also a lot of sacrifice by way of his family.
Yeah, my family has done everything they possibly could have done for me to get to the level I'm at, just in like moving locations, like from Big Bear to Mammoth. It's just, yeah, families they kind of make or break your career, honestly, because like you can't pay for anything when you're 5 years old, and that's when a lot of us get into it. So yeah, I cannot thank them enough.
So Dusty now calling Mammoth Lakes home. Great training up there, the Unbound Terrain Park, one of the best certainly in the West.
Let's give some shout outs to Dusty's dad. Dusty's dad cut his teeth at the original Bear Mountain Snowboard Park back in the day. One of the first snowboard parks that we ever saw.
Yep.
His brother is very, very in the snowboard scene as well. And it's cool. It's cool to see a family affair. This kid he's so cool. I love anytime I get to talk to Dusty Hendrickson, it's rad. And he brings a swagger to snowboarding like none other.
I was going to say, and he's also a pretty amazing snowboarder at just 18.
Yeah. Here we go, Dusty Hendrickson. He likes to bring style to it, and he sure does. Just watch the upper body. And it's just something that you either have or you don't. It's very hard to fake the bang, they say, you know, to make your snowboarding look stylish. Look at that big rodeo flip 540. Going into a switch 1260. Dusty looking strong here. Oh, and tries to squeak around the back 12, but unfortunately for him, comes up a little bit short in the rotation, but made it look easy up top. He just needs to carry a little bit more momentum. My favorite part of that whole run was that rodeo flip off the toes, off, you know, dipping into that shoulder. Not a lot of people are carrying that rotation, but just look at the swagger. That was a little wild coming off, you know. I'm sure he would say that too. But just as far as like the way that he approaches the rails, even the way he comes off, and there's a lot to be said the way that you carry yourself in between the features as well. It all comes into the overall expression. And there's that rodeo flip off the toes, dropping that front shoulder, whipping that 1260 around, and then unfortunately down here on the bottom jump just didn't have it. But that 12 came around. There's that double, tries to bring it around 12, but just a little bit short in the air time. Had he been another foot higher in the air, he would have been able to make it past that line and get a smooth landing. But he's got another run at this.
So Dusty Hendrickson will look to run number 2. See if he can improve upon that and get himself in a podium position, where right now it is Mark McMorris leading the way with a 90, and we check in with Tina.
Yeah, well, I talked to Brock Crouch earlier, who is still sitting in that top 3. You know, he said in terms of speed between that second and third jump, it's sticky. It's like Velcro. In fact, they didn't even get a chance to really practice hitting those big jumps off the third one. That was the first time he landed the triple all day. But one thing I noticed yesterday in ski slope style, the rail section became more important than ever.
Yeah, it's equally balanced for the judges, Todd. But to your point and to what Tina was reporting, you talk about that chalky snow.
Yep.
Jamie Anderson mentioned it in her run. It's a little bit grippy.
Yeah, we're going to refer to the trough between jump 2 and 3 as Molasses Valley. If you can make your way through that and carry speed, it's going to set yourself apart from the rest of the competitors.
Final 3 competitors to go in run number 1 in this 2-run format. Darcy Sharp of Canada out of Whistler, BC will be the first to go, and then it'll be 2 Americans with Chris Corning and Red Gerard.
Here we go. Darcy is a metal rail tactician. See right there, 450 off of the top there. Darcy is so smooth. Switch 50-50 over to switchboard, 270 out. 270 on, comes off. Switch stands coming into the first hit.
Switch, backside 9, double grab on the nose. Wind up in here. Big snap into a 1080, and then carrying a lot of momentum. Triple 14 off the bottom jump.
So Darcy with a full pull top to bottom. His sister Cassie Sharp, not a bad athlete in her own right.
No, she's a pretty darn good skier, if I recall. But let's see back up top there.
It was the first rail, Todd. If they're going to dig him, it's going to be on this landing.
You know, I don't even think that was, something to be taken out. You see that 270 off of the cannon feature. Just kind of landed there, not quite perfectly in the transition as he popped out 270 off the top of the wall ride. But you know what? He's got some stuff going on here with the rest of his run. And that's, could make the judges kind of forget about what happened up top.
Talk about how difficult it is to make Team USA. Talk about making Team Canada in slopestyle with Mark Morris, who is leading this competition right with a 90. You got Sebastian Touton. The list goes on and on for the Canadians.
But Darcy's always been one to watch here in slopestyle.
Yeah, no, he played it off.
So looking for his score to drop here to see if it gives him something to work off of. Top 5 possibly, as he will look to his second run. Remember, it's a 2-run format. Only the best run counts. So it's a good opening run. Again, that small bobble at the top where he came off, had the double hand touch. The rest of it looked very clean, showing a different look for the judges. And I think after a while, you watch 50, 60, 80 runs in a row, you want to see something that makes you go, whoa, I haven't seen that.
Thanks for watching.
Yeah, and at this point in today's competition, the judges go, whoa, when you actually land that second and third jump cleanly.
Big score.
The judges taking their time here.
What's up, fam?
What that means
Mom and Dad. Love
is
you
they're
guys.
trying to figure out where they're going to put you. It was a great run by Darcy Sharp. What are they going to give him for points here? They're looking again. This is the judges looking again.
Comes off there clean.
Darcy had a very technical upper rail section. The only thing that I can take away from that run is that little bit of a sketch up top.
Yeah.
But he put it together on these jumps. That switch backside 900. You see him coming in there hard on his heels, kind of opposite the way that you would even approach that. It's kind of an awkward way to spin into it.
Right. And the score coming in for Darcy Sharp, and you can tell by the body language he is happy with that. Why? Because he is going to go into second place with an 89.25. So right now it is Canada holding down the top 2 spots. Mark McMorris in first with a 90. Darcy Sharp, and that's the moment. 89.25 up on the board. So Canada 1-2. Brock Crouch sitting in third for Team USA with an 88.50. Carry his sister all the way back to Whistler. 89.25, Darcy Sharp looking very good and feeling good. Final 2 competitors in the men's first run of 2 in the slopestyle final. Canadians holding down the top 2 spots with American Brock Crouch sitting in the 3rd position, that last podium position. But 2 heavy hitters still to come. We'll start things off with Chris Corning out of Silverthorne, Colorado. And it'll be Red Gerard, also from the same neck of the woods.
So just looking at how these scores are shaking out, and by virtue of what Darcy Sharp just put down, what are the judges looking for? Well, look, if your rails are lacking, you need to bring it heavy in the jumps. There's really, I don't really see a favoring. All I'm seeing is that you need to be a tactician on top and at the bottom of this course. Corning with the alley-oop 50-50 pop off. And the mirror version of that trick on the second wall ride. Corning is great once he gets in the air. He's one of the only people in the world that can do the quad cork, the 4 dips of the shoulder. So here we go into the first of the 3 jumps. Corning 1080 to set up into the second jump. Here we go, switch backside 12 into 1, 2, 3, triple.
Hey.
So solid run for Corning.
How do you compare that to Canada's Darcy Sharp and the score he just got with an 89?
I think Darcy had a little bit more technical of an upper rail section. And a little bit more flavor on some of the jumps. But definitely, as the day goes on, the judges tend to heat up. But look at that right there, the pop-up alley-oop 50-50.
And then the mirror version of that over there on the other wall ride feature. Corning had a smooth run up top. No slide pretzel out there. Back 270 on, 270 off. And Corning starting to set things up, coming off hard on the heels. Switch 1080. And then into the switchback 1260. See that right here? Gets that late whip of the hips around. So 1080, 1260 into the 1440. That's going to be a solid score for him. So Corning, is one of these kids coming out of Colorado.
Right.
Definitely has gone for it in the big air department.
Yeah.
Can, really push it as far as that goes. Like I'm talking about the quad cork and things like that. Really trying to push the level of these stadium jumps, these one-off
Of
events.
what's possible.
Right.
So Chris Corning looking for a good score here. It'll put him in the top 5 with an 83, and he'll make his way back up to the top for his second and final run. Final man to go in the men's slopestyle competition. Look at the start house here at Copper Mountain on a Bluebird day. Current standings, Mark McMorris leads with a 90. Darcy Sharp in second. Brock Crouch currently sitting in third. The last man to go will be Red Gerard from Summit County right here in Colorado, down the road in Silverthorne. And Red Gerard still flying high off that performance in Pyeongchang, where he walked away with the gold medal in slopestyle. He told us how it's changed his life.
Winning gold impacted my life. I was 17. I feel like my brain wasn't really fully developed, to be honest. I was put in this spot to, force to mature. I got to meet a lot of cool people, and, I got a lot of great opportunities, and I feel like I was put in this weird spot where I was forced to mature and become, act a little bit older, and, you're not really just representing yourself at that point, you're representing your country, which I think is so cool about the Olympics. There's a lot of bad stuff that people will say, but there's also this really cool thing where it's 4 of you and your best friends going to represent your country, where you're from, where you grew up, and at that point you're not really representing yourself as much as you're representing your country. That was really cool for me.
Red Gerard, a DO Tour athlete. Todd, we were there in Pyeongchang. He went on the Magical Mystery Tour. When he won that gold in slopestyle, he was whisked off to New York City and then to LA, did all the talk show, and then he came back to compete in big air.
Yeah, it's very cool to see Red. We saw it in 2014 with our boy Sage Kotzenberg,
Sochi,
and we saw another repeat of that, where like the underdog, the perfect representation of snowboarding, does it again. So here we go, Red Gerard. He was the last person to win this event here. Look at that alley-oop, front blunt slide, and then we see there the Cavallarial disaster.
He is a product of that backyard rail section and jump features that he has at the house.
Yeah, and that's really going to lend itself here to the way that Red looks at this upper rail section. Switch back 270, bring back. Comes back to regular. Into that frontside 720, keeping his speed up. Red is one of these riders who can snap into these big moves.
Yeah.
Back 12. Into switch backside 1620.
So
Red Gerard, solid run.
Red Gerard is a regular foot rider, which means normally he likes left foot forward, but he's so adept at riding switch, it's hard to tell. So anytime you see him with his right foot forward, he's riding basically backwards.
So Red Gerard, solid up top. Watch this right here. Alley-oop frontside blunt slide, pops off.
Love the stall.
And then in here into, alley-oop backside disaster revert. And then on the rail section, pop up and over. Backside lip slide. And then comes in here. Switch backside 270, bring back. Fights his body's momentum to bring it back to regular. And then comes hard off the toes. Beautiful 720. So right there, alley-oop 720 is going from the left side of your screen, the momentum carrying over to the right. And then super perfect 2 jumps. Switch backside 1620 to end off that run. So solid. We're going to see Red do a complete shuffle up here of the top 3, I predict, just by virtue of how smooth, how technical,
and just perfect that run was.
Has his riding changed a lot, Todd, in the last 4 years from what we saw in Pyeongchang?
I think that he's definitely matured. His riding has become more powerful as he's gotten older. Whoa!
87 for Gerard. I would have
kind of gnarly.
Yeah.
I think that's a little bit less points than I thought. I thought he was going to shuffle into the top 3 for sure.
So Red Gerard sits in 4th for the time being at the end of run number 1 with an 87. He's standing by with Tina.
Yeah, and Red still had that giant trick on the last jump. Sitting in 4th right now. Great run. Where does that run sit with you?
Yeah, I was happy with it. You know, that first jump is kind of a weird one. I think we're all a little confused, like whether we're supposed to go small spin or big spin. I tried to go the small spin, try to take a little more of a style route, but yeah, I was pretty happy. I mean, all I can do is just try to land some runs, so yeah.
It's crazy to think that Beijing, the next Olympic Games, is less than 2 months away. As the Olympic gold medalist, what are your thoughts on potentially returning to the Olympic Games?
I'm happy. I can't wait. Yeah, it's right around the corner. You know, the first time was such a surprise, and this time, yeah, I'm just happy to go back and experience it again.
Thanks so much, Red.
Thank you.
Red Gerard sitting on top of the U.S. snowboard team Olympic qualification points, and right now he sits in 4th place after one run here at Dew Tour 2021, a qualifier for those Olympics. Mark McMorris came out run number 1 and laid down a 90. Darcy Sharp, surprise score there, Todd, for me, 89.25 happens in the second, and then 2 Americans, Brock Crouch and Red Gerard, your top 4.
Yeah, I mean, it was a solid showing up top, but the crazy thing is for me, McMorris putting down that 90 and that 90 holding from early in the first round.
Some of the talent that has come through, and it has been a surprise, no question about it. Brock Crouch, one of the young American up-and-comers, absolutely crushing it on his first run.
Yeah, Brock came down, was solid. Darcy Sharp coming out of Canada, his rail technical prowess up top definitely paid off. And then it was all about Mark McMorris, who was immaculate from start to finish on his run. Started off with a bang and ended with an equally powerful triple cork 1440.
It's the North Americans doing battle, Canada versus the USA. Who will emerge on top? We'll find out when we return to the Dew Tour. Back at Dew Tour 2021, Copper Mountain, Colorado. Todd Harris, Todd Richards, Tina Dixon with you. Todd, saw a little bit of everything. No surprise to see Mark McMorris on top, but guys taking different lines, trying to impress the judges, still trying to figure out what they're looking for.
Yeah, but you know what? There are some people who have tapped into the formula. Brock Crouch being one of them. He's leading for the Americans. Darcy Sharp for Team Canada. I mean, he got a solid score for his first run through. And now, by virtue of that, a lot of these riders are looking at what Darcy did, being like, okay, well, maybe I need to kind of take that formula. But he really put down a solid one. The triple cork frontside 1440 paid off for him. But Mark McMorris early on in round 1, and we don't typically see this, is a giant score like Mark got, holding up for the entire final. Now, you have to mention that guys like Marcus Cleveland fell, Mons Roisland fell on run number 1, so
not really in a safe spot. The scores tend to bump up, as well as the heat of the riding in run number 2 as well. Remember, only 2 runs today. It's not a 1 out of 3. It's 2 runs.
Because the size of the field, 25 making the final cut. They'll just get 2 as opposed to the normal 3. Mark McMorris 90, as Todd pointed out, standing the test of time. He was one of the first athletes to drop in for the first 5 out of the 25. And to see names go through like Cleveland, of course, Sven Thorgren, Kyle Mack, Sebastian Toutant, and his scores still stay there, says something about the judges have not seen the runs that they want to see to give the big scores.
Yeah, but we've seen some flashes of brilliance. Mons Roisland on run number 1. Here he is in the start gate. Started off with a bang. This kid could make a big shift in the top 3 if he can put down the run that we know that he is capable of.
Mons Roisland out of Norway has the capabilities to, on this run, jump himself right into that top position. 90 is a good score, Todd, but there is still some wiggle room the judges have left out there.
Coming in there off that Wally into Crippler feature. Front 270 into that cork 450 out. Not a lot of people are doing that trick. See him here, back 270 on, coming into the first hit. Back 1260. Got to stay on his line right here. There's the 1080 coming into this final jump. Oh, tries to somehow muscle himself into another flip on that rotation and just flat splacks on his back.
So normally this would be a 3-run final and Mons would have another opportunity to go back up there and clean it up, but now his day is done.
Watch this here. Kind of 270 on and then into that Wally Crippler where you use the wall ride as a jump to propel you upside down. But it was this right here, the inverted 450 off. Basically what you do is your body just kind of like, you hook into the rail a little bit and let the momentum of your body flip you up and over. And then in here on the jumps, there's that 1080, and then tries to keep the speed up into the bottom jump. Tries to just muscle around another flip, but he did not even remotely have enough hang time to get it done. But it just shows you,
look at that,
willpower of trying to get that done, just trying to like muscle another flip around.
Not Mons' day at Copper Mountain at the Dew Tour. As we go back to the top, Ruki Tabita currently sitting in 9th place with a 60.25. Tell you what, that's a tough team to make. Japan's slopestyle squad.
Yeah, definitely. The Japanese riders are so strong. To see what happens here. Alley-oop into that front wall ride. Frontside lip slide revert. And coming in here, switch onto rail number 1. Switch board slide, nose slide, pretzel out. That's when you pop out the opposite way of your body's momentum. Switch backside 270 on. Trying to stay low and compact to keep that speed up. Carrying that momentum into jump number 2. Stay up, but he's not able to ride out of that clean, so that will do it for his run number 2.
So Tabita is going to have to stay with a 60.25. Also, would love to have a 3rd and final run. Todd, you talk about this course, and they obviously get some rider input, but Copper's done a great job of putting it all together. Do you like the flow of the course? Do you think the riders are responding well to it?
I think the upper section of rails is really cool, the way that it flows with those 2 wall rides. The Woodward Park crew here at Copper Mountain has done an unbelievable job. And you see a lot more of these unique features kind of playing in. You know, like Woodward has always been about trying to create new and fun things. The Dew Tour has played a hand in that as well. You know, they're partnering up with guys like Danny Davis and his Peace Park imagination of what is cool in snowboarding. What kind of cool features can we create? And I think that Copper has done a really great job of putting that into a contest format.
Lucas Ferry now, one of a handful of teenagers to make the final here at Dew Tour 2021. Get some points. Remember, for Team USA, it's all about points and podiums to make it onto the squad.
Slow rotating, switch backside 900, but unfortunately opened up a little bit too early on that and goes down.
So we're seeing this a lot more, Todd. You see the big shadow there on the backside of those jumps. Is that an issue or is that a non-factor?
I think, you know,
you want to be able to have as much light on the takeoff, even more so than I think in the landing. You want to be able to see where you're taking off. Then you can kind of feel it when you're going into the landing.
Mark McMorris continues to lead. Darcy Sharp in second, Brock Crouch, and then Red Gerard, your top 4, as we're in the midst of the second runs of the men's snowboard slopestyle final. Just another beautiful day in the Rocky Mountains here at Dew Tour 2021. This is Dew Tour Men's Snowboard Slopestyle Final. Mark McMorris of Canada leads the way with a 90. He put that down on his first run. It's a 2-run format. Only your best run counts. So now an opportunity for McMorris, Todd, to go out there and improve upon it, because I think the run he did was impressive. Obviously, the judges liked it to the tune of a 90, but he left some meat on the bone.
He did, and I think Mark did that intentionally too. You know, he has the 1620 in his bag of tricks. He's been able to bring that out when he needs to. The switch backside 1620. I just want to see him put it together. There's that back 450 onto the wall ride, essentially doing a backside 360 off of that cannon feature into the wall ride. So technical in the beginning there on those 2 features. Popping off here into the lower rail features. Here he comes, McMorris, into this first of 3. This is going to be one that sets the pace. Switchback 900. Big 1080 off the first hit into the bottom. What has he got? Another triple coming up a little bit short. So the door is kind of open, knowing that McMorris cannot come through on a third and final run because of this abbreviated format. He's got to sit on that 90. And, you know, he doesn't have a lot of wiggle room. I'm looking at the, you know, we got...
Look at the names.
Sebastian Tutat, Rennie Rennekonga, Stale Sandbeck, not to mention Marcus Cleveland. So you've got a lot of heat yet to come down this course. But that combo up top, done with precision. Mark was on his way here. That gap over to lip slide to fakie. McMorris, you know, he's been to the Olympics a couple times now. He's been on the podium. He's yet to come home with the gold medal, which I feel like McMorris could do in his sleep.
Absolutely.
So there's the switchback side 900, and then straight into a slow rotating frontside 1080. Perfect style. And then into the bottom. Just wanted to get the triple 14 with the Indy grab.
Todd, if he lands that, do you think that's better than his 90 on run number 1?
I think so. I think he bumped up his technicality up top on the rails too. That run was a lot cleaner. But unfortunately, McMorris is not going to get another chance at it. He's just going to have to sit and watch the rest of the competitors come down.
So this will not be an improvement on the 90. The 46 becomes the throwaway. So Mark McMorris, the 4th athlete drop, now will sit and watch 21 other riders try to knock him off that top spot. Takeru Atsuka of Japan will try to see if he can't move up from the 5th position that he currently holds with an 86. He needs better than a 90 to move into first place. He needs better than an 88.50 to take over the 3rd spot, the last spot of the podium, which is being held down right now by American Brock Crouch.
Here we go, Taku on course.
Second opportunity.
Takeru popping in frontside 360 into that first wall ride. Into that crippler out. Making short work of the rails up top. Back 270 on, pop off. Now he's coming in switch into this first hit. Switch backside 900. Trying to keep his speed up. Ooh. Front triple 14 coming into the bottom hit here. Oof. 1260 on the bottom jump.
That penultimate jump was no joke.
So very similar to what we saw run number 1. That frontside triple 14 off of hit number 2. He gets a lot done in a short time. Actually, that was a switch 360 into that first wall ride, and then into that ever popular Wally to frontside crippler, the inverted frontside 540 out. And I'm calling that a frontside 540 because it is a frontside transitional hit. I'm kind of referring to it as a half pipe wall, which I'm not going to get deep in the weeds here. But anyways, there's that switch backside 900, and then into this snapped frontside 1440 triple cork. That is a lot of whirling being done in a very short amount of time, and then trying to combo that into that right there, the finishing move. But you know, just I think he did that run a little bit better his first time through. But maybe by virtue of, you know, just a little bit coming up a little bit short there on that bottom rotation.
So looking for improvement, and Takira will hold on to that first run score. Finn Bullock-Womble now out of North Carolina, one of the youngest competitors in the field. Some issues on run number 1 in this 2-run format. He's got his opportunity right here to seize the prize.
Look, this is a unique period for North Carolina. They got 2 riders in the final here at Dew Tour. That's pretty rad, because that snowboard scene, I mean, it's a great snowboard scene, but it's pretty small compared to like what you think of like Summit County, Colorado, or Utah.
Right. Winkelman being the other Carolinian to make the final here at the Dew Tour.
Coming in, switch. 900 off the first hit, kind of opening up a little bit on the last part of that rotation. Frontside 1080 tail grab. And then into the final hit, you see the wind up. Whoa! He almost had that. He almost had it. The pop off of that jump was absolutely perfect. You saw how high he popped up off the jump. You couldn't have like set your edge and popped any better. Unfortunately, came around and just wasn't able to stomp the landing. But that was so good.
Remember, Finn's just 16 here at the Dew Tour final.
Yeah, we will see him again for years to come. Coming in here, switch backside 270.
Caught it perfect.
Came off perfectly. And then here into the switch 900 off the first hit. Sets him up forward into this next jump. And look at the pop. Off-axis rotation just a little bit. Unfortunately, wasn't able to nail the landing, but that was such a cool rotation in the air, though.
Carries this thing deep, too, and just gets onto the heels and just unable to ride it out.
Oh, what a bummer. It was right there. The pop off of the jump, and that's what you need to do. You need to figure out a different way. All kinds of different rotations have different ways of popping you through the air to get you that momentum you need to clear it. And that off-axis rotation that he did definitely did it for him.
Mark McMorris, the leader in the midst of run number 2. He's taken his second run, did not improve, so he'll sit and wait, holding on to that 90 with Darcy Sharp still to come. Brock Crouch still has to take his second run, as does American Red Gerard. Hunter Goulet now.
Trying to build off a 50 by virtue of run number 1.
Right to left. Launching.
Hunter doing his version of the Wally Crippler, which is basically when you ride up the wall and invert yourself, popping off.
Talk about a great place to train, Park City Mountain Resort.
Yeah, and you know, just being in Park City, you have access to the Woodward facility that's over there by the junction, which is incredible. Woodward Park City is a great place for these riders to, you know, get those reps up. Short lift rides with maximum amount of features. And that's really what you need these days to get it going. Copper Mountain, too, also has a great lift that runs right next to the park over here. It's a very short lift ride, and you get access to all this stuff. And the great news, once the Dew Tour ships out of town, these riders that come up here every day to Copper get to ride this stuff.
So Hunter having some issues there on the 3 jump features, and not going to be an improvement on his first run score. Lean Brearley now looking to drop that 20.50 and join fellow Canadian Mark McMorris up on the leaderboard. It'd be amazing if he could jump into 3rd place ahead of Brock Crouch. You'd have a Canadian sweep of the podium for the time being. But as you pointed out, Todd, so much talent still to come. International field, the best of the best are here.
They are, and you've got to bring your A game for this final lap through. As the riders come down, the riding improves, and as the judges' scoring improves. For some weird reason, that hasn't really affected Mark McMorris yet. Usually when you come down the course early on in the running and you put down a run, you'll see even a perfect run get bumped down by runs with flaws. Just by virtue of the way that it goes out throughout the day with the judging. The scores always pop up.
So McMorris waiting to see if that score is going to stay 1st, 2nd, or 3rd.
Right next to him, we see
an influencer in snowboarding. Do we even have those? That's Stan. Stan from Slush Magazine.
Last resort Stan?
Yeah, last resort Stan. It's a last resort if you have to stand next to him in the corral, really. So we see here up top some moments of greatness in that run, but you've got to be absolutely immaculate when you come down and you want to put down the giant scores. And McMorris is definitely going to be down the bottom there, sitting with Stan, biting his nails, because there are so many talented riders yet to come down. But we were talking about it earlier on in the show, just about how hard it is even to make the Canadian team.
Sure.
So unfortunately, a washout on the bottom jump will keep him from the top spot.
Liam Burley sharing an icy cold beverage with Mark McMorris. Stan.
Actually, no, that's a Gerard. That is Malachi Gerard, Red Gerard's personal filmer.
There's a lot of Gerards.
There are Gerard. I mean, I think Gerards are like about a quarter of the population of Silverthorne. Yeah.
Run that town. So Mark McMorris trying to stay incognito.
Been here before. Doesn't want to be there.
Ryo Makamada now of Japan. Currently sitting in 8th position, a 67.25, so not a far cry to get himself onto the podium, but he's going to have to clean things up, especially on the landies here on run number 2, the final run for him.
Nice off of the top feature there, kind of combining a whole bunch of tricks. Switchboard slide, popping over to no slide, coming out of that. Switch backside 270, 270 off. So a lot going on up top on the rails. Now it's into the jumps. Backside 900. Setting up switch backside 1260 on jump number 1. Coming into this, carrying a lot of speed. Triple cork 14 catches the top of the lip. Replace your divots. You saw how much snow chunked up there. Basically the knuckle stopping his rotation. Just glad his lower body didn't stop spinning. His upper body kept spinning.
Doing a quick inventory, making sure he's got everything and everything's where it's supposed to be.
How are these guts doing? Watch this as he comes around. This just cuts his rotation short. Boom. That nose goes in. You see all that snow fly up. Ouch.
It's the ultimate speed bump.
Watch this right here. As the nose makes contact with the snow, about almost 3/4 of the way through, kaboom.
So in the midst of run number 2 here at Dew Tour 2021, Canadian Mark McMorris still leading the way with a 90. Top-placed American Brock Crouch set to drop in here, and man, his first run, Todd, was so solid.
It was solid, it was stylish, it had all the ingredients the judges want to reward you for. It's all there for the taking, you just need to put it down, and Brock did absolutely that. So here we go, run number 2 for Brick. And then Chris Corning from the United States too, a unique approach to this, but he's going to have to really bring it on run number 2 as well. So pressure is on for these Americans. Brock has got a little bit more wiggle room though.
And Red Gerard, who went dead last, living just down the road in Silverthorne. I was kind of surprised. I thought he got underscored a little bit, but
I know why though. I know why the score didn't reflect. It was this first jump. It was just, a mild frontside 720. He's going to turn that into a 1080, and if he can up the rotation there on that first jump, we're going to see a big jump in his score.
So the man that's currently holding down the last podium position, the top-placed American, Brock Crouch now, 22-year-old from Carlsbad, California, sitting on an 88.50. He needs better than a 90 to move into first place.
Here we go, the Brick starting his run off. Alley-oop into the wall ride. Full stall. Little nose butter out there, just, adding a little more condiments on this. Trying to make it taste a little better for the judges. There's that 450 out. 270 on. Here we go. Brock has a great jump line. Let's see if he can spice it up a little bit more. Ooh, Brock. Uncharacteristic fall. I think he just didn't really... I'm going to have to see the replay of that.
Yeah, that was strange for him. Some of the best air awareness in the business, and Brock Crouch midair.
Switch backside 900 gone awry for Brock Crouch off of the first feature. I think he just kind of got locked up in the air
maybe held onto it a little bit too long.
So what that means is he will hold on to the 88.50 in third place to start with the rails.
50-50 alley-oop frontside air into the wall ride. And then you see right here, frontside 50-50 stop, 270 out the other way. And then right here, 270 out of the front board, or I should say 450 out of the front board. And then 270 onto this rail. Perfect composure on the rail. Very statuesque. You want to look like a statue on the rails. Not a lot of business going on with the arms. And then here's the switch backside 900. Just kind of like his momentum wasn't there. He didn't have enough momentum to actually. There's going to be a switch backside 1080. So that's where it went wrong. Is Brock did a switch back 10 on run number 1. And I think he figured out that he didn't have the momentum to bring him around 1080 and kind of panicked and opened up.
Yeah.
So Brock is just going to have to sit and wait.
All right, let's check in with Tina, who's standing by with Brock.
Yeah, and Brock still holding down that top 3. The jump, a little unusual there. What happened? Walk us through that.
Yeah, like I was saying earlier, it's a little sticky out there, so just kind of like caught a little grip off the takeoff. But yeah, it's a lot of pressure with all this Olympic stuff going on, so super thankful to just put one down today. It's been a crazy week with everybody just wanting to cancel and move to today, and 2 runs is kind of puts a lot of pressure on you for sure. And I was really nervous going into that first run, but yeah, just so stoked to land one and got an okay score, and hopefully it holds, but the field is pretty gnarly, so I'm just happy to land one though, that's for sure.
Yeah, and you talked about the pressure, especially with Olympic implications. On the American side, there's so much talent, and there's a lot of young talent coming up.
I know, it's crazy. I like all of these interviews and stuff, everyone's kind of asking me that, and it's crazy to think that me and Kyle Mack are like the oldest kids. I'm only 22, and it's just, yeah, it's insane. Everybody's riding so good, and yeah, but then again, when the contest comes, it's always puts a lot of nerves on you, so just happy to land one, and no matter what happens, looking forward to the next couple of contests for sure.
Yeah, and you're still holding down that first run score. Thanks so much, Brock.
Thank you.
So Brock sits in third place right now in the overall. And if you looked at the U.S. snowboard team qualifications, he is in third place on points with Red Gerard leading. He's in third with 750 to Red's 913. So there are the current standings. McMorris, Darcy Sharp, the 2 Canadians lead it. Brock Crouch in third, Red Gerard in fourth, and he is still to take his second run.
But you know what's really important here, Eris, is like if you have to get a podium. Like that could really cement your spot.
Oh yeah, huge if Brock's score holds up. Kunitaki Hiroki now of Japan. Another youngster, just 19. You know, I think the Japanese team, again, like the Americans, like the Canadians, can be tough to make, but the Japanese half-pipe team is next level.
Yeah, and we're going to see that tomorrow here at Dutour. We've got Superpipe finals coming up. And yeah, the Japanese are no joke in snowboarding right now.
They have a very good opportunity, and many people think the odds-on favorite to sweep the podium in half-pipe in Beijing.
Yep, but we're talking about slopestyle right now, and these guys are all trying to take down the Canadian in the top spot. Here we go. I don't know if he's got enough momentum to get this around.
Oh, yeah, you saw
it. You can tell right when they come into that, you know, we talked about it's Molasses Canyon there between the second and third jumps. You get into the trough, and if you don't have enough speed and you get any momentum onto the edges, it's going to suck all your speed. There we have Annie Fass from the U.S. snowboard team over there, you know, having a little conversation with our Canadian competitor.
Our neighbors to the north.
The neighbors to the north. And there we go, a little bit short on speed, and unfortunately for him, not able to complete that run. It was going pretty well until right here. Yeah, that Molasses Canyon, the Velcro snow, will take you out.
Doesn't get much better than this at Copper Mountain as we take a look at the current standings in the midst of run number 2 here at the men's snowboard slopestyle final. Canadians holding down the top 2 spots with Mark McMorris leading the way, the only man to dip into the 90s. Brock Crouch, highest placed American, in third, with Red Gerard currently sitting in fourth, still to take his second run. Number 1 ranked rider in the world in slopestyle is Norway's Marcus Cleveland. Todd, he had an uncharacteristic issue on run number 1, only scored a 36, and this is just a 2-run format. So this is going to be his only opportunity to go into the lead.
I think there's a few riders out here that have more expectations on them than this guy right here. Marcus Cleveland coming out of Norway, super technical rider. I mean, what he can do off a bump in the snow is more than I spin in an entire season. Here he comes, Marcus Cleveland. Problems on run number 1. Will he clean it up? Cleveland into the 2 jumps.
Oh, wow.
Holy cow.
Here we go.
Marcus is on point. Will he stomp this out? And he does. He stomps that out.
Okay, it's going to be a big improvement, Todd. He did come up a little bit short on that last landing, coming up around the
Just
knuckle.
a little.
But he was able to ride out of it. Still feeling it.
Marcus Cleveland getting the job done on run number 2. Now there's going to be a really close paid attention by me and by the judges on what happened on the second kicker. I think it was a backside or cab 16. I'm not positive.
Let's talk about the rails first, though.
Yeah, let's talk about the rails. Look at this, 50-50 over, board slide, 270 out. Really clean up top, clean off the jumps. So Marcus Cleveland.
Man, he's so good in the rails.
He's so good. He's so smooth. You see once again there that
tighten it up.
Tighten up the binding. Cleveland comes around, switch backside, 900 off the first jump.
Yeah, that style
Actually,
jump.
nope, that was a frontside 1080 off that jump.
Flying past the Toyota Tundra. Here he is.
Wind up. 1620.
Okay, this is the one. Watch where he lands.
Into the switch 1260. He did clear the knuckle.
Did clear it.
Held on to it the entire time. So Marcus Cleveland's going to be putting up a big score right now. But I don't know if it's enough to get him into that top three.
So Cleveland waiting for the score to drop. It is an 85. Big improvement for him. Puts him into 6th place.
Oh, not 5 trips.
And again, Mark McMorris dodging another bullet. So as the #1 ranked slopestyle rider in the world, Marcus Cleveland comes down. He's unable to crack that top 3. He moves into 6th. Mark McMorris's 90 is safe for the time being. But will it stand the test of time? American Luke Winkleman now is going to give it his shot. We saw Winkleman had a really interesting line, Todd, on run number 1. He's got to clean up the landings. The judges want to see perfection. You are going to have to earn the spot if you're going to take it away from Mark McMorris.
Yeah, every single point you're going to have to earn here. Ooh, a little bit wild in the air. Now, technically you landed, but judges want to see you they want to see your upper body be quiet when you pop out.
So when you say wild in the air, that's not his style. That's
no. You can tell that there was a little bit of a mistake just by virtue of looking at the rest of his rail section. Kind of got sucked up a little bit on feature number 1. So he comes into the bottom 2 jumps. Winkleman needs to stay on his feet right now. Currently sitting in 17th place, and it's all about, that charge for those points to make that U.S. team.
So the pride of Blowing Rock, North Carolina, with a nice full pull. This should be an improvement off that 42.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a big bump up. The only thing that I really saw in that run that was a little bit wild was that pop off of the first wall ride feature. He had to wiggle it around in the air just a little bit. Now watch this. Watch his upper body as he pops on here. Rolls the windows down a little bit on that. So judges are going to look at that. They're going to be see like, is he out of control in there? I mean, technically he did land.
Safe to say judges are control freaks. They want us to be controlled.
Judges are control freaks. Man, I tell you what. So Winkleman, though, really brought it here towards the bottom.
Yeah, he did.
We're going to have to see what the judges think of that run. And for the U.S. team, it's very, very important that they keep stacking these points, stacking these placings. Brock Crouch right now in a really good position on the podium to solidify his spot going over. But there's a lot more riders yet to come, and those are the ones that really need to battle it out for these points.
Mark McMorris can appreciate that run from Luke Winkleman. I love the fact that he locked
Coco
on.
Ho is down there.
Wow, the celebrities turning out.
Celebrities are out today.
All the way from the North Shore, Luke Winkleman. It is an improvement to a 65.5. Giving some love out to Virgil Abloh. Puts Winkleman into a top 10 position as we check in with Tina.
Yeah, and first of all, big happy birthday to Luke Winkleman. Dew Tour, we were talking earlier to Brock Crouch and some of the other riders, and they were talking about the pressure of this event with Olympic implications. But to get a landed run, what's it been like here for you?
Yeah, I mean, stressing about the Olympics and trying to make the team is always in your head, but really just coming out here to snowboard and try and put one down and have the most fun I can. You know, it's my birthday, so I'm hyped and already blessed to just snowboard every day, so I'm so happy and glad I could put one down, and we're leaving today safe, so it's all good.
And coming from North Carolina, that's not the typical place where riders come from. What's the scene like there?
Yeah, I mean, North Carolina, the snowboard scene is very strong. We don't get a very long season, so we make the most of it, and everybody there is just happy to snowboard when we can because it's short season, so I think I got a lot of my passion for snowboarding from there, and North Carolina is me, baby.
Hey, thanks so much and happy birthday.
So Luke Winkleman celebrating in a top 10 position right now. Back to the top we go. Want to remind you, Mark McMorris is the leader with a 90. He is done for the day, though, because it is just a abbreviated 2-run format instead of the normal 3-run. Canadians holding down the top 2 spots with McMorris and Darcy Sharp. Then is Brock Crouch and Red Gerard. Sven Thorgren now.
Here comes this ripper out of Sweden. He's got some very unique moves. Sven, as I said in run number 1, an absolute destroyer on a skateboard. And it translates very well over into slopestyle as well. Backside lip slide off of that top wall ride feature. Coming in switch stance. Switch over, front board, bring back. You heard the rattle of that rail just rattling under the impact of Sven Thorgren's board slide. There's the double the double backside rodeo to fakie. That'd be a Michael Chuck was in the pipe. 1260 coming up a little bit short. Oh, Sven.
Did it do it?
Upper section was so strong.
So Sven Thorgren, after a great rail section, having issues even before he got to Molasses Valley, Todd. So his speed wasn't a factor there. It was before he even got there. Comes up short.
Yeah, first one butter dip into Molasses Valley. It's all about having the right wax and the right momentum.
Oh, you're ready. Kyle Mack out of West Bloomfield, Michigan. Olympic medalist in big air, looking for something special here. Currently sitting in 18th place, would love to jump up. Obviously chasing the points and the podiums like all the Americans here, trying to get those U.S. snowboard team qualification points in his favor.
K-Mac on course. Nose blunt slide, or front side nose blunt up there, I guess, maybe. There's no trucks, but whatever, we're pretending. Switch up there on the down, the flat down. Switch 270, pop out. Now he goes into the jump section. Kyle Mack trying to carry as much speed as he possibly can. 900 off the first hit. Looking for speed in between the butter dip and Molasses Valley. Is he going to have enough to get it done? Comes around a little bit short on the rotation of the triple on the bottom jump. So it's really that speed is it's so important.
We see the same expression from a lot of the athletes when they get to the bottom, Todd. It's just, I'm so close.
You got to grease it. You got to grease it between those first 2 jumps. Now up top, Kyle Mack's run looking really strong. You see right here, popping it into that wall ride switch. Coming up into the switch nose blunt. Or switch frontside blunt, I should say. There's that little switch up on the flat down. 270 on. Lets the momentum pop him off 270. And he did have the top portion of this run was going really well for Kyle Mack. But unfortunately down here, the speed just got zapped in between those 2 jumps. And it's just been the ultimate in equalizing these runs all day long. If you can somehow power through those 2 jumps, you're going to get a big score, but unfortunately it's playing in a lot of people.
So Kyle Mack with a lot of the other Americans will be looking now to Mammoth in the final qualification event for Team USA. Getting down to the nuts and bolts of this competition, a 2-run as opposed to a 3-run event where only the best run counts. Mark McMorris leading the way with a 90, and some of the heaviest of heavies are set to drop in on their second and final run here at Dew Tour 2021, including this man, Sebastian Touton, already Olympic gold medalist in big air. The Canadian can throw down out of Montreal, Quebec, Canada. What does he have for Mark McMorris?
Well, pay attention to the first feature. He's got a very unique line off the wall ride. He does a backside rodeo, basically uses it to backside rodeo 720 off of it. Here we go. Use the wall ride, boom, up and over. Uses it just like a jump. And coming into the rails. Sebastian Touton's won everything in slopestyle. And he also, like you said, has that gold medal. Switch backside 270. Coming in here. Switch backside double 9 and goes down again, unfortunately.
Catches an edge. I was surprised. It looks so, I mean, again, his rail sections are spot on, Todd, and usually, oh, that's a thing of beauty.
They have just the method air to end off that run. The signature of any good rider. Are you able to do a method? It doesn't really matter if you can do a quad cork, but you look like hot garbage in the air trying to do a method. You want to get that trick under your belt.
You look at the names that have come and gone, and Mark McMorris has got to be shaking in those Burton boots because the best of the best are still out here. His 90's a good score. It's not a over-the-top score. It's a very good score.
Yeah, and I'm looking at who's yet to come. Rennie Rennekonga, Stale Sandbeck, not to mention some of these other heavy hitters.
So McMorris sits and waits with the 90. Darcy Sharp still to come. Red Gerard still to take his second run. Rennie Rennekonga now. Smile on his face, pretty much 99% of the time, other than when he's not sleeping.
You ever having a bad day? Go grab Rennie Rennekonga. He's like human Prozac. He will make you happy.
Yes, he will.
His riding is like none other. He dropped a movie this year that will blow your mind. The way that he attacks urban features as well as the way that he attacks jumps and slopestyle features alike, it's crazy. Here we go, Rene coming in. Popping up and over, Caballero into that first hit, then into the Wally 540 out.
See how he arched his back coming off of that?
Yeah, puts a lot of English on his moves, or Finnish. I guess that's where he's from. There's that 270, 450 out. Switchback rodeo 900. Trying to carry that momentum through the butter into the first. Oh, Rene! Just not enough momentum. Another person claimed by the speed demon in between those two jumps. So Rennie Rennekonga not able to get it done, but we will be seeing him for months to come here. He's another one of my favorites to bring home something from Beijing.
So the leaders in the men's snowboard slopestyle final, Mark McMorris has certainly set the bar at a 90. It's going to be a tough score to beat the way the course is running today, Todd, but we've seen great performances from Darcy Sharp, Brock Crouch, Red Gerard, and still more to come.
Yeah, we got some more contenders yet to come down. McMorris, Darcy, Brock, they're all sitting there waiting to see what's happening because now they have to contend with Stale Sandbeck. Never mind Red Gerard.
Yep.
You know, so Dusty Hendrickson as well didn't have the run that he wanted. And these are three of the riders that I think potentially could jump onto the podium at any given moment.
So the Americans hungry for points and podiums as they try to make their way onto Team USA. Only 4 spots available. Norway's Stale Sandbeck now will be the next man to take a swing at Mark McMorris' top score right now of 90.
So here we go, Stale with his unique style of spinning. We talked about it earlier. What is the difference between a double cork and the way that Stale spins? Well, Stale spins it flat. He relies on the torque that he puts on his toe and heel edge to propel him through the air, which is oftentimes more difficult than doing those cork moves, and the judges do reward. Slopestyle here, up top, getting these rails out of the way, because where he really performs is as soon as that board leaves the air off the jumps, up and over, trying to get that bring back on that 270 to front board. Switch backside spin goes awry, and he is done for the day.
You think of the stars and the talent that comes through, Todd, and they just have not been able to figure out this conundrum of a slopestyle course. Meanwhile, Mark McMorris, who went early on his second run, is just sitting and waiting and spinning his bib, saying, is that 90 going to stay for reals?
He is down the bottom looking like Neo in the Matrix, just dodging bullets left and right. And I swear to God, I mean, it's like McMorris is not comfortable right now. He knows that that 90 is a big score, but it's not like it's not obtainable if any of these other riders put down their perfect runs.
It would not be a surprise to see Mark McMorris not be on the podium in a normal competition. That 90's good, but I can see 91s, 92s, 93s coming in with the talent that we still have to go. Right now, he's holding on to it, so credit to him as we move with the next American to drop in, Dave Retzlaff from nearby Vail, Colorado, just up to 70.
Dropping in next, Dave Retzlaff.
Here we go, just over the pass here in Vail. 450 out there of that wall ride feature. Good combos up top. We saw him have problems on run number 1, but that was in the jumps. The rails looking great.
See him tighten up that back binding.
Yeah, getting the clench on, getting ready for these jumps. As that shadow creeps, it could add a little bit more speed in between those jumps. A solid stomp on number 1 of the 2-pack at the bottom, but unfortunately, just not enough momentum to carry him into that landing.
You would think with that shadow coming across those landings, especially on the penultimate jump, Todd, it would actually make it a little quicker, ice it up a little bit more, but we are not seeing that as you appropriately tabbed it. Molasses Valley is not being kind.
Now, we've had fresh snow this week. Yep. These jumps are man-made. Sometimes the adherence of that fresh snow to the man-made snow isn't what you would want it to be. You want that snow to work in and get packed in. Sometimes that fresh snow, because of the moisture content, I'm going deep in the weeds here.
Yeah, you are.
The moisture content of the man-made snow doesn't let you have the snow combine. And what that does just causes more friction, more traction. You don't want that traction. You want to slide through there very rapidly.
Storm Rowe, one of the bright spots of run number 1 was his take on his interpretation of the course, currently sitting on a 54.25, but he's got the makings of a nice run, Todd, if you get up the amplitude, baby, in those middle jump sections.
Yeah, and that being the key, you need to carry your momentum and go as big as you possibly can. Rails, no problem. Plenty of speed up there for these riders. But it really comes into this jump right here. How are you landing that? He already landed on his heels. Does he have enough momentum to carry him into this landing? He does. Lots of speed here coming into jump number 3. Oh, and just overcooks it a little bit into the front side 1260.
So the pride of Jamaica, Vermont, unable to improve on that 54.25, and it all came down to that third and final jump for him.
Yeah, and just overcooking it, carrying a little bit too much momentum in his spin to be able to contain that and land it where he wanted to. I'm sure the frontside 1260 is in his bag, but that might not have been what was necessary today, and might not what he had planned for either as soon as he left the lip. But it's all about, the best riders in the world can improvise while mid-air, and that really separates you from the rest of the pack as well, and also keeps your body intact as well. If you can switch it up while you're mid-air and be like, okay, well, this is not going right. This was supposed to be a 12. I'm going to turn it into a 1080, or I've overcooked this. I need to chill out here while I'm in the air.
So Storm Rowe, man, I tell you what, this would have been interesting to see what this score would have done if he would have landed that last jump.
Just a little bit too much momentum, or maybe not enough momentum. Only time will tell. Well, actually, time won't tell. I got to ask myself.
Down to the final 5 competitors here in the men's snowboard slopestyle final, where Canadian Mark McMorris leads the way by way of a 90. This is Sean Fitzsimons out of beautiful state of Oregon. He comes by way of Hood River. Mount Hood is in his backyard, giving some love to his friends and fellow competitors. Now, I loved his first run. He had a different line, Todd. It was a very creative line. He's got to clean it up.
Yeah, he needs to clean it up just a little bit. Came up a little bit short on his rotation on his bottom jump on run number 1. So here he goes, Sean, trying to
get this rail section out of the way, because I know that all he's thinking about is that mistake that he had on run number 1 and just making it through. Here he goes into the first of 3. Here we go. Have enough speed to make it over jump 2. Front trip 14. One more to make it through. Trip 14. Sean Fitzsimons is now in the running. Welcome to the program. McMorris going, hey, what's that going to stick up in his mind?
What a finish.
Let's go!
There we go, buddy.
Sean Fitzsimons in a pressure-packed situation, and he delivers on that last kicker, comes up and just puts it down, bolts.
Back-to-back 1440s. I think that Brock Crouch is shaking in his boots. I don't know where this is going to end up putting him. Dare I say, this might even be a better run than Darcy Sharp's. I still don't know if it's got what McMorris brought. Well, actually, he's got 2 14s back-to-back. That's the most 14s we've seen so far.
All going to come down to the rails, you think?
Yeah, they're going to look at those very closely, although Sean had a really technical upper rail section as well.
So he needs better than a 90 to take the lead, Todd. He needs better than an 89.25 to go into second, better than an 88.50 to bump American Brock Crouch out of third.
Switch backside 900 to start off the top of the jumps. Into the front 14. Snaps this one. 1, 2, muscles this final rotation around. And then he's thinking about this right here. Do I have enough speed to get this triple around? 2 1440s back to back. Fitzsimons about to make a big jump in the standings and potentially upset the podium as it sits right now.
He was sitting in 21st place. Not going on a limb here to say, Todd, he is going to move way up. This, I would be surprised if it's not his top 5.
Yeah, I'm saying top 3. 2 1440s. Judges are taking their time watching these replays like we are. 2 back-to-back 14s. Able to manifest a second 1440. Ooh, oh boy.
Yeah, Mark's like, oh, that was great. As long as it's not greater than a 90.
Yeah, the U.S. team coaches up top, they love to see it. Red loves to see it. He's yet to come down.
Red Gerard right there, wearing bib number 100. This is a backup board, too. We're getting word that he broke his primary on the first run, so he goes to the backup. This is a Cinderella story. Come on. What are the judges going to do?
Give him the score.
With Sean Fitzsimons.
They're sitting there, the judges, they're tabulating.
And I really think it's going to come down to the rails. Were his rails better than Mark McMorris's or Darcy Sharp's or Brock Crouch's? McMorris with the 90, Sharp with the 89.25. Brock Crouch currently in the final podium position with an 88.50.
They are taking their time. You know they are tabulating a big... Whenever judges take their time like this, you're going to get juiced.
You're not going to take this much time to give him an 80.
No way. Sean Fitzsimons coming out of Hood River, Oregon, a damn fine skateboarder as well, which gives maximum respect for me. This guy can do a frontside air well over your head. He's got a vert ramp in his backyard. I'm giving you a lot of information about this kid because I'm trying to fill time because the judges are definitely procrastinating. Give him the score.
Let's look at this last hit one more time because the back-to-back 14s to me is difference maker.
It is a difference maker, especially since so many people are having problems with that speed. So 2 1440s, the front side and the backside.
And it wasn't even close, Todd, to where he landed. I mean, he had a beautiful, right in the sweet spot, rode away clean, little snow comes up. Here we go, Fitzsimons in the second, 89.50.
Let's go.
I agree with the judges, and I think you called it right. Yep. Maybe not quite to McMorris level, but definitely over Darcy Sharp. So Sean Fitzsimons of Hood River into second place, and now he's with Tina.
Yeah, boy. Oh, bumping himself up on the podium. Wow, the judges sure did make you wait on that one. Back-to-back 1440s. Where did that run come from?
I don't know. I was like, last night I had like 3 runs in my head. I didn't practice that until today. And I was like, I just didn't feel like the run I was practicing earlier this week was enough to get on the podium. So I just like had 30 minutes today. I was like, I'm just gonna try to make this happen. First run, did the front 14 in practice. It's really quick. It's a small jump. Really psyched to land. And then that first run, I just like landed kind of fronty broke my board really bad. Luckily, I brought a backup. Wasn't going to bring one today because I broke a board last practice day. So that's like second board 2 days. And then, I don't know, I was going to do switchback 9, back 10, front 14. And then I was like, whatever. I'd either want to land and get up there with the run I was doing, or I don't know, or just, I didn't want to like settle for like maybe just like getting one down and getting like somewhere in the 5 to 10 range. So I figured I might as well just give it everything I had.
Hey, it paid off on the podium, and guys, this was not his first board.
On the backup, Sean Fitzsimons throws down an 89.50 to break up the Canadian stranglehold on those top 2 positions. So now the Canadians have first and third, the Americans second and fourth, as well as fifth, with Red Gerard still to take his second run.
Flick it up, guys. Mess it up.
As we've mentioned before, Todd Richards, there are 2 ways to make Team USA, podiums or points. And Sean Fitzsimons right now in a podium position. Dusty Hendrickson now. We got a chance to get up close and personal with him earlier, making the move to Mammoth Lakes, California, giving a lot of respect to his family who sacrificed so much to let him live out this dream. And you wonder if Sean Fitzsimons' run is going to kind of give a little boost to the Americans. He rides with all these guys. He trains with them all. Hey, Sean just threw down. I can throw down.
They're all super tight homies as well. These guys travel the world together. You know, basically it's just a big party when they're not competing. When they're out training, they're having a good time. Here we go. Dusty Hendrickson, smooth as always, bringing his style to this slopestyle course.
We'll see if that smooth riding is contagious for Team USA.
There's that 540 rodeo flip. The judges have said that that first jump is more of a style jump, but I don't know if they're adhering to what their formula was. There's that double 12 into his version of the triple.
Okay.
So, where's that going to place him? Stomped out run. Back-to-back 14s.
Going to be better than a 43.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I think he's going to jump up. Probably put him, I would say, like maybe in the 6th or 7th place position.
Is it going to hurt him just doing an easier trick on that first jump, the style jump?
Well, there we go. The frontside lip slide popping out, pretzeling out to backside revert. Stopping the momentum, making it go the other way. Up and over 270 bring back. Brings it back to the way that he traveled into that rail. And there's that rodeo flip going off the toes, dropping it over that front shoulder. And then here's his version of the 14. Oh, I didn't see that
in the shadows.
Nope.
Okay.
Little butt dragger.
Well, unfortunately, the judges have slow-mo replay as well, and it's going to pick up that tail
I was going to do that on
drag.
my run. Then my first run tried to try it, but I kept missing the ground. I think I'm going to catch toes on milk every time.
Dusty explained exactly what went wrong there, and it was that third and final jump on the landing. Still a good run, good showing for Dusty Hendrickson, but as you see, almost, identical, 43.75, so we were waiting to see that replay, and it was definitely a seat dragger.
Send it, brother. Send it.
Final 3 competitors here in the men's slopestyle final from Dew Tour 2021. It'll be a Canadian and then 2 Americans. Darcy Sharp, who was sitting in second till moments ago, American Sean Fitzsimons bumped him down to third. So what does Darcy Sharp need to do here, Todd Richards, sitting on an 89.25?
Well, the way that he's going to differentiate himself from the rest of the pack is play to his strengths. His rail riding is really good. There we see Dusty off of that top wall ride feature, just adding a little bit more flavor into his first hit. Now you're just trying to chip away at the points. Anything that I can possibly do up top to separate myself from the rest of the pack. Oh, as Dusty goes down, Darcy goes down. He tries to pop out of that a little bit more and just add just a little bit more spice on his run, but unfortunately, he's going to have to sit on that score right now, the 89.25 with 2 riders yet to go.
Talk about a precarious situation right now. He just got bumped from second to third, so he's on the podium with an 89.25, but Chris Corning and the reigning Olympic gold medalist Red Gerard still to go.
So Dusty Hendrickson, unfortunately for him, that mistake up top at the beginning of a strong run. Pop on, pop off, adding a little bit more flavor to the top portion of his run. You saw in run number 1, a little bit of a mistake, cleaned it up that time. You can see right there, transferring between those 2 rails. Popping off 270. And there's the 270 on and tries to 450 out, but unfortunately not enough pop. He's going to have to sit and wait now in third place to see if he can get bumped by the final two competitors.
So Darcy Sharp of Canada will sit and wait to see if he stays on the podium. This is not going to be an improvement, falling so high on the course. Mark McMorris of Canada still leads ever since he put up a 90 on his first run, and he has watched the world's best come down and take shots at him. Final two competitors here at the slopestyle final as the world's best have congregated here in the Rocky Mountains, Copper Mountain. Chris Corney now dropping in. First run score in 83, that's only good enough for 8th place. But in the 2-run format where only your best score counts, he gets better than a 90. He goes into first place and guarantees himself a spot on the podium. To get on the podium right now, he needs the best Canadian Darcy Sharp's 89.25.
Here we go, Team USA's Chris Corning. Alley 50-50 comes in backwards. Looking to get something up into the high 80s. Now, once he gets into the air, that's where Corning really shines. He's one of these riders who has really been pushing the limits as far as what's possible off of big air jumps. The first person we ever saw to do a quad cork in competition a few years back. Question is, will he bring it out today? Corning looking like something special here. Wow! Now we're talking about Corning being in the mix. For that top 3, that run was the best we've seen out of him all day long.
Mark McMorris sits and waits to see what the judges will do with that. Todd, the last hit was amazing. The penultimate jump, though, the rotation, the landing, spot on.
So Corning up top. Watch this here. Alley-oop 50-50. Comes in. Frontside alley-oop 50-50. So when you take this and you break it down versus what McMorris has, McMorris had that, you know, inverted 540 off of that wall ride feature up top, so a little bit more technical. There's the 270 on, comes out 270, and then into the jumps. So 1260 top jump. Coming into the second jump, hard off of the heels. Perfect landing into the bottom jump. So he gets that grab, drops out of frame. Perfect landing. Somehow able to keep his speed up.
Locking that grab in for so long.
Yeah, 1440 on the bottom jump, and he is very happy with that one.
So Chris Corning currently sitting in 8th place, needs better than an 89.25. That would put him on the podium, knowing that American Red Gerard, the Olympic gold medalist, is still to come, as Gerard will have the final say in the competition. But a great run, great way to end the weekend for Corning. Morris leads with a 90. Fitzsimons in second with the 89. Darcy Sharp with an 89.25. Red sits in 5th, but again, still has another run to go.
This is going to be another one of those, the judges are going to squat on the score for a little bit because it's important. Darcy Sharp there with Mark McMorris right now. Darcy's biting his nails.
Yeah.
That was me.
Corning strong in the jumps. It'll come down to the rails. Was his rail section technical enough to give him the points he needs? Let's take a look at those final 2 jumps once again. Here we go. Somehow managing to take out the buttery curse between those 2 jumps. 16 into back triple 14. What's he got? What are they going to give him here? There's another look at it. Grabs melon.
Deliberate grab, too, and
locks,
holds
locks his hand in, comes around that rotation, standing up tall on the final landing.
Well, the judges, I don't know if they're using abacuses or fingers or
what they're doing right now is they're like,
where do we put him?
They're like, why did we give Fitzsimons his score? Why did we give Darcy his score? They're trying to figure out a way, how is this shoehorn into the top 5? Because I honestly do think that was in the top 5. Will it make it into the top 3? That is the question. I think Darcy Sharp is likely the one that's...
Oh wow, 91.50! Chris Corning into first. Yes. Well, the judges definitely appreciated 3,000 degrees of rotation on the final 2 jumps, and McMorris goes, did I just sit down here this whole time to get bumped out by the second to last guy? So now Corning sits on top, McMorris second, and Sean Fitzsimons in third. The Americans holding down first and third, and Red Gerard, the defending Olympic gold medalist, will have the final run of this competition here at Copper. Pressure
Pressure
much?
on by virtue of those 2 final jumps, and Corning spins so fast. We might have seen a frontside 1800 on the second jump of 3, jump. And that's where it's going to be. That's the differentiation point. The view that we get of that is how we're going to determine it. But Red Gerard right now has to bring something that he hasn't brought all day long.
This is quite literally at Red's backyard from Silverthorne, Colorado, just up the road. Red Gerard, the final competitor on course.
Red's got to be perfect. He's got the triple 14. He's got the switch backside spins, the switch backside 14 as well. He's got it all. He needs to bring everything that he possibly has here. And front 1080 now on the first hit. We saw that was only a front 7.
Yes. All right.
Stomping.
This, the last jump.
Red switch backside and gets it. Gets it.
We heard the scrape. We're going to have to look at it, but that was a clean run for Red Gerard.
Go, once they disappear into the shadow, I can't see anything here.
Wow. Wow.
Jeez. We're talking about a final here in the dying minutes of this competition. We've seen some of the best riding we've seen all day long.
Todd, do you think the course softened up a little bit? Do you think the speed came back?
No, if anything, it's firming up between those 2 jumps, giving these riders an opportunity. Alley-oop, blunt slide, into alley-oop to backside lip to pop out, 270. Red Gerard up top on the rails looked flawless. It's all going to have to come down to what they're going to reward him on the jumps. You saw on run number 1, he did a frontside 720, just a slow frontside 720. Ups the ante here into the frontside 1080. That's going to add a couple more points. That's off the toes as well. Very difficult to do that off the toes, especially when you're spinning cross court like that. Then
so
setting
the one.
up.
Yep. Committed. Fully committed to that.
1260 into the, what has he got here at the bottom? There's the back 12 into the switchback 16, I think this is. Switch backside 1620, stomps it out. 1, 2, 3 and a half. Yep, switch backside 16. Kind of a little nose pivot.
Did you see the nose?
I did see the nose pivot. Now, if I'm a judge, am I looking at that going, well, he didn't really complete the rotation.
But he got it around.
Complete the rotation, but he kind of hooked up his nose just a little bit.
So Red Gerard looking for better than an 89.50, which would put him on the podium. Better than a 91.50 would give him the win.
Red Gerard, the judges are looking at this very, very closely.
Here it is. Watch the little puff of snow, but I'm telling you, Todd, that is, come on.
Switch backside, triple 16, very difficult move.
Boom.
Just clips the nose coming in. Just clips the nose.
I still think you got to,
He's got it, dude. He's got it. I think his rotation was already in the books. It just happened to be that nose swung through the snow on coming around.
So we'll see how closely the judges watch that landing on the final jump for Red Gerard. He is the reigning Olympic gold medalist in slopestyle. The score comes in. How about that? 93.25. Red Gerard, take a bow.
Wow. Repeat winner. The last Dew Tour we saw here in 2020 does it again.
After Chris Corning laid down a 91.5, we said Mark McMorris is smart enough to know that he's not safe. And then the last 2 guys to go, 91.5, 93.2.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Clutch performance by Red Gerard. Holy moly.
Insane.
Clutch indeed, Todd Richards. Red Gerard, the 2021 slopestyle champion in his backyard at Copper Mountain. He takes top honors and just serves notice to everyone else that, yeah, all I need is one run, as we send it down to Tina.
Oh, wow, Red, final moments, final competitor. You knew you had to step it up. How surprised are you with that run?
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard. I can't imagine being a judge and, doing that. Those last 4 or 5 runs, that was actually the most insane thing I've ever seen, Like, the first jump, we didn't know how we were supposed to do it, and it was a whole learning progress, and I am honestly speechless. I cannot believe it.
Before you, Sean hopped up on the podium, then Chris Corning went and just put down a run. How much did those guys influence you?
I mean, those are my 2 best dogs right there. Sean, I could not believe. I was telling him at the top, don't leave anything on the table. Just fucking do it. Let's go. And he did it, and I honestly, the team is thriving right now. Yeah. The U.S. team is thriving.
Yeah, what a performance for you. And just to be back at Dew Tour, go back-to-back with wins. How do you describe that?
I can't. I really can't describe it. I could be dreaming right now.
What a performance, Red Gerard. Doing it in the final moments, guys.
All right, thank you very much, Tina. As you take a look at the U.S. Snowboard Team Olympic qualification points, Red Gerard was already leading with 9:13.60, and he comes now and gets the win. Man, I tell you what, he's got to be almost a lock, Todd, to be on Team USA.
Yeah, absolutely. Red Gerard, I mean, look, it's hard to come back and fulfill the expectations. We're looking at the gold medalist from Pyeongchang, the winner of the last Dew Tour that we had here. To be able to come back and back that up a few years later is no easy feat.
Nope.
And Red is just, I can't believe that he's 21 at this point.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable to me, and he's crushing it. There's his brother. Actually, that's Stan from Slush Magazine, but there's his brother, Malachi, getting in there. Unbelievable performance to have, be the hometown kid from Silverthorne and to come through. What an amazing day for Red Gerard.
Let's take a look at the final standings on what turned out to be an epic performance by all the athletes. Red Gerard on the final run of the day throws down a 93.25 to get the win. Chris Corning throws down a 91.50 on his last run to take second. And Mark McMorris on his first run put down a 90. Those are the only 3 athletes to get into the 90 club. Sean Fitzsimons was so close, an 89.50, but he will take those points towards his qualification of Team USA. Darcy Sharp with a great first run, and Brock Crouch really got things started for the Americans with that 88.50.
Yeah, it was a great day. A lot of great riding. They waited to the last minute to deliver for us, and man, did they ever make it exciting. Once again, congratulations to Red Gerard coming through in a pinch.
What a show here at Dew Tour 2021. The Olympic gold medalist holds serve here in his backyard at Copper Mountain. Red Gerard claims it with a 93.25. Chris Corning, Mark McMorris will join him on the podium. Star-studded affair. Remember, we had a 25-man final. Everyone got 2 runs, not the normal 3, so they had to change their strategy just a little bit, and the course gave them a few issues here and there, but they eventually figured it out. Took Red to the very end to do it, but Todd, I think it's worth looking at it one more time. Red Gerard's second run, final run, was just stellar, but Darcy Sharp really set the tone as well.
He did. Darcy Sharp kind of set the tone early on, and it really would just be a momentum shift in the final competitors to come down this course.
Yep.
Chris Corning started to get things really heated up. Sean Fitzsimons brought an extra bit of flair to it. But really, it was all Red Gerard using that momentum towards the end of the event. I didn't know if he had it. I didn't know if Red was going to be able to bring it in that clutch moment, but he absolutely did. But hey, I've got to say right here, Sean Fitzsimons, him making it into the top 5 when it really counted, shows big promise for this kid. He's such a great kid. It's unreal that he did what he did today. But Mark McMorris getting things started off early with a score that would hold for almost the entire event.
And you talk about the names that came down and took a swing at him. Rennie Rikonga, Sebastian Toutant, Kyle Mack, Sven Thorgren.
Yeah, there was Marcus Cleveland, and he was able to fend it off early. But it just shows McMorris, he's got that prowess.
Yeah.
He can bring it when he needs to. And unfortunately for him, he went down on run number 2. And then it just left the door wide open for these 2 players right here.
Chris Corning out of Silverthorne also. So 2 young men out of Silverthorne end up on the top 2 spots. Such an impressive showing all the way around.
Yeah, and as Red said in his interview with Tina, it's a great time for Team USA.
they're really showing strong here into the last push to make that Olympic team.
And another event still to come. That's coming up in January. That'll be in Mammoth Mountain, California, where you can really put your statement, hopefully have a lot of momentum. But for Red Gerard to go very last, and he was up there cheering on all the Americans. He was a positive force for everyone, and then to come down and focus and throw this down.
Yeah, he is an animal when it comes to competing. He's very smart. He knew that he needed to switch up his run. He did a 720 his first run. Needed to switch it into that 1080, and then just that perfect setup for the switch backside triple cork 1620 that he somehow miraculously squeaked around in the last second of the rotation.
And then the mic drop, or the red drop, as he hits the deck. So surprised with that score, 93.25 for the win. And Red Gerard, Dew Tour champion, is now time for awards. And for that, we turn it over to the man, DC.
I'd like to introduce you, our presenter for the awards. Thank you very much to Kirk Tanner, CEO of Pepsi North America. Thank you very much, Kirk, for being our presenter out here. Appreciate you, brother. And now, with no further ado, your podium out here for men's snowboard slopestyle. In third place, representing Canada, one of the best to ever do it. Let's hear it for Mark McMorris.
The day. It's almost there.
Mark McMorris is out there somewhere. Here we go. Here we go.
Okay. One more time, let's hear it for your third place finisher, Mark McMorris. And in second place, representing the USA, doing it on his final run, let's hear it for Chris Corning. One more time, let's hear it for Chris Corning, second place. And your Dew Tour Slopestyle champion, going back to back. That's right, he is your defending champion coming into this event, representing the USA, doing it on the final run of the day. Let's hear it for Red Gerard. One more time, guys. Let's get loud and proud for your champion, Red Gerard, and your podium out here for Snowboard Slopestyle. Yeah, boys, let's go.
So, Todd, a lot of times you can say, I didn't really agree with the judges and what they did, but in the end, it all worked out, and I think this is probably the appropriate finish.
Yeah, just by virtue of what those guys managed to do at the final dying moments of this competition is just spectacular. I mean, Red being able to bring it home. The last run, it's so impressive that that's what he brought to his riding today.
Corning on the podium, Mark McMorris, a legend in the sport, and Red Gerard. Congratulations, tip of the hat. But the Americans did what they had to do, and that's getting podiums, that's getting points.
The final two competitors to come down this course, well, they certainly did juggle up the top three. Chris Corning comes down, bumps himself into the lead, knocking McMorris down into second place. And it was by virtue of his mastery of twirling through the air like a throwing star that did it to him. McMorris bumped into second place. Corning on top. Then it was Red Gerard, and Red re-racked his focus, brought an absolute A-game to the top of this course, decimated the rails, and somehow brought out a switch backside triple cork 1620 to cap off a day of incredible riding. Red Gerard in the pinch, brings it home, and blows himself away.
He was just shocked Congratulations once again to Red Gerard, Chris Corning, and Mark McMorris for raising the level of competition in slopestyle. This is all the big build-up to the big games in Beijing coming up in February. Still another event to go in Mammoth, but all eyes focused on Copper Mountain, Colorado. When the Dew Tour comes to town, the best come out to play, and that's exactly what they did today. So for Tina Dixon, Todd Richards, I'm Todd Harris. Once again, Red Gerard, the champion of slopestyle.